After Go-chi heard about what Defu had learned, he started to make some guesses. The box used plum blossoms as a mechanism, which clearly relates to the Mei family. As for whether De Zhuang's mother is the same as Mei's daughter, that is uncertain. But even if it's not certain, it's likely she has some connection to the Mei family. What's strange is that she hadn't checked the accounts for a long time. Because of this, Go-chi thought that De Zhuang's mother probably only has some relation to the Mei family, not that she is Mei's daughter herself. Perhaps she and Da Zhuang and the others only knew that there should be something inside the box, but they didn't realize that the box actually contained a property deed. Otherwise, their family might have moved to Yanqing long ago. The more Gookie thought about it, the more excited she became. She had obtained a property with a shop, which might mean she could start her own business right away. Unfortunately, the thought of the house being haunted made her a bit scared, even though she knew there are no ghosts in this world. Since she can travel through worlds, maybe ghosts are just normal things too? Do you know why the house is haunted? Gookie asked Dafu directly. Dafu didn't really want to talk about the haunting because Gookie was still young. Although she was quite mature in her ideas, she was still a child, and he was worried about scaring her. But Gookie kept asking, and it seemed she would definitely find out he was investigating, so even if he didn't want to tell her, it was impossible. So, he could only continue talking about the haunted house. After learning about the ghost, Dafu decided to check it out. As a thief who had been in many people's homes, he thought if ghosts really existed, he would have encountered them many times. Therefore, he didn't believe in ghosts, even though rumors about the haunted house were known throughout Yanqing. When he first entered the house, he didn't find anything special. It was just desolate and empty, with dry, lifeless branches and overgrown weeds. There was a pond in the yard, but the water had dried up and the cracks were visible. The house was mostly intact, but most of the windows were shaky and there were no intact window panes. When the wind blew, the branches and windows made a mournful sound. Even without ghosts, such a scene was quite frightening. Dafu was brave and, knowing that the wind would cause the branches and windows to creak, he wasn't afraid and kept walking inside. But even though he was brave, he was very cautious. Perhaps his caution made him very alert because he always felt that someone was watching him since he entered the house, and it wasn't just one person. But when he looked around, he saw nothing, which made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, he saw nothing on his first day inside, so he didn't know whether the ghost rumors were true or false. Luckily, he stayed in Yanqing for several days, so he visited the house every night afterward. A few days ago, I had the same feeling. It seemed like someone was watching him, but he just couldn't find anyone. The last time he went there, he thought he saw something, but now I realize it probably wasn't a ghost as legend says, but rather someone pretending to be a ghost. Now that he's back, I don't know if what he saw was actually a person or not. Go-chi listened carefully as Defu described his night exploring that house. However, Defu didn't tell her the most important part. This was on purpose. He was afraid it would scare Go-chi. But Go-chi was very interested, so she asked him to explain in detail. She wanted to help analyze what happened. Is it really scary? Are you sure you want to tell me? Honestly, I still don't know if I saw a real ghost or someone pretending to be one, Defu said. After confirming a few times, Go-chi insisted she wanted to hear everything, so Defu finally described what he experienced that night. It was his last time entering that house. After exploring it for a few days, he thought he understood the place well. So this time, he wasn't as nervous as before. But strangely, this lack of fear made the experience even more frightening when he saw something. He noticed a room with candlelight inside. Since the house had been abandoned for many years, seeing a candle was unusual. Naturally, he went to check what was going on. When he entered, he saw that the candlelight was coming from a pair of wax candles. In the middle of the candles, there was some food and wine. The food was cold, but the wine looked freshly poured. Otherwise, how could there still be wine in a glass after so many years of abandonment? Defu found this strange, but quickly thought someone must have come here to pay respects. He didn't know who they were, but he didn't think it was a ghost. Just as he was curious about where the visitor had gone, a sudden gust of wind blew out the candles and closed the door. Defu had been in that house for days and had never felt such a strong wind before. And at the moment the door shut, he immediately looked outside. There was no one outside, there was no need to doubt that. More importantly, the dry tree branches outside weren't swayed by the wind. It seemed the wind he felt earlier might not have been wind at all. Then, Defu saw a white shadow flash past the window. This happened so quickly that if Defu hadn't happened to look in that direction, he might not have noticed the flash of the object. After seeing the shadow, Defu became very nervous. He wondered if the ghostly activity was real. While he was thinking, it seemed like a gust of wind appeared behind him. When he turned around quickly, he clearly saw the white shadow that had been outside the house drift past him. Although it was fast, he managed to see the white shadow because he turned quickly. The white shadow also knocked over a wine glass on the table as it passed. The wine in the glass was now flowing down the table. Although there wasn't much wine, the sound of it dripping to the floor continued, making Defu feel more confused. Then, another gust of wind appeared, and the white shadow drifted past him again, even knocking over a candle on the table. The white shadow kept passing behind Defu several times, and he could clearly feel it was getting closer. The sense of pressure grew stronger each time. Finally, after gathering courage, Defu punched the white shadow and then ran out of the house. It seemed the white shadow liked watching him run, as it chased him until Defu climbed over the wall and left. When Defu was climbing over the wall, he felt like something had grabbed his foot briefly. "Your foot was grabbed?" Go-Chi asked, not feeling it was very scary but just curious about Defu's foot. "Yes, it was grabbed, but I checked and saw no marks. So now I wonder if I really was grabbed by something at that moment," Defu said, shaking his foot to show it was fine. "You said you punched the white shadow. How did that feel?" Go-Chi asked, confirming that Defu's foot was okay, and recalling that Defu had made contact with the shadow. "How did it feel?" Defu hesitated because he ran away immediately after punching, so he didn't pay much attention to the feeling. Later, he was worried about his foot being grabbed, so he didn't think much about it. Now that Go-Chi asked, he started to remember the punch. "It felt like I didn't hit anything, but it also felt like I did. That thing was very light, and I felt like my fist was making a small hole inside its body. Does it look like a punch hitting a hanging cloth?" Go-Chi, based on Defu's description, first thought of cloth rather than a ghost. This is probably because ghost stories in TV shows often use white cloth to float around. Yes, yes, yes. If you hadn't said so, I might have thought it was because ghosts are very light. Now I think maybe what I saw was someone using cloth. Otherwise, how could I feel like I hit nothing? It seems there are really people inside the house, or else the cloth wouldn't be moving on its own. Go-Chi thought he might have understood the real situation behind the haunting. "Do you think this isn't a ghost?" "Probably not. I don't know if ghosts really exist, but I lean towards thinking they don't. Based on what you said, I believe someone inside the house is trying to scare you using this method. They, or maybe a group of people, are pretending to be ghosts so they can stay in the house. This trick works well and makes many people afraid to stay there. That way, they can remain comfortably inside. But I didn't expect you to keep investigating for several days. This made them feel threatened, so they tried to scare you away. I think the place you go into each time is probably the same spot. The feeling of being grabbed might be a branch or some other object they prepared beforehand. The white shadow following you even after you leave probably follows this same idea." When Go-Chi said this, it seemed Defu still didn't fully understand, so she explained the situation in more detail. First, Defu's daily routes in and out are always the same. They can use this to plan the white shadow's chase route. Inside the house, the route is even simpler. They use candlelight to attract Defu. This means no matter where Defu is, he will go to that particular room. On a dark night, if a room suddenly lights up in an otherwise empty place, anyone would naturally go toward the lit room. So, they had already planned the route for the white shadow to float around in that room. They just needed to prepare more white cloth so that no matter where Defu stands after entering, there would be cloth floating behind him. They even likely designed the cloth to knock over cups and candles, and maybe even made a ticking sound, so that even after the wine in the cup was gone, you could still hear the drip of water. Go Chi's analysis made the whole ghost story about Dafu's late-night encounter seem very clear. It was obvious that the people in the house didn't want to hurt Dafu, only to scare him away. It's also possible they saw Dafu's skills and were afraid they couldn't beat him, so they chose to scare him instead of fighting directly. After Chi's explanation, that uneasy feeling in my heart disappeared instantly. But whether the house is haunted or not, I don't think your family plans to buy such a lonely house, Dafu said. Although he helped Go Chi deal with the cedarwood box, he didn't know Go Chi had a property deed in her hand. So, he wasn't sure why Go Chi asked him to investigate the house. It's not for buying. I found a property deed while tidying up the house recently. I think it was left by my grandfather or great-grandfather. Go Chi made up a reason. After all, everyone in Go Village knew that their grandfather and great-grandfather used to live in that house. That's possible. I heard that your great-grandfather was a kind and generous person before he became a monk. Maybe he saved someone from the Mei family and they secretly gave him this deed to thank him. Maybe your great-grandfather didn't care about it or didn't realize it was important, or he didn't know the other person secretly left the deed there. That could explain why no one checked on it later. Dafu believed Go Chi's story and even helped analyze the situation. Maybe. Regardless of whether it belongs to my grandfather or great-grandfather, I was thinking that if the house is good, we could develop there in Yen City. But it's a pity it's haunted. Even though I've guessed why it's haunted, getting the people inside to leave won't be easy. They've probably lived there for a long time, and I don't know how many people. If we move in without cleaning thoroughly, and if they come out at night to scare us, that would be bad. Even if they don't scare us, we're in the food business. If they mess with the food, it could cause trouble. Go Chi brought the topic back to the ghost in the house. This also saved Dafu from having to think further about whose grandfather might have left the property deed. Indeed, that's true. However, I will find a way to handle this. Since you just moved to Gojo Village, you probably won't be moving again soon. I will go check out the house and see who is living there. Then, based on what I find, we can decide how to persuade them to leave. Dafu volunteered to continue investigating, which is also what Go Chi hoped for. Since the house title is now in her name, she needs to understand everything about the house clearly. Dafu returned after a few days, but this time he might stay longer in Yanqing. Go Chi didn't tell Go Mu or the others about this because the house isn't ready to be used yet. It's better to wait until she knows more. Thanks to Huan Yang and others helping, Go Mu feels much easier now. She can often be seen sitting and resting in the yard. Occasionally, Auntie Da also gets a day off, which Go Chi considers a benefit for her workers. Besides checking accounts with Shui Nyang every day, Go Chi spends most of her time going up the mountain. Sometimes she searches for treasures or visits the Half Mountain Academy for books. Her family has dried many mushrooms and gathered plenty of herbs to treat minor illnesses. One early morning, Go Chi and Yuju were turning over the things she dried in the yard when Li Tufu arrived to deliver meat. Usually, he just gave the meat to Yugua and left, but today he happened to see Go Mu in the yard, so he started talking to her. Big sister-in-law, summer is almost here. When it gets hot, will your family still need so much meat? They talked about the weather, and Li Tufu, who has sold meat for many years, knew how summer affects food. He was worried that Go Mu, who is new to the food business, might not know, so he reminded her.
I'm also thinking about that.
Our pancakes are delicious, but if they sit too long, they might spoil. We can't serve spoiled food, so we're considering whether to stop this business in summer and do something else. Go Mu was also worried. Whenever she had free time, she kept thinking about this problem, but no matter how she thought, she couldn't find a solution. She didn't even have ideas for a different business. If you decide to stop, let me know in advance, so I can avoid slaughtering so many pigs. Although Li Butcher felt a bit disappointed when Go's mother said she might stop making meat pies, he understood she was just considering reducing the amount. Nothing was decided yet, and they would wait to see how summer turned out. Of course, whether they stopped or just cut back, he would inform her, since the temperature affects their meat supply. Go's mother expressed her feelings with some helplessness, but both she and Li Butcher knew that reducing or stopping production was unavoidable because no one could stop summer heat. However, They didn't realize that while they discussed storing meat and pies, Go-chi suddenly thought of ice. Ice was a great way to survive the summer, especially when enjoying a cold drink under the hot sun. It made her feel refreshed and happy, just like in the advertisements that said, "Cool to the bone, uplifting the spirit." Unfortunately, in this world, there were no refrigerators, no electricity at all. Making ice was truly difficult. Go-chi wanted to sigh about how hard it was to produce ice, but before she could, her mind suddenly thought of saltpeter. She had never seen saltpeter before and didn't know exactly how to make ice with it, but she knew it was a mineral used in gunpowder, so it should be available at the pharmacy. She decided to buy some and try making ice herself, believing she could figure it out. Yuzhua, go ask the doctor if he has any saltpeter. If he does, buy some for me, Go-chi instructed.
Huh?
Miss, what's wrong? Why do you want to see the doctor? What's saltpeter? Yuzhua asked, looking confused. She only thought about food and rarely used her brain otherwise. Still, she cared about her young lady, so she was excited when asked to see the doctor. Do I look like I have something wrong? Just go and buy it quickly, I need it. Or I'll go myself, Go-chi said, impatient to get it done. Yuzhua immediately understood that Go-chi needed the saltpeter badly, so she hurried out of the courtyard. But she soon returned, empty-handed, because she forgot to bring money. Today, Go-father and the eldest uncle's car had already left, so I couldn't ride with them to Weiqing. It looks like I will have to buy the sulfur again tomorrow. Nothing we can do about it. Since you already know there will be sulfur in Weiqing, just go there tomorrow to buy it. Your face is all scrunched up. If Miss sees it, she might think you're unhappy with the work she arranged for you. When Yu Gui saw Yuzhu's mood was off when she returned, she immediately asked about the situation before giving advice. I understand. It's just that I feel uncomfortable not completing what Miss asked, Yuzhu said, patting her face to smooth out her furrowed features before going to report to Go-chi. Sure enough, Go-chi wasn't angry that Yuzhu didn't bring back the items. She even said she could give Yuzhu a day off tomorrow to visit Weiqing. This made Yuzhu very happy. Since they came to Go Village, except for Go Kong'an occasionally helping Go father or the eldest uncle with shifts in Weiqing, the farthest anyone had gone was to Li's family village and Li Tu's house. Yuzhu was excited to visit Weiqing and even felt lucky that the doctor didn't have any sulfur. She happily jumped up and told Huanyang and the others that she could go to Weiqing tomorrow. Huanyang gave her some advice and Yu Gui also gave her instructions, even more than Huanyang did. She warned her not to be kidnapped. She completely forgot that she and Yuzhu were twin sisters of the same age. The next day, Yuzhu went to Weiqing, first bought sulfur, then started wandering around. She arrived in Weiqing by her eldest uncle's carriage and planned to take Go father's carriage back at noon, since their schedules were different, so she could enjoy her time in Weiqing. She also took the chance to check on the shops that sold their family's pastries. Did you hear? The famous scholar's silly son got married. Really? That silly son was said to be both foolish and crazy.
Whose daughter married him?
That's so sad. Who knows? I heard that the girl is a distant relative from the Go third family side. It was a scam, thinking it was a scholarly family, so they married her off. Old third Go? Their family, no wonder. This family seems to plan to offend all their relatives. Even if they are taught by that scholar, they probably won't stand out. Heaven is watching. Yuzhu was drinking tea at a small stall when she overheard some gossip. She was just curious about the lively talk, but when she heard the surname Go, she suddenly became interested. Although she didn't know third Uncle Go personally, she knew that Go-chi had a relative in Weiqing who was just the third in line. So, as she listened, she joined the gossip group, planning to gather more information to share stories about Go-chi later. After returning home, Yuzhu first gave the nitrate to Go-chi, then started talking about the gossip she heard today. She retold what she heard, adding her own understanding, making everyone feel deep sympathy for the girl who married the fool. How could a family be so cruel? They're pushing a good girl into a fire pit, Shuanyang sighed, showing she felt very sorry for the girl. Yes, I heard that family even pretended to treat that girl as a sworn daughter. Although they married her off according to the usual standards, it was just simple dowry items like eggs or geese. Yuju continued sharing what she heard, and the more she talked, the more everyone thought that old third Go was really not a good person. Only Go mother and Go Chi exchanged glances, both secretly glad they had separated the family by force. It was a pity for the girl who was married off, but they couldn't do anything about it. They truly had no control. I told you to buy something, but you just brought back gossip. If you're so bored, go break the nitrate for me. I'll need it soon. Go Chi didn't want to hear more about old third Go's family, so she asked Yuju, the source of the gossip, to do some work. Everyone else dispersed, resting a bit before resuming their busy afternoon. Go Chi took Yugue and another person to the cellar. The cellar was originally used for storage, and almost every household had one. The only difference was in size. Go Chi's cellar wasn't big, about 10 square meters, with a height of at most 2 meters. But it was empty, making it seem very spacious. Miss, this cellar is empty. What are we doing here? Gookie originally thought she was coming to pick up something. Summer is coming soon. I want to feel the temperature here, and see if I can use it to store some things. Gookie didn't explain in detail. She just looked around the cellar, and then reached out to feel the temperature inside. Unfortunately, although the temperature here is slightly lower than outside, it doesn't feel very different. Plus, since this place hasn't been used for a long time, Gookie sensed a musty smell. It seems that even if she wants to store things here, she needs to disinfect and sterilize the area first. Of course, the main thing is to see if saltpeter can be used to make ice. After understanding the cellar's condition, she decided to study how to make ice with saltpeter. Yuju had already crushed the saltpeter into small pieces. Gookie then took a large and a small bowl, placed one inside the other, and filled them with water to start an experiment. At first, she didn't know how much saltpeter to add, so she gradually put some into the large bowl until ice crystals started to form inside it. When the water in the large bowl froze completely, and the water in the small bowl began to freeze slowly due to the influence of the ice in the large bowl, Gookie confirmed that this method of making ice with saltpeter was feasible. Gookie's twin sisters, Yushi and Yuju, watched the whole process. First, they saw the water in the large bowl freeze, then they saw the water in the small bowl, which had no added ingredients, also start to freeze. Both twins' eyes widened in amazement. Miss, are you performing magic? Yuju asked, truly puzzled about how this worked. Gookie watched their reactions carefully, but couldn't explain why this strange phenomenon was happening. This is science, Gookie replied seriously. However, when Yuju asked her what science was, she didn't know how to answer. Science is a vast concept. Even if she understood a little, she couldn't explain it clearly to Yuju. But even if it's hard to explain, Gookie still told them in detail how the saltpeter ice-making process works. Every material has its own inherent properties. If we use these properties well, we can get what we want.
Take saltpeter, for example.
Its property is that it absorbs a lot of heat when it melts. The heat in the water is carried away, and when it reaches the freezing point, ice forms. We can use this ice to lower the temperature inside the small bowl, making the water in the bowl also freeze. If the small bowl is made of iron, the freezing process would be even faster because metal conducts heat more quickly. Go Chi explained in detail, but since these twins were encountering such things for the first time, it was a bit hard for them to understand. They seemed to understand concepts like melting and freezing points, but also seemed a bit confused. Overall, they got the main idea and understood the cause of the results, which was enough. Miss, what are you doing with this ice? Is it for eating? Yuju, being a little foodie, immediately thought about eating it. Why do you think it's for eating? Miss probably wants to use this ice to lower the temperature in the cellar, so she can store things during summer. Plus, the fillings they provide to those families can also be preserved with ice, ensuring the meat filling doesn't spoil in a day. Through Go Chi's actions today and the ice she made, Yuju quickly guessed Go Chi's main purpose. It's not for eating? That's a pity. I was hoping to have a bite of ice in summer, Yuju said regretfully when she heard it wasn't for eating. Do you want to eat ice in summer? Have you ever tasted this kind of ice? Go Chi didn't say whether the ice was edible, just smiled and pushed the big bowl toward Yuju. Yuju curiously looked at the ice in the bowl. Whether it was the big or small bowl, she felt the ice should be edible. Miss, are you asking me to eat this ice? Yuju guessed correctly and even tried to carefully chip a small piece from the small bowl, but she didn't rush to put it in her mouth. Just try it, but be careful, it's very cold. Go-chi continued to encourage her. After getting a clear answer, Yuju carefully licked the ice in her hand. It was very cold, but since it was water, it had no taste. So she put the whole piece of ice in her mouth and started playing with it. Hee hee, so cold, so fun, Yuju said clearly with ice in her mouth, which was quite impressive. What about this one? Go-chi handed Yuju a small piece of ice from the big bowl. Since Yuju was having fun, and her ice was almost melted, she also put Go-chi's ice into her mouth. But she didn't play with it for long and quickly spat it out. Miss, you're being mean. This ice is bitter, Yuju said, sticking out her tongue and quickly looking for water. Ha ha ha, it seems the saltpeter is bitter. We can't use it for cooking, only the small bowl's ice can be used for that. Go-chi smiled as she handed Jade Bamboo a piece of candy, offering her some comfort. The experiment was successful. Go-chi roughly understood how much saltpeter a bowl needed. However, to lower the cellar's temperature, a small bowl of ice wouldn't be enough. If she wanted to make some ice drinks to sell, she would need larger containers. The bigger the container, the more saltpeter she would need. Although saltpeter can be reused, there will be some loss, and the initial purchase would require a large amount. According to Jade Bamboo, even if she bought all the saltpeter stored in the pharmacy, it wouldn't be enough for her. So, she needed to find a good supplier. Otherwise, in summer, even if she didn't sell ice drinks, her meat pie business could be affected by the hot weather. After thinking about this, Go-chi decided to ask Go-kongan to look into the saltpeter supply channels nearby. She also asked Go-kongan to order some large basins and small iron tubes that looked like test tubes from the blacksmith shop. She wasn't sure if she wanted to sell ice drinks yet, but since she was ordering, she decided to get everything done at once. Finding a blacksmith was easy. Although the blacksmith hadn't worked with test tube-like iron tubes before, it wasn't difficult for an experienced craftsman. So, this problem was temporarily solved. However, the most important thing, saltpeter, Go-kongan only managed to buy a small amount from the nearby town, which was far from enough for Go-chi's needs. Fortunately, Dafu had returned from Yen City in the past few days. Go-chi decided to leave this matter to him. Of course, Dafu's return was to inform Go-chi about the haunted house in Yen City. After his last visit, Dafu was more cautious. He stayed nearby and observed the house every day. Surprisingly, he discovered the true ghost in the house. There was a small dog hole in one corner of the house. Every night after dark, a group of little beggars would crawl through it. In the mornings before dawn, they would climb out again. Even if someone entered the house during the day, they wouldn't be able to find them. It was clear they considered this house their home. Although they moved secretly, the dog hole and their skillful movements showed they had lived there for a long time. As for the ghost, it was just a fake, created by them. The rumors in Yen City were also spread by these beggars. Go-chi guessed that there must be people inside the house, but she never thought about the beggars. After all, who would imagine that a beggar would boldly live in someone else's house? Those little beggars probably have a leader. I should find a chance to bring him back and talk. Go-chi initially wanted to chase away the beggars, but she still felt uneasy about the house. She kept debating whether to stay there or not. Anyway, she didn't acquire the house through proper means. Although she managed to get the property deed, she still felt conflicted and hadn't decided how to tell her mother Go about it. If she hadn't needed Dafu to help investigate the house, she probably wouldn't have told him she had the deed at all. Now that she found a group of beggars living inside, she suddenly thought it was okay not to stay there. Maybe she could use the house to gather the beggars to help her with tasks. It would also be useful for collaborating with Dafu on investigations. In stories and TV shows, many investigations are carried out with the help of beggars, so she thought about meeting the leader of that group. Go-chi wanted to meet the beggar leader, but didn't tell Dafu her plan. Dafu thought Go-chi just wanted to settle scores with the children. They are also unfortunate children. Otherwise, who would want to become beggars? They are brave and don't sell themselves for money, unlike me when I was young and went astray. So, can I ask you to help them? Please don't make things difficult for them.
Chi.
I'll have them move out later, DeFu said, sounding a bit emotional. If he hadn't met Go Chi, he and Heir Fu might still be involved in petty crimes. They might have even been beaten to death, and they wouldn't feel as fulfilled and safe as they do now.
What are you talking about?
I just want to talk to those little beggars, not trouble them, Go Chi said, reassuring DeFu she wouldn't make things difficult for the children. Then she told DeFu about the saltpeter and asked him to go home and rest. 2 days later, DeFu appeared again. It was clear he hadn't rested. He had gone to Yanqing and brought back some saltpeter and a teenage boy, about 15 or 16. The boy's clothes were patched many times, but they were very clean. His hair also looked like it had been specially washed. If I didn't already know he was a beggar, I would definitely think he was a poor child's kid. The boy said his name was Tian and that he had been wandering to Yen City a few years ago. One rainy day, he didn't have time to return to their usual broken temple, so he secretly sneaked into the Mei family's house to hide from the rain. Because the Mei house had always been empty, everyone in Yen City knew about it. After hiding there once, he often went into the house at night. Not only could he hide from the rain, but in winter, he could also close the door to keep the cold air out. Gradually, he stopped returning to the broken temple and instead secretly moved into the Mei house. He was the first to live there, and since no one bothered him, he became bolder. Eventually, he even brought some little beggars to live there too. Later, to ensure they could stay peacefully, they made up ghost stories to scare away potential buyers. They didn't know who actually owned the house, but as long as the owner didn't want to live there, they could stay forever. But recently, DeFu kept coming to investigate. At first, they hid from him, but he kept coming every night. They remembered the rumors they spread earlier and decided to scare DeFu by pretending to be ghosts. DeFu was indeed scared off for a while, but soon he found out where they were hiding. He even told them that the owner of the house had come looking for them and asked them to send a representative to meet the owner. So Tian followed DeFu because he was the first to live in the house and was the leader of the little beggars. On the way, Tian asked DeFu several times about the house owner, but DeFu kept telling him to stay calm. When they arrived at Go Chi's house, Tian even doubted whether what DeFu said about the owner was true. He had lived inside the Mei house for a long time, so he naturally knew the layout and features of the house. Although the weeds grew wildly, the Mei house was much larger than Go Chi's. After Go Chi learned about Tian situation, she started chatting with him. By then, she had already sent DeFu back to rest, and Yu Zhu and the others were busy with their own things. Does your family have no one left? Go Chi asked Tian to sit down and chat, hoping to help the nervous and somewhat stubborn boy relax.
Yes.
Tian was still looking at Go Chi. Although DeFu had already told him that the small child, who looked only 3 or 4 years old, was the owner of the Mei family house, he still found it hard to believe. Are you nervous, little brother? Go Chi saw that Tian only answered with a word. She guessed he still had doubts, but to keep the conversation going, she had to find more topics. I'm not nervous, Tian replied, looking at Go Chi. Then he gathered his courage and asked about the house. Deshu said that house belonged to your family, but why don't your parents come to talk to me? My parents are busy. I'm talking to you because I want to. I can make decisions about my house, Go Chi said with a smile, showing she could handle the house matters. Then she changed the subject and asked Tian other questions. Are the people living in the house like you, with no family? Seeing that Go Chi didn't want to talk about the house in detail, Tian felt nervous. When he heard Go Chi ask about others, he was worried she might cause trouble for them. So, he didn't continue asking about the house. Instead, he answered her questions honestly, mainly to see what Go Chi wanted to do. Yes, if they had families, they wouldn't be begging. Of course, some siblings beg together because there are no adults at home. Have you ever thought about finding a job? You look to be about 10 years old. You should be able to do some work, right? It would be much better than begging. Go Chi thought Tian could probably find work, but she wondered why he still chose to beg. She remembered hearing on TV that some people like to get things without working, so she started to suspect that Tian might be one of those people. Not that I don't want to find work. It's just that no one is willing to hire us. The younger kids, of course, don't need to work. For someone my age, it should be possible, but because I haven't eaten enough for a long time, I don't have enough strength. No one wants to hire us for physical work. Since we've been begging since we were little, we haven't had the chance to learn to read and write. So we can't do jobs that require literacy. We can wash clothes for others, but we don't even have money to buy soap nuts. Who would trust us with their clothes? Some children, just for food, are willing to become servants or maids in others' homes, but most of them refuse to sell themselves. So they have no choice but to continue begging. Tianyo intentionally emphasized the words not willing to sell themselves to show that they are people with integrity. Gochi naturally understood the meaning behind Tianyo's deliberate emphasis. Of course, she never intended for them to sell themselves, so she didn't care much about Tianyo's emphasis. What she cared about now was whether these people could be useful to her, and whether their health was good enough, especially since they mentioned not eating enough and feeling weak. Although Tianyo looked thin and weak, he was still healthy, just slightly malnourished, which wasn't a big problem. Gochi thought that perhaps the others were also malnourished. If they truly wanted to follow her, she would find a chance to check their health. If anyone was sick, it would be better to treat them early. But these were just assumptions. Nothing had been finalized yet. Would you be willing to do a job if I offered you one? Gochi first extended the olive branch. Since Tianyo said it was hard to find work, she was straightforward and shared her idea directly.
A job?
We won't sell ourselves, and we haven't gone to school, so there aren't many things we can do. Tianyo didn't answer directly, but told Gochi about their disadvantages again. I understand. So right now, just think about whether you'd be willing to do a job if one is offered, Gochi said. She just wanted a simple answer, and the job she offered didn't require much effort or education. If such a job really exists, of course we would be willing to do it, Tianyo replied without rejecting. Gochi expected that Tianyo would make this decision. Then she started sharing her ideas with Tianyo. The first task was to follow Defu and look for saltpeter. Besides saltpeter, they also needed to find some spices, like chili peppers, though she wasn't sure if they could find such things. The second task was to understand the purchasing power and market structure of Yen City, and even to learn about the markets in nearby cities. This was quite difficult, as Tianyo didn't even understand what purchasing power meant, let alone market structures. But from Gochi's words, it seemed that no physical effort or literacy was required, just some investigation. Gochi didn't specify what the results of the investigation would be. She just said to gather information. This kind of work is very suitable for people like them who spend all their time in the market. So, Tianyo didn't hesitate and agreed to work for Gochi without even discussing it with others. But once he agreed, they had to talk about payment. Now, Tianyo suddenly felt that getting paid might not be easy, especially since they still live in Gochi's house. If Gochi says they can stay but no longer pay them, should they agree or not? If they refuse, they might be forced to leave. If they agree, they might only get a place to stay but no actual wages. Thinking about this, Tianyo started to feel conflicted. He didn't mind, but what about the other kids? Would they really be willing to do this? Are you thinking about the payment? Gochi saw that he had already agreed, but looked worried again. She guessed he was thinking about the wages. Is there payment? Or do you just agree to stay in the house? Tianyo was mainly worried about where they would live. Although he cared about wages, he hoped they could first settle the place to stay. Our family won't be moving into that house for now, so if you're willing to help me gather information, I will provide you with a place to stay. Of course, if you don't want to help, I won't make you leave, but I will have to charge some rent. I've let you stay for free for so long, but that was without my knowledge. Now that I know, I can't let you stay for free anymore. That wouldn't be right. If you help me, I won't just pay you with a place to stay. Since you're gathering information, your wages will depend on what you find. If your information is useful and abundant, you'll get more money. But only if the information is true and helpful. Otherwise, if I pay for any random news, that wouldn't be fair. Gochi explained her thoughts, and Tianyo understood clearly. More work should mean more pay, which is fair. Gochi shared her ideas with Tianyo. Although he didn't know what use these messages would have, earning money and having a place to stay was perfect. Most importantly, this work wasn't just for him. The kids with him could do it too. Although he didn't know exactly what would be useful, exploring and figuring it out gradually was okay. So, who should we tell when we find some news? Is the uncle who brought me here today? Or should we go to your place and tell you directly? Tianyo started asking about the details. Either way is fine. Since we're not in Yen City, Uncle De Fu might be there now, but after a while, he could go to other cities. So, you might not find him in Yen City either. If you can come directly to see me, that would be best, but Yen City is a bit far from here. You can gather more information first, and then report back. Or wait until Uncle De Fu leaves Yen City, and then talk to him. Go Chi said this, but inside, she was already thinking about whether to open a cart route from Gojia Village to Yen City. If someone had to deliver messages along this route, it might only be suitable for Go Kongan. But right now, they're still investigating that area, so maybe it's okay to let the kids work a bit harder in the beginning. As for who to tell this news to, Tianyo was not thinking about that for now. He figured he would check things out once he returned. He was now wondering if Go Chi agreed to let them stay in that house. Could they then walk in and out through the main door openly? Could they also have their own beds in the house? He knew there were quite a few beds in that big house. Right now, they were living in a small room with a large shared bed, which was clearly a servant's room. There were many such rooms in that house. If Go Chi agreed, they wouldn't have to all squeeze into one room anymore. But Go Chi hadn't figured this out yet. When Tianyo brought it up, she only then thought of this problem. Although she had the property deed, she didn't have the key, so she would need to change the lock. Changing the lock would probably be noticed by neighbors, so she would need to handle the paperwork for the property deed. She was only 3 years old now, so even if she wanted to handle the paperwork, she couldn't do it herself. She would need her father or mother to do it. But if she asked her parents to do it, she would have to tell them about the house. And she wasn't sure how to tell them about it yet. This chain of problems made her a bit confused. She could only temporarily calm Tianyo and ask him not to worry about it for now. She planned to go to Yen City later and explain everything based on the situation then. Tianyo didn't know Go Chi hadn't decided yet. He only thought Go Chi was worried about them moving into the main house, so to make her feel better, he agreed with her idea. Go Chi then explained in detail what kind of items she needed, including drawing a picture of the spices and other supplies she was looking for. She also arranged for Tianyo to come over, and that matter was temporarily settled. When Tianyo saw there was nothing more to do, he prepared to leave. However, Go's mother invited him to stay for dinner. This surprised Tianyo greatly. He couldn't remember the last time he sat at a table to eat, especially not as a guest, sitting with the family and sharing a meal. He had wanted to leave earlier, but Go Chi also insisted he stay and eat before going. So, even if he tried to leave later, he couldn't. The food at Go Chi's house might seem simple to them, but to Tianyo, who had begged for many years, it was very special. Especially the meat dishes, which he saw as free and abundant. There were 3 different ones. As for the taste, it was beyond words. Tianyo felt it was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. He doubted even the best restaurants in Yen City could make such delicious food. Even with this delicious meal, Go Chi's cooking seemed a little lacking, so she even gave some advice to the cook, a kind aunt. She suggested adjusting the thickness of the meat and controlling the blanching time. She offered many suggestions, and the aunt listened carefully, promising to improve. Tianyo watched the aunt attentively, puzzled why she would listen to such a young child's advice. Eat more. You're so thin. It's clear you haven't been eating well, Go's mother said, noticing Tianyo lost in thought and encouraging him to eat. She didn't ask why Go Chi had invited Tianyo over. To her, Tianyo was probably Go Chi's friend, and as the host, she wanted to treat her guest well. Thank you, ma'am, Tianyo said, no longer lost in thought. He knew he wouldn't get an answer to his questions, so he decided to focus on eating. He realized that next time, he might not have such delicious food again. He was still shy, hesitant to reach for the meat, feeling embarrassed. Instead, he looked at the dishes and picked the common vegetables. Eat the meat, Go Chi said, amused by how cautious he was. She understood, so she asked Yuju to serve Tianyo a big plate of meat and vegetables, making sure he could enjoy his meal. Although Tianyo was not completely full after the meal, it was a rare occasion for him to eat a hearty meal and enjoy some meat. This memory would likely stay with him for a long time. After eating, Tianyo was about to leave, but Gomu refused when she heard he planned to return to Yen City now. First, there were no more ox carts heading to Yen City. Second, the journey was far, and walking back would probably take until late at night. Most importantly, walking at night was dangerous, so Gomu forcibly kept Tianyo. This left Tianyo a bit confused. Fortunately, DeFu came over again. He was just checking if Tianyo had gone back. If not, he offered to let Tianyo rest at his house and go back the next day. Since Go Chi might persuade Tianyo to stay, they would become colleagues, and it was better to get along well. Tianyo followed DeFu, and Go Mu felt relieved. Only then did she remember to ask Go Chi about Tianyo's situation. Unfortunately, Go Chi hadn't decided how to tell Go Mu and the others about the house, so she simply said that DeFu had come to help. Is DeFu's work difficult? Why do you need to hire more help? More people mean more wages, right? Go Mu's concern for money resurfaced, completely different from her warm invitation to eat. It's fine. He works without strict hours. He only gets paid when there's work. If there's nothing, he doesn't get paid, Go Chi said, amused by Go Mu's penny-pinching look. At first, they thought Go Mu was so careful because they had no money, but now it seemed her frugality was just her nature. Hearing that the pay was based on work done, she nodded happily and kept repeating, "That's good, that's good." Go Mu managed to temporarily deceive them, but Go Chi still needed to think about how to handle the house deed. She could secretly take her father's private seal, but she was too young to handle official procedures alone. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't avoid her father and the others. It wasn't that she couldn't tell her father and the others, but she hadn't decided how the house deed came about. DeFu's story was easy to explain, but if she told her father, he might insist on sharing the house deed with her uncle. Even though her uncle's family treated Go Chi's family well, she still felt she couldn't tell her uncle. Even if you come up with a very unlikely explanation, you shouldn't use your own lies to deceive DeFu. Go Chi is not good at making up stories, but she has read many novels and watched many TV shows before. So she really remembered some stories from the shows and wanted to see if she could find any useful details in them. Surprisingly, she did find something, but she had to act out a scene first. She thought of a way, and then she could proceed. She rolled up the property deed and put it inside a small bamboo tube, then tied it around her waist. Usually, whether talking or doing things, she would pretend to casually touch the small bamboo tube at her waist. "Chi-Chi, are you feeling uncomfortable in your waist? Why do you keep touching it?" Gomu saw Go Chi touching her waist several times and became quite worried. After she saw Go Chi touch her waist again, she finally asked, "No, nothing. I have a stomach ache," Go Chi answered vaguely on purpose, even pretending she needed to go to the bathroom, and ran off. The more she did this, the more Gomu worried. She decided to ask Yugwa and Yuju how long Go Chi had been acting like this. Yuju, usually carefree, didn't pay much attention, but she was clever and didn't rush to answer. Instead, she waited for Yugwa to speak. Yugwa had noticed Go Chi's actions for 2 days now. Today, when she dressed Go Chi, she specifically looked at her waist, but didn't find any problems. "No problem? Have you tried pressing it?" "Maybe it's not an external injury," Gomu said, feeling anxious after Yugwa said she saw no issues. Her first thought was that something inside might be wrong. "Pressed it?" The young lady didn't feel any pain, and even thought I was joking. Laughing happily, Yugwa explained again in detail about her examination of Go Chi's waist today. "Are you sure there's no problem?"
Gomu frowned tightly.
Although Yugwa's explanation suggested Go Chi's waist was fine, the fact that she kept touching her waist must mean there's a reason. Maybe she should call a doctor to check. Neither she nor Yugwa were professional doctors, so they couldn't judge based on normal methods. She was about to send Yuju to find a doctor when she suddenly saw Go Chi crouching in the corner, secretly watching them. When Go Chi was spotted, she quickly turned and ran away. Her strange behavior made Go Mu forget about asking Yuju to find a doctor. Instead, she hurriedly chased after her. Go-chi's short legs couldn't outrun an adult's pace, and in the end, Go-mu caught her. Chi-Chi, are you hiding something from your mother? Go-mu caught Go-chi and asked her the first question. Go-chi was actually waiting for Go-mu to ask, but since she needed to act out the scene fully, she could only blink her eyes and deliberately avoid looking at Go-mu, speaking in a very soft voice to show she had nothing to hide. Go-chi's every expression seemed to indicate she was hiding something, but she didn't plan to tell Go-mu. Anything you want to say can be told to mother. We are family. Go-mu lowered her voice to make Go-chi less nervous. Go-chi seemed to genuinely start a mental struggle, following her mother's tone. She furrowed her brows, reached for her waist, then looked at Go-mu and lowered her head again. Did Go-chi lose something? Go-mu suddenly remembered that Go-chi had some silver coins at her waist. If Go-chi was so concerned, could it be that she lost the coins she kept there? No, I didn't lose the silver coins, Go-chi quickly retorted, looking up with excitement, then lowered her head again, speaking very softly. Because her voice was so quiet, Go-mu couldn't hear clearly, only catching the words more. More of what? Go-mu immediately asked. Go-chi looked at Go-mu in surprise, as if she thought Go-mu had heard something important. She nervously glanced around, then pulled Go-mu into a room, calling Yu-ju and the others outside. Yu-ju didn't hear their previous conversation and thought Go-mu was going to check Go-chi's waist herself, so she wanted to stay and help. Fortunately, Yu-gue was sensible and pulled Yu-ju out of the room, leaving only Go-mu and Go-chi inside. Chi-chi, what exactly did you get? Is it something important? Go-mu asked softly. She also reassured Go-chi that no matter what it was, she wouldn't blame her. Some time ago, before Yu-ju and the others came back, Go-chi then told her mother the story she had prepared in advance. She said she went alone up the mountain, met an injured person, helped find some herbs to stop the bleeding, and the other person gave her a bamboo tube to thank her. At first, she thought the bamboo tube was just a regular one and that the person had given her a toy whistle. But when she got home, she found that the whistle had no opening and couldn't be blown, so she didn't pay much attention to it. A few days ago, she accidentally dropped the bamboo tube on the ground, and that was when she realized it wasn't just a whistle but a small item containing something inside. As she spoke, Go-chi took out the bamboo tube and showed it to Go-mu. Storing things? Mother Go looked at the bamboo tube and couldn't find a way to open it. She was curious about how it could be used for storing items. The bamboo tube was very small, so she couldn't imagine what might be inside. There's a piece of paper inside, Go-chi said, but she didn't mention that it was a property deed, since Mother Go only knew that Go-chi was learning to read. Although Go-chi read every day, Mother Go didn't believe she could understand everything, so when she heard about the paper, she didn't think Go-chi would know what was written on it. Can it be opened? Mother Go held the bamboo tube and studied it for a while, but didn't open it. Even though she knew there was a piece of paper inside, she couldn't see it. Go-chi took the bamboo tube back, pushed and pulled it, and finally opened it. Sure enough, there was a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Mother Go took out the paper, opened it, and immediately looked very surprised. It was a property deed. Mother Go could tell at a glance, without needing to examine it carefully. Did you see that person again later? Mother Go quickly rolled the deed back up and put it into the bamboo tube. No, I don't know where they are from. I haven't seen them before, and I haven't seen them since. Maybe they were passing by. Go-chi continued to make up her story. Wait until your father comes back. Mother Go put the bamboo tube back into Go-chi's waist, carefully checked the position to make sure it wouldn't fall, then pretended nothing was wrong, and opened the door. Madam, is the young lady all right? Yu-ju stood outside the door and asked as soon as she saw Mother Go come out. I'm fine. You all need to be more careful in the future. This time it's okay, but next time, if you see anything unusual with Chi-Chi, tell me immediately, Mother Go responded with a slightly authoritative tone, then went to the kitchen to see what others were doing with the pastries. Madam, that was quite scary, Yu-ju said, watching Mother Go's back and couldn't help but shrug her shoulders. You're lucky we were both questioned by the madam this time. And luckily, the young lady is fine. Otherwise, with your careless personality, who knows, one day the madam might sell you. Yu Gui reminded Yu Zhu before returning to Go Chi's side. They were still preparing to sterilize and disinfect the cellar. Although they didn't have enough nitrate now, whether or not it was used as an ice cellar, the cellar was still meant for storing things. Go Chi thought that sterilizing and disinfecting was very important. Although alcohol is usually thought of first for sterilization and disinfection, its alcohol content is too low nowadays to effectively kill germs. Fortunately, she recently found in a book at the Mountain Halfway Academy that fire can be used to burn things for sterilization, and ash from plants and trees can also kill germs. There is also a method using herbal medicine for sterilization, which made her think of a combined approach. She could burn medicinal herbs directly in the cellar, and the ashes afterward would be considered plant ash. She had previously collected some of these herbs when she went up the mountain with Go Kongan and others, and now Yu Gui and the others were busy drying these herbs. Luckily, they had something to do. Otherwise, after being scolded by Go's mother, being idle would have been really bad. When Go's father returned at night, during dinner, he felt that Go's mother seemed to have something to tell him, but because there were many people, she didn't speak openly. After dinner, the family of 3 gathered together, and Go's mother mentioned the bamboo tube that Go Chi had received. Go's father couldn't believe that someone would give a house deed just for a few herbs, but when he saw the deed, he couldn't help but frown. Is there something wrong with this house? Go's father immediately thought there might be a problem. Otherwise, no one would give away a house so easily. I asked Uncle Dafu. Go Chi said he's been in Yen City recently, so I asked him about it. He knows about the house, and just as Dad said, there is indeed a problem with it. Go Chi looked a little scared, which made Go's father and mother worry about the house's issue too. What kind of problem? Go's father asked, feeling worried now that there might be a real issue. Dafu said the house is haunted. Go Chi briefly explained what Dafu had investigated, but didn't say that the ghosts were Tian Nyo and the others. Haunted. Go's father thought of many possibilities, like murder or being accused of a crime. When he heard it was haunted, he felt a bit relieved. Go's mother was nervous when she heard about ghosts, but since she didn't plan to live there, she felt a little better. If that's the case, then we don't need to worry about the house deed. If someone comes to ask for it, we can just give it back, Go's mother said, indicating she didn't like the haunted house. Chi-Chi thinks we should transfer the ownership paperwork to our family so that if anyone comes looking for it, they will know the house deed is in our hands, making it easier for them to find us. Go Chi did not want to follow her mother's conclusion. She wanted the paperwork to be transferred to her own name. So, she started convincing her mother and others. Although Go father's opinion was that her mother's method was good, he also thought Chi-Chi's idea was reasonable. Deep down, he felt that the things given to Chi-Chi should belong to her, regardless of what others thought at the time. His Chi-Chi deserved more and better things. Chi-Chi makes sense, but these are for her. Even if we need to handle the paperwork, the house deed should be in Chi-Chi's name, Go father said, trying to persuade his wife. But this house is haunted. Chi-Chi can't live in a haunted house. What if she gets scared? His mother agreed with her husband, but still thought it was better not to live in the haunted house. If no one comes looking for it in the future, we can treat it as Chi-Chi's dowry. When she gets married later, she will have an asset, Go father convinced his wife. Go Chi didn't expect the process to be so simple. Her father and the others didn't doubt her story and even thought about her future dowry. Most importantly, she was happy with the result. Not only could she have the house in her name, but she also wouldn't have to move in. That way, Tian Nyo and the others could stay peacefully inside. Then find a time to take Chi-Chi and handle the paperwork. Her mother urged her father to do it quickly now that they had decided. The next day, her father didn't take the ox cart himself. Instead, he asked Go Kongan to help him for a day, while he took Go Chi to Yen City. In Yen City, her father went straight to the county office to handle the paperwork. The officials there were surprised when they saw the address on the house deed. They never expected that the haunted house actually had an owner, and that the owner was no longer surnamed May. The process was completed quickly. Her father then took Go Chi to see the house. The padlock on the door was rusty and old. It looked like even with a key, it wouldn't open. Fortunately, her father found a locksmith to replace all the locks outside the house, including the front and side doors. When Go-chi said she wanted to go inside and look around, her father stopped her. Although he claimed not to believe in ghosts, he was still worried, especially since the elders said children's eyes are pure and can see things adults cannot see. Even though it was daytime now, he decided to take Chi-Chi away just to be safe. After changing the lock, Go-chi felt relieved and went back with Go's father. As for the matter she mentioned about arranging the cattle, they decided to wait a couple of days before discussing it. They stayed overnight in Yen City, and early the next morning, Go's father took Go-chi back to Go Village. On the third day, Go-chi went to Yen City again with Defu. The reason was that Defu found the chili that Go-chi mentioned, but since it belonged to someone else's house, he wanted Go-chi to check if it was really chili. If it was, they would try to get some seeds. This was an important task. Although Go's mother and father were worried, they still allowed Go-chi to go. They also repeatedly told Defu and the sisters Yugue and Yuju to take good care of Go-chi, and warned Defu not to take Go-chi to that haunted house. Defu promised happily, but once they arrived in Yen City, he didn't wait for Go-chi to speak. He simply took her there himself. "Miss, didn't the master say not to come? How come?" Yugue looked at the house in front of her and knew it must be the place the master mentioned. "You didn't tell me, so my father wouldn't know," Go-chi said casually. After taking out a brand new key and opening the door, she went straight inside. The house was really deserted. Even during the day, Yugue and Yuju felt a cold air. But Go-chi and Defu were quite relaxed as they walked in, and the others could only follow bravely. Do they live inside that deep? Go-chi had been walking for a long time. Although the yard was abandoned, it was clear that it used to be a beautiful place. She didn't understand why the miss from the Mei family would hide this house in such a box and not tell her husband. This caused the brothers De Zhuang and De Jian to only know that the box was important, but they didn't realize there was such a house deed inside, which turned out to be a big gain for her. Yes, it's at the very back. Probably to avoid being discovered, it's in a very inconspicuous place. Defu continued leading the way. After winding around several turns, they finally reached the place where Tian-Nyo and the others lived. This was indeed the most remote part of the house, but since many people lived here, it didn't feel so cold. Instead, it gave off a lively atmosphere. "Miss, does anyone live here?" Yuju curiously looked at the glowing door frame, which was clearly different from the others. There was no dust, and it even seemed to glow. Even without asking, she could tell someone was living there. "Last time, I asked Brother Tian-Nyo to stay here temporarily with his friends. Today, I came to see how many people they are, so I can arrange their accommodations properly. Please do not tell my parents about this." Go-chi explained the situation and warned the two sisters not to reveal what happened today. The two sisters are Go-chi's maids, and since Go-chi bought them, they naturally listened to her. At the Go family, everyone knows that although Go father is the head of the family, Go-chi is actually the one in charge. So, even though they know Go father doesn't want Go-chi to come here, they still follow her orders. Even if Go-chi didn't tell them, they wouldn't reveal today's events. While Go-chi was telling them not to tell Go father, Defu had already entered the house looking for someone. Today, only a few little children were inside. Everyone else had gone out. When the children saw Defu, they recognized him as the person who scared them away last night, and also the one who took Brother Tian-Nyo some time ago. They became very nervous, wary of Defu, but they still had to listen to his questions. "Where is Brother Tian-Nyo?" Defu looked at the children and knew that the others had probably gone out during the day. He brought Go-chi here, so the remaining children could go find Tian-Nyo. The bravest child answered, "Brother Nyo has gone out. Go look for him, and just say the young lady is here," Defu said simply. Hearing young lady, the children got excited. They had heard Tian-Nyo mention the young lady, so they prepared to run outside. As they stepped out, they saw Go-chi and the others at the door. It was obvious that the young lady was among them. Without hesitation, one child retreated, grabbed a small stool, wiped it with his sleeve to hide his shyness, handed it to Yuju, and then ran off. When Tian-Nyo hurried back after receiving the message, Go-chi had already been sitting there for a while. "Miss," Tian-Nyo took a deep breath and then spoke to Go-chi. Rest for a bit first, then we can talk, Go-chi said, signaling Yuju to find another stool. Yuju was unfamiliar with this place, but her actions made the other children guess what she was looking for, so they quickly brought another stool. Yuju handed the stool to Tian-nyo and then obediently stood behind Go-chi, just like Yugua. Go-chi first asked Tian-nyo to explain the structure of the house, and then drew a simple map based on his description. So, this place here, and there are all large open halls? Go-chi pointed to several spots repeatedly. These were the large open halls Tian-nyo mentioned, and each of these places had a common feature. They were somewhat off to the side. This was probably the servants' quarters of the old house. From these locations, it's clear that there used to be many servants here. These areas were likely for the owners, and this one should be the guest rooms. The front yard was probably where the master held meetings and received guests. And this area, which is connected to the shop, was likely the residence of trusted stewards or close aides. The main courtyard where the owners lived probably also had servant rooms, so these places are likely where lower-rank servants stayed. Dafu pointed at Go-chi's map and began analyzing each building based on Tian-nyo's description, trying to guess what each one was used for. From his words, Go-chi even suspected that Dafu might have stolen from such households before. Otherwise, how could he know so much about the house's layout? That's common sense, Chi-chi. You're still young, so it's normal not to know, Dafu quickly explained when he saw the meaning in Go-chi's eyes. He had already decided to sincerely follow Go-chi, his lifesaver, and didn't want Go-chi to be wary of him. I understand. You forgot that my family used to live in Weiqing, Go-chi hurriedly explained to avoid embarrassment and to cover his earlier wild guesses. This explanation worked well, as everyone in Go family village knew that their family had once been prosperous and owned large houses in Weiqing. Alright, now that we roughly know what these houses are for, we can arrange for the children to live separately so they won't be crammed into one room. Go-chi brought the topic back to their ongoing discussion. Dafu also let go of the earlier awkwardness. Actually, after I returned last time, I discussed with everyone. We can all stay in these large open halls, while reserving the courtyards for Miss and the Master and Madam. Although when you move in, we will naturally move out, it's better not to stay inside. And Miss, you've already agreed that we can continue living here, which is very kind of you. We shouldn't push our luck. Tian-nyo was very grateful that Go-chi allowed them to stay here, and even offered them work, so they had already decided where to live. You all discussed this? Go-chi was just thinking about how to arrange things for them. She thought that the large shared bed was good, but since this was a servant's room and they hadn't sold themselves, she worried that letting them stay in such a room might make them feel oppressed or looked down upon. Now that Tian-nyo had taken the initiative to speak up, it was perfect. She even bought some bedding for Tian-nyo and the others to make their stay more comfortable. After arranging Tian-nyo and the others, Go-chi didn't rush back. Instead, she took out paper and pen to record the results of the investigation they had done in Yen City over the past 2 days. First, there was Tian-nyo. Although he was the one who directly heard Go-chi mention the investigation details, he didn't understand exactly what Go-chi was talking about. So, he could only share what he knew based on his understanding. However, what he said was information Go-chi already knew, meaning it had been investigated by Dafu. These were just surface-level facts that everyone in Yen City knew. For example, the best restaurant in Yen City was called Shiruiguan, and the wealthiest family was surnamed Zhang, who also owned Shiruiguan. These are common knowledge. That's not useful, Go-chi said. She wanted to give some money for the first piece of news, but after thinking it over, she decided not to start that way. She simply told Tian-nyo that he was heading in the wrong direction. Miss, I have some news, and I don't know if it's what you want to hear. A shy young boy who had helped Go-chi carry her stool suddenly spoke up, offering to share some information. Tell me, Go-chi replied, not expecting much. The boy was so young and probably didn't go out much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here today. But since he was willing to speak, she decided to listen. After all, they weren't going back today, so why not hear what the boy had to say? A small voice said, a few days ago, I followed my brothers and overheard them at the back door of Shiruiguan. They were talking about hiring a skilled chef from the capital and opening a branch in Weiqing. Go Chi and Dafu exchanged glances after hearing this. Go Chi then recorded the message. Although Go Chi and her family only made pastries, their pastries were quite famous in Weicheng, and many shops sold them. If they could get into Shihuiguan through this new branch, they might be able to establish a high status in Yen City and open up the market. This message is useful. It is your payment. Go Chi said this and gave the child a copper coin. The child didn't expect that such a simple message would actually be useful. Although it was just a copper coin, it was money, his own earned money, not begged for. Then the child thought of another message and continued to speak to Go Chi. There's a spice shop in the west part of the city. The shop owner said they plan to go west for their next shipment. Maybe they will bring back some different spices. Hearing about the spice shop, Go Chi was sure this message was valuable. Even though their current spices are common, if they go west and bring back something new, it would be very helpful for her. She decided not to give just one coin for this message. Based on its importance, she gave a little more, so she gave the child 2 coins. Seeing the increase, the child was even happier and started thinking about what other messages he could exchange for money. Later, he only shared vague or well-known information, similar to common knowledge about oxen in the fields. These aren't good. Uncertain information isn't reliable. But your direction is correct. Come back after you confirm, and then you can exchange the information for money, Go Chi said, patting the child's head to encourage him. Although the child received 3 coins, he was very happy and eagerly showed off his money to his friends. Soon, many others came to Go Chi to share what they knew, but most of them were first-timers, so Go Chi wasn't sure if their messages were useful. Not many received money. So far, the child had earned the most. Others also received 2 coins, but the most money was still with those who hadn't received anything. However, they weren't discouraged because they saw that they had earned real money through their efforts. This made them pay more attention when listening to people talk in the future. That was also Go Chi's goal today, to personally tell them what kind of information she needed. And she also wanted to see if these people were healthy. Luckily, most of them were children. The oldest was Tianyo, a teenager around 10 or 11 years old, so aside from being a bit undernourished, they were generally healthy. There was a child with an injury on his leg, which was similar to the injury on Go Father's leg. Because of this, even if Go Chi had methods to help, he couldn't do much for a while. Fortunately, the injury didn't affect the child's daily life, so he could still beg with others. His health was fine, and once they earned enough money, they could slowly recover from the nutritional loss. Go Chi didn't think it was right to give them too much without effort, because that might make them lazy. She believed that to truly improve their lives, they needed to work hard. Today, she also made her thoughts clear. She only collected useful business information that could help her become wealthy in the future. She gathered other news too, even if it wasn't valuable now because she might need it someday. She planned to keep using these people for a long time, even expanding her network to learn more about different cities. She had discussed this idea with Tianyo before, but it seemed he didn't fully understand her plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said some obvious things today. As night fell, Go Chi saw they had no more news to share, so she took Yuzhu and the others and left. They had already booked a guest house, so once there was no news, they departed. After she left, the beggars in the house were still excited. Especially when they were lying on beds with blankets, they felt even more thrilled. Some had already decided secretly to gather more useful information for the young lady in the future. Go Chi's main reason for coming today was to use money to motivate them. The next day, she returned home. Sometimes, Defu would bring back some news, and Go Chi would give him money based on that. Defu would then give the money to the children. Sometimes Tianyo would bring 1 or 2 children to visit, and Go Chi would give them money right away based on the news. She also told them to take a few scallion pancakes when they left. This made them enjoy visiting her more and more, and it also helped to keep Defu active. Now, Defu didn't often go to Yen City, but traveled to other cities. Although he didn't go very far, each city brought back different things. Unfortunately, they still hadn't found the source of the saltpeter, so he had to keep searching. The small amount of saltpeter in the local pharmacies was really not enough for Go Chi's needs. Fortunately, Tianyo received some news. He saw a medicinal herb trader delivering supplies to Yen City. The store's saltpeter had previously been bought by Dafu Quan, so they needed to get more saltpeter. The trader mentioned it was a bit far away and told the pharmacy to wait a few more days. With the news about the saltpeter, Dafu Quan no longer needed to run around. He quickly contacted the trader and went together to the saltpeter mine. When Dafu Quan returned, he brought back a large piece of saltpeter, enough for Go Chi to use throughout the summer. The medicinal herbs used for disinfection and sterilization that had been drying were almost ready. Most importantly, the iron tubs and other items Go Chi had ordered had also arrived, so they could now store ice in the cellar. Will the young lady just burn the herbs in the cellar like this? Yuzhu asked as she laid out all the herbs in the cellar, then inquired about Go Chi. Yes, although I don't know if it will catch fire, Go Chi replied. The cellar has only this one entrance. If there's not enough oxygen, it could be a problem. Yuzhu didn't understand everything Go Chi said, but she still lit the fire as instructed. She started the fire from the innermost part, and once it caught, she quickly ran out. Then she and Go Chi squatted by the cellar entrance, watching the fire burn. Why is it burning so slowly? Yuzhu asked, watching the fire inside the cellar. It wasn't burning as quickly as she had imagined, because there's only this one air inlet. Look at our stove, there are several air inlets there. But it's okay. As long as it burns, it will slowly produce smoke and stay inside longer. Just be careful not to let it go out. Go Chi watched the fire inside the cellar, worried that it might not burn well. If that happened, she would have to find another way to burn the herbs. Sure enough, not long after, Yuzhu said the fire had gone out. Then we'll wait. Once oxygen re-enters the cellar, we'll burn it in sections, Go Chi said helplessly, deciding to wait. Go Chi's mother and the others watched her burn herbs in the cellar and occasionally came to check on her, worried she might get hurt. When they saw the fire had gone out, they couldn't understand why. According to their understanding, there shouldn't be a problem, but the fire really had gone out. Go Chi also didn't allow them to check inside immediately, so Go Chi's mother only told her to be careful and then went back to the kitchen. Once Go Chi confirmed there was oxygen again inside, she asked Yuzhu to call Go Kongan. Go Kongan carried a fire basin and slowly entered the cellar, carefully burning the walls and floor inch by inch. He also used a fan to air into the basin, making the herbs burn well. It's a bit troublesome. One person carries the fire basin, another fans the flames, and a third is responsible for adding herbs to the fire constantly. However, Go Chi believes that as long as she burns the wall once, the small creatures inside the earthen wall will be killed, making her cellar much safer. Since the herbs are burned, the safety is even better. The ash from burning plants can also help kill germs and disinfect. Once the entire cellar is burned, it will be just safe enough according to Go Chi's standards. Next, she plans to boil the ice-making iron tub with water. When everything is ready, Go Chi finally begins making the first block of ice in the cellar. The method is the same as before. She uses a large basin covered with her homemade iron tub, then adds saltpeter inside the basin, and leaves the rest to time. Because there's a lot of water this time, the ice formation isn't as clear as in previous experiments with the bowl, but you can still see the ice forming. When the first piece of ice is ready, Go Mu can hardly believe her eyes. After making the first piece, she naturally wants to make more. This task is handed over to Go Kongan, who has been fetching water every day. Thanks to his efforts, the cellar is finally filled with ice as Go Chi requested. All the ice in the cellar is prepared, so Go Chi no longer worries about meat spoilage in summer. She even made several insulated boxes with quilts to keep the filling fresh when sending it to Weicheng. This eased the worries that Air Fu had been holding on to. With ice available, Go Chi plans to make ice drinks. Although she is very self-controlled and knows girls shouldn't indulge in cold treats, when summer really arrives, these drinks will be a good way to make money. To make ice drinks, she needs some fruit juice. Otherwise, relying only on sugar water won't earn much. After finishing her current tasks and handing over the cellar maintenance to Go Kongan, Go Chi begins searching for suitable fruits. When Shui Nyang is collecting raw materials, she has also added fruits to the list. Since they now have an ice cellar, they can freeze all kinds of fruits. Everything is ready, just waiting for summer to officially arrive. That day, the sun seemed much brighter than usual. Yuzhu looked at the sun for a moment, then ran over to Go Chi and suggested making some ice drinks. Miss, it's so hot today. Should we try making that ice drink you mentioned? Also, are all those different tubes you prepared for making the ice drink? The young lady said we should wait until it gets really hot before making it. Today is hotter than usual, but not extremely hot. I think you're just craving something. Don't mind her. No, the young lady said we should start making cold drinks when it gets hot. I was just suggesting that she try making some at home first. If they don't taste good, we can improve them. That way, they will sell better. Yuzhu was a bit quieter after being scolded, though she still argued a little. All right, today is indeed quite hot. Let's give it a try. Go boil all those tubes I prepared. You, Guai Guai, go get some bamboo skewers about this thick and boil them together with the tubes. Also, boil the woodworking plane we bought earlier. Guai Guai also felt a bit hot today. Although she doesn't eat ice, the weather is perfect for ice treats, so she arranged for Yugu and Yuzhu to disinfect all the tools with high heat. While Yuzhu watched the fire disinfect the tools, Guai Guai finished preparing the bamboo skewers and then went with Guai Guai to the ice cellar to take out some fruit. She started cutting the fruit into small pieces and squeezing the juice. Miss, these fruits are already chilled enough and taste very cool, Guai Guai said while cutting, eating some frozen fruit as she was fed by Guai Guai. Yes, but it's even more fun with ice added. Once Yuzhu disinfects everything, I'll tell you how to make it. Guai Guai secretly ate some fruit, feeling that it was already very cold and refreshing. After Yuzhu finished preparing everything, Guai Guai also prepared the fruit pieces and juice. Then, she used a method involving saltpeter to make ice, placing some of the iron tubes into water containing saltpeter. Inside the tubes, she put the prepared juice, waiting for ice crystals to form. When that happened, she inserted a bamboo skewer, then waited for the juice inside to freeze completely. Meanwhile, the plane was used in the ice cellar to shave some crushed ice that didn't contain saltpeter, then poured the juice over it and added the fruit pieces. This made a simple bowl of fruit-shaved ice. When the fruit-shaved ice was ready, it looked clear and cold, making Yugu, who isn't even very fond of eating, want to try a bowl. Of course, they didn't eat alone. First, they gave some to Mother Go and the others, then they returned to Go Chi to enjoy their own bowl. Such cold, such refreshing ice, with a sweet and sour fruit flavor and a crunchy texture. So interesting, Yuzhu said as she slowly finished her portion. Slow down, eating too fast can upset your stomach, Gu Gui warned as she saw Yuzhu almost finished, while she had only eaten a little. She was worried Yuzhu might hurt herself by eating too quickly. It's fine. I can still eat another bowl, Yuzhu said, thinking about going to the ice cellar to grind some crushed ice. I advise you not to, Gu Chi said. Eating too much ice can cause stomach pain. If you eat another bowl, you won't be able to enjoy this one. I think it will be ready soon. She knew that eating too much ice was not good. If it will cause stomach pain, then I'll listen to the young lady. Yuzhu looked at the juice inside the iron pipe, which seemed to be frozen solid, and obediently agreed to follow Gu Chi's advice. Seeing her like this, Gu Chi and Gu Gui exchanged a glance, both smiling secretly. They found it especially amusing to see Yuzhu now squatting and waiting patiently. Once Gu Chi confirmed that the juice in the iron pipe was frozen, Yuzhu became a bit impatient. Be careful. Don't freeze your hand. Put this in water and try moving the skewer to see if it can be loosened, Gu Chi instructed as she guided Yuzhu to take the ice out of the pipe. Soon, a fruit juice popsicle was ready. Because it was made from pure fruit juice, it tasted better than shaved ice, and holding it was more convenient than using a bowl. If they wanted to sell it, they could just hold it and leave without needing seats. Young lady, this is interesting. I'll take a few skewers to Madam and the others. Yuzhu quickly took several and ran to give them to Mother Go and the others. They were still talking about how Go Chi's shaved ice was perfect for summer when Yuzhu brought in a string of what they called ice pops. Madam, I think what the young lady made could make quite a bit of money. Only wealthy families can enjoy ice in summer. If common people could also have a taste, I believe many would come to buy. Huanyang was eating her ice pop and couldn't help but admire how impressive her young lady was. These ice pops are more profitable than shaved ice. I think we should try opening a small stall, she suggested. It looks like the young lady originally prepared many iron pipes for making these ice pops, probably intending to do this kind of business. Water Girl recalled the number of iron pipes Go Chi had ordered earlier and quickly realized that Go Chi must have been well prepared in advance. It probably isn't that. We're busy with the cakes right now, so there's no time to make this ice, she said. Plus, when the weather gets hot, the ice melts quickly, and we can't make any money. I'm worried that all the ice in the ice cellar might melt. Go Mother's gaze wasn't enough. She had already thought about drainage issues in the ice cellar and had solved them. Yet, she was still worried about this now. Water Girl had been staying at this house for a while and naturally understood Go Mother's situation. So, when Go Mother said these things, she didn't take it seriously. She was now thinking about how to gather more fruit, since both the popsicles and shaved ice needed fruit. In the end, Water Girl guessed right. Go Chi really wanted to start this ice-cold drink business. But not at the small market because not many people there would spend money on something that doesn't fill their stomach. Taking it to Weicheng was too far, but there's the Half Mountain Academy. Since selling these items at the school gate was quite profitable, her idea was naturally to set up along the main path to the academy. She chose to do it after school, which would attract many students to buy a popsicle and eat it while walking or have a bowl of shaved ice before heading home. Once decided, she just went ahead. Even though the adults at home were busy with their own things, making these cold treats wasn't complicated. Go Chi, along with Yuzhu, could handle it. Yuzhu was very talented with edible things. After Go Chi taught her how to make the ice treats, she could think creatively. At home, she had already started making shaved ice. She didn't want just one fruit flavor anymore. She added all the fruits available at home, creating a colorful fruit ice mixture. Once everything was ready, Go Chi and Yuzhu went to a shady spot along the road leading to Half Mountain Academy and set up their small stall. Chi, what is this? Many students at Half Mountain Academy knew Go Chi, as she was the only non-student allowed to enter the library. Shaved ice and popsicles. Want to try? They're very cheap, Go Chi said, not mentioning the price directly. She took the items out of her insulated box. The cold ice blocks, emitting a refreshing chill, naturally attracted attention in the hot summer. Chi, you're amazing. Where did you get the ice? How do you sell these popsicles and shaved ice? Watching students attend classes all day, combined with the hot weather, naturally made them a bit restless and fidgety. However, when they saw Go Chi's ice, they immediately perked up. Ice pops cost 5 coins each, and shaved ice prices vary depending on the amount of fruit added. The basic version costs 10 coins per bowl, with one type of fruit included. Adding more fruits costs an extra 2 coins each. Go Chi announced the prices and also displayed a prepared price list. Since these students could read, they could understand the prices, even when Go Chi was not around. Give me a popsicle to try, said a customer, even though Go Chi's prices seemed a bit high. The onlookers who gathered could surely afford the 5 coins. This young master, what flavor would you like? We have. Yuzhu began listing the flavors of her ice pops when she heard another customer want one. Of course, these flavors were also written on the price list, so even if Yuzhu didn't speak, the customer could see the available options. She chose a flavor at random, then used the method Go Chi had previously taught her to take out the ice pop. While handing it to the customer, she reminded him to be careful because the ice was very cold. The first young master took a bite, immediately shivering and then jumping up. He kept repeating too cold with unclear speech, as if to say the ice was just too icy. Everyone remembered to be careful. Take small bites, Go Chi said, watching him jump around. She wanted to laugh but held back and again reminded him that the ice was very cold. She was also warning others nearby, if they wanted to buy, they should be careful not to bite too big a piece. After eating the ice, the person's mouth got used to the cold, and he finally began to enjoy the refreshing chill of the ice pop. Ha, I can't believe I'm eating this, he said with ice in his mouth, speaking unclearly. Only someone like Yuzhu, who knew how to speak with things in her mouth, could do that clearly. Nobody understands what you're saying. Is the ice pop good or not? You should swallow it first and then talk, his companion, who also wanted to try, suggested. The first person was still chewing, so he told him to wait until he finished swallowing before speaking. Once the ice in his mouth melted, he finally let out a satisfied sigh.
Ah.
It was refreshing and instantly cooled me down. I just said I haven't eaten it before, so I didn't realize I shouldn't bite off big chunks. But even with bigger pieces, it was still very good. Now my whole mouth feels icy and cool. As he spoke, he took another bite. This time, he was smarter and didn't bite off such a large piece, so he didn't jump up from the cold like before. Thanks to his advice, anyone wanting to feel the chill would naturally buy one to try. But so far, no one has bought any shaved ice. Probably everyone thinks sitting down to eat takes too much time. But Go-Chi isn't worried at all. Even if no one buys, she doesn't lose anything. It's just ice melting into water. This water doesn't cost anything, so there's no expense involved. Give me a bowl of shaved ice, fill it here, and we'll take it away. At this moment, a carriage stopped in front of Go-Chi's stall. She didn't know who was inside, but the servant already handed her a bowl from their own set. Okay, do you want those with fruit pieces? Go-Chi signaled Yuju to take the bowl and started shaving ice into it. My shaver is new and has been rinsed with water, so it's very clean. You can rest assured, young master. Go-Chi didn't get a clear answer about what kind of fruit they wanted, but she saw the servant staring at the shaver thoughtfully, so she hurried to explain. Chi-Chi's food is very clean, so you can trust us. People nearby also helped explain, even though they hadn't tried the shaved ice themselves. The servant looked at the carriage, saw that the people inside weren't moving, and didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Go-Chi to add a little of each type of fruit. Their young master wasn't short of money. For such a big customer, Go-Chi was very happy to serve. She even reminded Yuju to add more ice and generously included extra fruit pieces. After paying, the servant took the shaved ice and left with the carriage. The people inside didn't show themselves and simply drove off. Who was that person? I've never seen him before, Go-Chi and the others asked after the others had left, curious about his background. Although many students traveled in carriages, that carriage looked expensive. She thought she should get to know someone like that. Who knows? He just arrived recently and doesn't talk much. But he seems to know Xiaoji and the others. Still, I rarely see him talking to Xiaoji. Probably a relative of some high-ranking official. It's best not to provoke someone like that. Anyway, he doesn't like talking to us, so we probably won't bother him. The students seemed to have a poor impression of this person, which made Go-Chi consider giving up on trying to be friends. Since she is in the business of selling things, she figures she will just sell to whoever comes to buy. As for making friends or not, based on this person's personality, if she tries to approach him directly, she might end up making things worse. It's better to let things happen naturally. The next day, Go-Chi and the others set up their stall again at the same spot below the Half Mountain Academy during their break. Today is even hotter than yesterday, so people who bought ice pops yesterday are likely to come back for another. Those who were hesitant yesterday also can't resist and buy one today. Some people buy shaved ice too, sitting at the small table Go-Chi prepared, eating and chatting with friends. It helps calm their restless feelings and makes them feel much better. The same carriage from yesterday arrived again, but this time, it had fewer fruit pieces in the shaved ice, probably because the person on the carriage didn't like that kind of fruit. The person on the carriage still didn't come down, so Go-Chi couldn't see their face. Xiaoji and Fong Qing appeared today. When they saw Go-Chi, the first thing they asked was why she didn't send any good things to the Half Mountain Academy this time. Go-Chi explained that the ice melts quickly, and if she sent it over, it would melt soon after. Director Xiao naturally wouldn't agree to have such things in the academy. The two brothers thought about it carefully and agreed that Go-Chi's explanation made sense. After school, they could come out, and since Go-Chi was selling ice drinks here, it was the most convenient for them. They decided to each have a shaved ice and chat with Go-Chi for a while. How do you get your ice? I heard your family just moved back to Go Family Village this year. Did your family already have ice stored before that? Xiaoji asked curiously while eating his ice. Little Ji, that's a business secret. You should know how to store ice yourself, so I won't say more. I'm hoping to make a lot of money this summer with this ice, especially since my family plans to buy land after autumn. How many coins do you need to sell your ice for to save enough money to buy land? Fong Qing suggested, knowing that near Weicheng, probably no one stores ice at home. But since Go Chi managed to get ice for 2 days in a row, she must have discovered a way to make ice. However, as she said, this is a business secret, so he didn't ask Go Chi about how to make ice. But it is okay to think of ways to make money using ice, so Go Chi might give them more ice to eat. Don't wealthy families store their own ice at home? I thought about this before, but since every family in Gojia village has a cellar, wouldn't the big families also have ice cellars? Am I wrong about that? Of course, Go Chi knew that selling ice to wealthy families would make more money than small-scale sales, but no one in Gojia village was willing to buy large blocks of ice. Not only Gojia village, but even nearby villages didn't have buyers. If I had to say whether anyone nearby bought ice, I could only count on people from Weicheng. But Weicheng is too far away. When her family delivers meat fillings to Weicheng with ice, it melts almost completely by the time it arrives. Just try asking. Even if they don't buy ice, your family's insulated boxes could still be promoted. I see you already use insulated boxes when delivering cookies to our academy. Although now you have to warm up the cookies before selling them, your insulated boxes can still keep the food fresh. This is something that can be promoted. Fong Qing thought for a moment and felt that ice couldn't be delivered very far, but the insulated boxes provided by Go Chi's family were very useful. He also knew that Go Chi's family had placed insulated boxes not only in the academy, but also in some shops in Weicheng. When Fong Qing mentioned insulated boxes, Go Chi had some ideas. But then she thought it was too troublesome and might waste a lot of manpower. So, even if she really wanted to do this, she needed to think carefully. Before she could figure out the insulated box idea, something else distracted her, and she thought of another way to make money. Have you heard? It seems there's a plague in Wei Tongshua's village? No way, a plague? Wei Tongshua's family shouldn't be far from here. He should be fine. I saw him yesterday, but he didn't come today. Maybe he got sick. Don't scare us. If that's true, then what's the point of going to school? We might have to go home. I don't know. I'm planning to check the situation. If it gets worse, I won't come tomorrow. A few students were eating shaved ice at Go Chi's stall and talking about school. Although they spoke quietly, Go Chi still heard them clearly. Yesterday, when she was here, she didn't see any of the students with dark energy around them. This means that the student Wei, who was mentioned, probably didn't have the illness before yesterday, even if there was really a plague in the village. Therefore, Gu Qi was doubtful about the news of the plague. When they finished their work and went home, Shui Nyang brought back more detailed news about the plague. It wasn't just one village. Several villages along the river had people suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, and some even died from it. Gu Qi frowned. She is a nurse, and although she isn't as sensitive as a doctor, she felt this didn't seem like a typical plague. It looked more like food poisoning. But many villages had cases of food poisoning, and the person responsible for poisoning was very cruel. She even started to feel grateful that her family had not allowed outsiders in a long time, and they had their own well, so they didn't need to fetch water from outside sources like the river. Thinking about the river, Gu Qi suddenly suspected that the so-called plague might be caused by water. Many stories and novels have scenes where water causes a disease. With this in mind, she decided to visit those villages to check if it was really a plague. If it wasn't, she wouldn't need to worry so much. Otherwise, she would have to think about how to prevent this sudden outbreak. But right now, whether or not there is a real plague, they need to stop using ingredients from those villages. Shui Nyang had already done this once. She heard the news. She was very useful. She not only stopped collecting supplies from those villages, but also checked whether the pigs from Li the butcher's farm came from those villages. Once confirmed they didn't, she felt safe buying meat from Li. Li the butcher understood how important this was, so he didn't buy animals from those villages either. With the food supply issue settled, Gu Qi felt a little more at ease, but she still wanted to investigate whether the situation in those villages was really a plague. The next day, Gu Qi didn't tell her mother where she was going. She only took Yugua and the 3 dogs and left. They planned to go to the first place where the plague was discovered, as tracing the source is always very important. But before they could leave, they were stopped by the village guards outside. "You're not allowed to enter here." Guichi was stopped by the guards, but she didn't know them. Still, she pretended not to understand what was happening and asked questions. "Not letting us in is enough reason. Why do you need more?" "You two kids should leave quickly," the guard said firmly, refusing to explain why they couldn't enter.
Why?
"You won't tell us why we have to leave, and your attitude is so bad. Are you really an official?" Yugui stepped in front of Guichi, worried that the guard might hurt her because he was being unreasonable. "We're not telling you because it's for your own good. The more you know, the more trouble you'll have. Just go. Go quickly," the guard said impatiently, still refusing to explain why they couldn't enter. Guichi and Yugui weren't really trying to get in. They just wanted to see if they could find out how serious the situation was by this indirect way. "What's going on?" At that moment, two other guards saw something was happening and came over to ask. Guichi recognized these two guards. They were the same ones who had followed Magistrate Song Yuze when Lady Zhao falsely accused her of stealing chickens. "Is that you, little girl? Aren't you from Gua Village?" One guard recognized Guichi, but probably forgot her name. Still, he knew she was from Gua Village. "Oh, the two guards. My friend is from this village. I came to play with her." Guichi casually said something that sounded convincing.
"Ah, I see.
"Unfortunately, there's been some trouble in the nearby villages recently, so you'll have to wait a while before coming back," the guard said, mentioning there was trouble but still not letting her in. It was clear that no one was allowed in or out now. "All right, then I'll go back first," Guichi said, saying goodbye to the guards and then hopping away happily. Watching her leave, the two guards looked at each other. One of them couldn't help but sigh. Kids are so carefree. They don't understand what's really going on. Her friend probably isn't in a good situation, and I wonder if they'll see each other again.
Yeah.
We don't know what's happening inside either. The doctors sent in by the officials aren't sure what to do. Hopefully, they'll find a solution soon, the other guard said. It's really scary. Everyone's feeling anxious. They then went to patrol other areas. Guichi and Yugui didn't really leave. They just stayed nearby, watching quietly. Guichi wanted to check the situation carefully because she hadn't seen anything yet and was truly worried. Since they couldn't take the main road, they had to find a small path instead. "Miss, do we really have to go? What if it's really a plague?" Yugui didn't have much idea before, but now seeing the guards so nervous, she started to feel scared. "It's okay. We'll take precautions. I already gave you a veil, right? Once we arrive, we'll cover our mouths and noses tightly and don't eat anything from there. I only plan to take a quick look from afar to see their symptoms. That way, if someone in our village shows similar signs, we can prepare early." Guichi's words slightly reassured Yugui. The two of them, along with 3 dogs, then looked for another way. "Miss, can we really reach our destination by following this river? Isn't this the same river as our village?" Yugui carefully followed Guichi, watching the river beside her and worrying if Guichi was taking the wrong path. The river is just a river. Our village is upstream, and these villages are downstream. Isn't it true that the villages with problems are near the river? Following the river should be correct. Guichi was very confident and felt she was almost there. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly heard voices from afar. "Go ahead, I think I've caught the disease. I can't escape. Then we must keep going. Once we get out, we can find a good doctor." "It's useless. The doctors sent by Lord Song haven't found the cause. No other doctor can do better. You should go." "I think I'll go back. Maybe that doctor has already found a solution." "That's not possible. We agreed to leave together."
"Go quickly.
If the guards find you, you won't be able to leave." From this conversation, Guichi easily understood that these people wanted to escape the village. It was probably fine at first, but now someone had caught the disease. Mississippi Yugui also heard voices, but she couldn't hear as clearly as Guichi. She saw Guichi squatting near a large dirt mound and quietly called her, trying to ask what was happening. Guichi put her index finger to her lips, signaling Yugui to stay silent for now. She needed to secretly observe the person claiming to be sick to understand their condition. She quietly peeked out her head, her eyes fixed on the distant group of people. They all seemed to emit a dark, black aura, clearly indicating that more than one person was sick. After observing their symptoms, she realized they all had intestinal infection. It was obvious they had eaten something bad. Doctors should be able to treat this illness, but it wasn't getting better. Instead, more people were falling ill. There must be another reason behind this. Let's go, Guichi decided. Since she knew what the illness was, there was no need to go further inside. Treating the sick was best left to professionals. She only needed to prepare and prevent. Not going inside? Yugua was surprised that Guichi decided not to go further after seeing just one sick person. Although curious, she was relieved that Guichi gave up. She was worried that something might happen. I'm not going, Guichi said. I think I understand what's going on. Then she turned back with Yugua. As they walked, Guichi suddenly smelled something foul. When they first arrived, she also noticed a bad smell nearby, but she was in a hurry and didn't pay much attention. Now, going back, she could smell it again. She was sure that the illness was caused by food and water pollution was a strong possibility. She started to look for where the smell was coming from. When she saw a highly decayed animal by the riverbank, her suspicion was confirmed. The water source was the problem. No wonder medicine wasn't working. Treating the symptoms didn't solve the root cause. Even if they cured the illness, drinking contaminated water would cause it to return. The villages affected didn't seem to have well water. They drank directly from the river. If they didn't discover the water problem, they would never get better. Now that she knew the cause, Guichi felt she couldn't keep it to herself. Saving people was important. She used to be a young nurse, but now she didn't know who to tell about her discovery. She was just a child, and few people would believe her. But it wasn't that no one trusted her. It was just luck whether she met the right person. As she and Yugua headed back, they passed by the place where officials had stopped them before. They suddenly heard many people crying loudly. Miss, is something happening over there? Yugua was curious, but didn't suggest they go that way. Guichi clearly heard the voices crying and talking. Lord Song, please save us. We don't want to die here. We really don't. The doctor's medicine isn't working. We need a better doctor, a more skilled one.
We don't want to die.
Lord Song, please show mercy. We only have diarrhea. It's not the plague. With each call of Lord Song, Guichi knew that Song Yuza had arrived. She had only met him once, so she wasn't sure if he would believe the situation she was about to tell him. But if Song Yuza believed her, the so-called plague could be stopped quickly. What if he didn't believe her? Guichi frowned, worried inside. But in the end, she decided to try. If he didn't believe her, she would think of other ways. She took Yugua and went to the village again. This time, they were stopped by the guards, who looked at Guichi with some frustration. They thought she had gone back earlier, so why was she here again? This time was different. Those who were sick were all here. The adults were afraid of catching the disease, but the girl was not afraid at all. Give this to Lord Song so he can keep it near his mouth and nose for safety, Guichi said, not forcing her way in. She handed Yugua a handkerchief for the guards to pass to Lord Song. The guard was confused why Guichi was doing this. He didn't want to help, especially since Lord Song was surrounded by sick people. Uncle, please deliver this quickly. Let Lord Song take precautions. It's a good deed, and whether it works or not, Lord Song will remember your kindness, Guichi said, noticing the guard hesitated and trying to persuade him. The guard thought for a moment, then followed Guichi's instructions. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand, took the handkerchief from Guichi, and entered the crowd. When Lord Song saw the handkerchief, he immediately knew it wasn't the guard's. It was clean and had a faint fragrance, obviously from a girl. Lord Song frowned, feeling that the girl who brought it was very naive. Who would send a handkerchief at such a critical time?
The guard was also surprised.
In such a tense moment, he still helped the girl deliver the handkerchief. After this was over, he would punish the guard severely. This is from that little girl, saying it's for your protection, Guichi explained. The officer looked at Lord Song's expression and knew that if he didn't explain properly, he might be in serious trouble. Protection? Lord Song found the word interesting and looked in the direction the officer pointed. There, he saw two small children standing. He realized he had misunderstood earlier. Song Yuza understood what protection meant. He remembered that the doctor inside also covered his mouth and nose with a cloth, so he naturally understood the purpose of the handkerchief. But how would those two small children know about this? Maybe someone in their family is skilled in medicine. Since it was the right time to see a doctor, and there was a possibility, the prefect naturally wanted to ask about it. He exchanged a look with the person beside him, then comforted the villagers while walking toward Go Chi. When he finally reached them, he saw that the two masked people in front of him were actually the children from Go Village. "Is it you? How did you know to cover your mouth and nose?" Song Yuza remembered Go Chi. He also knew that this seemingly young child was different from ordinary kids. "I thought it was a plague, so I prepared protection before coming. When I got here, I realized it wasn't a plague, but the smell was really strong. I thought it was better to cover my face. At least it would feel a bit better," Go Chi explained. Although she could smell a foul odor here, it wasn't so bad that she had to cover her face completely. But as a girl, it was understandable to be a bit cautious. She also gave Song Yuza her handkerchief, mainly to signal him to come closer. Now that her purpose was achieved, she thought it was enough to stay for a while. Song Yuza initially wanted to ask who taught Go Chi this method, but from her words, he sensed something different. "You say this isn't a plague? It's just a stomach upset, right? We saw a dead animal by the river earlier. It smelled terrible. The people in these villages probably got sick after drinking the contaminated river water. Of course, I might be wrong. The adults can ask the doctor to check. They can also see if the symptoms match food poisoning. Taking medicine should help, but it might come back soon. I think as long as we fix the water problem, these villages' illnesses will improve a lot." Go Chi explained her analysis simply. Although she was quite sure, Song Yuza still had his doubts. Currently, Song Yuza believes that as long as he is given an idea, even if it is wrong, he will have people investigate it. "Are you sure you saw an animal's corpse?" Song Yuza did not show much doubt about Go Chi's words. He only asked if she could be certain that the river water was polluted. "Yes, I am sure. If we weren't both so young, we would have buried that thing when we found it. Adults just need to send someone over there to see for themselves. By the way, even if the thing has been dealt with, remember to remind the villagers not to drink the river water. If they can, they should dig a well. If not, and they must drink the river water, they should filter and boil it first. Do not drink it directly." Go Chi explained the solution again. Whether Song Yuza believes her depends on whether he understands the effect of water filtration. He listened but did not say he accepted or rejected her advice. To him, the most urgent thing now is to verify whether what Go Chi said is true. If it is, that would be perfect. As for wells or filtration, those can be discussed after this matter is resolved. Seeing that Song Yuza didn't seem to listen carefully, Go Chi didn't say anything more. Since he was busy, she took Yugua and left. "Miss, can't we drink the river water directly?" Yugua heard Go Chi and Song Yuza talking, but didn't quite understand Go Chi's words. In their family, even as servants of a wealthy household, they knew that the people living by the river relied on it for water. If the river water can't be drunk, then what else can they drink? Digging a well isn't easy. Sometimes it yields no water, and sometimes it only produces water briefly. Nothing beats the river water for being straightforward and reassuring. Of course not. Have you forgotten what we saw earlier? Think about it, this is downstream. If that thing appeared upstream of our village, the illness might have started here. Many villagers, especially children who like playing by the river, drink directly from it when they are thirsty. Go Chi's words made Yugua recall the animal carcass he saw earlier, and he couldn't help but gag a few times. He silently felt grateful that their family drank well water. Well water should also be filtered. This incident has reminded me of that. Since our family is in the food business, we must be careful to avoid any water-related problems. Go Chi's family is very cautious. They never let their family members drink river water. They have their own well, so water supply is convenient for them. She also habitually boils water before drinking, so initially she forgot about the safety of drinking water. But now that she remembers, For the health of herself and her family, she should get a water filter. When she got home, Go-chi started looking for someone to make a filter. Because they use a lot of water at home, she decided to use a large water jar. Why are you doing this again? Why did you make a hole in such a good jar? Now how will we store water? Go-chi's mother usually lets her do whatever she wants, but suddenly Go-chi asked to make a hole in the jar, and she couldn't figure out what it was for. Miss said she wants to make a filter, Yugue explained while cleaning the jar. She also told Go-chi's mother about seeing animal carcasses at the river today. So, does this mean the plague might be caused by water? But the nearby villages have been living like this for generations. No one has said that drinking river water caused so many people to get sick. Go-chi's mother didn't quite believe that the plague was due to the river water. If it were, how could people still live? Their family doesn't use river water, but the river has nourished many villages. At first, I also thought it was unlikely, but Miss said since we are in the food business, we should be careful. Even if we use well water, we should filter it so that we and our customers can feel safe. Yugue told Go-chi's mother everything Go-chi had shared with her. Although her mother didn't think that the water in the big jar could become completely clean, Go-chi said it would make her feel better, so she let her do it. Since it was just a jar and they didn't lack money to buy one, she didn't interfere. Go-chi naturally continued to arrange for people to prepare the filtering materials. Go-kongin carried back 2 baskets of river sand, and Go-chi arranged for him to carry some pebbles. Yu-ju and the others were busy too. They needed a lot of charcoal, so they also prepared that. The materials for the filter were easy to prepare. After Go-kongin brought back the stones, Go-chi asked him to wash them thoroughly, then place them into the already cleaned water jar that Yugue had prepared. Go-chi has already made a filter net with cloth at the water outlet to prevent stones from coming out. After the stones were laid, Go-chi also washed the prepared sand several times. She spread the sand over the stones, then added charcoal. Since the water tank was large, the charcoal wasn't fully filled at first, but later, Yu-ju and others added more, filling the entire tank with materials. Go-chi covered the tank with a large cloth to filter out some leaves, since sometimes leaves still get into the well. Having this cloth also helps block other objects from falling into the filter tank. Is this enough, Miss? Yugue didn't expect such a simple filter tank and even wondered if Go-chi had forgotten any steps. Just try it. You'll see the effect once you test it, Go-chi said, then asked Go-kongin to pour the water used to wash the sand into the tank. Soon, water started coming out of the outlet, but initially, it wasn't clean. This made Yugue and Yu-ju think Go-chi's attempt had failed. However, before long, the water flowing out was clear and bright. It even looked cleaner than water from the well. Wasn't the water you poured in just dirty water? Yu-ju asked Yugue. Although they knew it was dirty water, they still weren't completely sure. Probably. Or should we try again? Yugue was also confused, so she asked their father, Go-kongin, to prepare another basin of dirty water to pour into the tank. This time, water flowed out again, and from the start it was very clear. Is it really that amazing? Miss, do you have some kind of magic? After this, Yu-ju no longer doubted that the water they poured in was dirty, but was curious how such a simple device could make dirty water look so clear, almost drinkable. However, Go-chi didn't allow it, saying that all water used for drinking at home must be boiled first. Even if their mother makes cakes or kneads dough and needs cool water, they should boil the water and let it cool before use. Never use raw water directly. Although there haven't been problems from using raw water before, now that they are aware, they must be careful. As always, they are making food, so hygiene is very important. You really think of everything, but you're right this time. Mother will listen to you, Go-chi's mother said, not opposing. It's just a matter of boiling some water before bed each night. Perhaps at first it was a bit difficult to get used to, but once the habit is formed, it will be fine. By the way, put the remaining items into bamboo tubes, then make a portable filtering container. Make as many as you can. Give one to Dad and Uncle for their car. Also, give one each to Da-fu and Er-fu, so they can drink water safely when they are out. As for the rest, keep them at home. They will be useful eventually. Go-chi thinks that in a couple of days, Lord Song will come to see her. At that time, She will decide whether to sell the filter directly or share the method with Lord Song, so he can help the common people. Of course, Go Chi hopes to sell it for money, since her family needs to buy land, build a house, and open a shop, all of which cost a lot. But in the end, it depends on whether Lord Song needs it. 3 days later, the widely talked about plague was under control, and the sick people were gradually getting better. However, those with weaker health recovered very slowly. Even so, Song Yuza felt relieved. He didn't expect that the illness which doctors couldn't treat was actually predicted by a child. Maybe it was the child's luck, but now it seemed that luck helped him a lot. It prevented him, a newly appointed prefect, from losing his position over this plague. Now that the situation was under control, he definitely wanted to thank the child who warned him. He also wanted to ask her about the filter she mentioned. What exactly was it? When Song Yuza arrived at Gojia village, the village chief was explaining to everyone not to drink raw water. This was a new order he had just issued. Although the village chief was somewhat passive, he conveyed the order very well. Drinking raw water wastes so much firewood. Exactly. In this hot summer, climbing a mountain can cause heat stroke, but cold water is refreshing and easy to drink. Why not drink it? Just don't drink it if you don't want to. There's plenty of firewood on the mountain. Just gather some. Why are you so lazy? Do you want to get sick, or do you prefer to boil water to drink? If you want cold water, just boil it and let it cool. Although the village chief also felt that their ancestors had always done it this way, changing habits suddenly was quite troublesome. But now that the higher authorities had given the order, they would follow it. Whether the villagers listened or not was no longer his concern. However, when they spoke out against his commands, he had to show his village chief demeanor. Of course, the main reason was that he saw Song Yuza. Previously, he didn't know the other person was the prefect, so he didn't behave well at that time. But now that he knew the other was the prefect, he still needed to act like a village chief in front of him. After educating the villagers, the village chief pretended to notice Song Yuza and wanted to go say hello. But before he could approach, he saw Song Yuza's men already knocking on Go Chi's door. The person opening the door was Go Kongan. The guards following Song Yuza were dressed as attendants, so Go Kongan didn't realize they were the prefect. He had never seen Song Yuza before and naturally didn't understand why such an important-looking person would come to knock on their door. "May I ask who you're looking for? Is Miss Go at home?" The person knocking politely asked Go Kong. "Yes, please wait a moment." Go Kongan didn't let them in but asked them to wait while he went to report first. At this moment, the village chief hurried over and saw Go Kongan closing the door. He was furious. This was the prefect. How dare they keep the prefect outside the door? Was he not risking his life? He was about to rush in to show his authority as village chief. "What are you doing?" Fortunately, Song Yuza's guards stopped him. The two guards with Song Yuza were the same as before, so they recognized him as the village chief. How can they keep the prefect outside the door? I am not managing well enough. I will have them open the door now. The village chief didn't think he did anything wrong and even explained himself. "Are you stupid? The superior hasn't spoken yet. What are you showing off here?" The guard's words made the village chief pause. He looked foolishly at Song Yuza, only then realizing that Song Yuza wasn't angry because Go Chi's family kept him outside the door. "Oh, it's Lord Song. Please come in and sit." When Go Chi heard that someone who seemed very important was coming to see her, she guessed it was Song Yuza. As soon as she reached the door, she overheard the village chief's words and couldn't help but laugh inside. The village chief usually treated their family very well and was kind to her. Today, it seemed like he was trying to show off his authority. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the situation and was probably scolded. It was quite amusing. Through the door, Go Chi and Yuju secretly smiled at the village chief's embarrassment. Then, they opened the door and welcomed Song Yuza inside. Of course, the village chief wanted to come in, but was stopped by Song Yuza's attendants. This made the village chief very curious about what Song Yuza wanted with Go Chi's family. Go's mother was in the kitchen. When she heard visitors, she came out to see it was Song Yuza. She hurriedly washed her hands of the flour and prepared to ask why he was visiting their home. "Auntie, you go ahead with your work. I just have a small matter to discuss with Chi-Chi," Song Yuza said, noticing Go's mother's hands still wet. He quickly explained he was only there to see Go-Chi. Did this child cause some trouble? She's still young. I hope Lord Song won't blame her. Go's mother worried more when she heard he was only looking for Go-Chi. She couldn't think of anything else on her mind. Chi-Chi is a good girl. She wouldn't cause any trouble. She helped me a lot before. I just have some questions I don't understand. Song Yuza didn't mention that Go-Chi had warned him about the illness not being what it seemed. He saw her tense expression, as if she was telling him to keep it a secret. "Lord Song, you're joking. A little girl like her wouldn't know anything." Go's mother felt relieved when she heard it wasn't a bad matter. She didn't really believe what Song Yuza said about asking questions out of curiosity, but since he didn't want to say more, she decided not to ask. After Song Yuza left, she planned to ask Go-Chi herself. "Some things are only known by children," she said. "Chi-Chi knows more than most children her age. Auntie has raised her very well." Song Yuza praised Chi-Chi with a smile. This made Go's mother very happy. She saw that Song Yuza wanted to speak privately with Go-Chi, so she stepped back into the kitchen. Before leaving, she made sure to ask Yuju and the others to prepare tea, snacks, and desserts for Lord Song. There was no need for Go's mother to remind them. Yugo was thoughtful and had already been preparing. Once everything was ready, Yugo pulled Yuju to stand at a distance, along with Song Yuza's attendants, so that Song Yuza and Go-Chi could talk comfortably. "I heard the illnesses in those villages are under control. Lord Song must be feeling much more at ease," Go-Chi said in a childish voice, but her words sounded a bit more mature. "Thanks also to Miss Go's reminder," Lord Song replied politely. He didn't treat Go-Chi like a child but as a young lady, so he didn't call her Chi-Chi like he did Go's mother, but instead addressed her politely as Miss Go.
I was just lucky to see it.
"If I could help, that's good," she said. "Once everyone gets used to not drinking raw water, such illnesses will become less common." Go-Chi knows that Song Yuza has already told everyone not to drink raw water, but changing habits is not easy. That's true, but it will take time for everyone to change. But let's set that aside for now. Today, I want to ask about the filtering method Go-Girl mentioned earlier. After some small talk, Song Yuza finally revealed his purpose for coming today. When it comes to filtering, Song Yuza noticed when he entered the yard that there was a water jar raised half a meter near Go-Chi's water well. At that moment, an older woman from Go-Chi's family was washing vegetables under the jar. He guessed that this extra water jar was the filtering device Go-Chi mentioned. It looks just like a regular water jar, so how can it filter water so clean? Go-Chi naturally knew Song Yuza's purpose. Seeing his gaze fixed on the jar, she realized he had guessed that it was their family's filtering jar. But the filtering jar was a topic for later. First, she wanted to explain the principle of filtering to Song Yuza. She asked Yuju to bring out a bamboo tube filter that she had prepared earlier. Song Yuza looked at the bamboo tube and slightly frowned. Of course, this was kept secret because he still wanted to hear Go-Chi explain the filtering device. "This is the filter. Now, everyone in my family carries one when they go out. It can filter dirty water into clean water, making it much safer. Boiling it afterward makes it even safer." Go-Chi then asked Yuju to prepare a large bowl of water, adding a lot of dirt to make the water look very dirty. This muddy water is very similar to river water. The dirt in the river sinks to the bottom, so it looks clear. But essentially, it's just like this water. And rivers also have fish and shrimp, which add more things to the water, probably dirtier than what's in this bowl. It's similar to the things that caused the illness this time. Go-Chi used an analogy and showed the bowl of dirty water to Song Yuza. Looking at the bowl, Song Yuza immediately agreed that Go-Chi's explanation made sense. "Next, I will pour this water into the filter," Go-Chi said carefully as she slowly poured the water into the filter. There was also a bowl placed underneath the filter to catch the filtered water. At this moment, the water that came out still had some cloudiness, which was not the effect Go-Chi wanted. That was the first time, but there's no rush. "If it's not clear enough, I can filter it again," Go-chi said. She didn't expect this muddy water to play such a trick on her. Luckily, she stayed calm and nonchalantly poured the already filtered water back into the filter.
Song Yuza didn't speak.
After seeing that the water had changed significantly after one filtration, he knew the filter was effective. However, he still thought it was unlikely that the water could become completely clear. While he was thinking about how to improve the filter, the water was filtered a second time, and the result was crystal clear.
Wow.
Song Yuza looked at the bowl of clear water. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that such muddy water could turn so clean in such a short time. If the water isn't so dirty, one filtering is enough. Of course, it might also be because there's not enough material inside the filter. If there were more, it could filter completely in one go. Also, when you first use it, some dirty water will come out first. That's normal, Go-chi explained. To prove her point, she prepared another bowl of water with sand and poured it into the filter. This time, as Go-chi predicted, the water came out very clear, which made her feel a little more confident. Song Yuza looked at the two bowls of clear water, sniffed them, and found no smell. They felt completely different from the muddy water earlier. This filter is good, small, and portable, especially for my subordinates who are often out on patrol. With this, they can at least ensure the water is clean, Song Yuza said. He didn't ask for one directly, but indicated he needed such a device for his guards. This kind of filter is only used when people are traveling out of necessity. The best way is to carry boiled water in a water bag. My father and uncle also have these on their carts, but I still prepare water bags for them. This filter is mainly for emergencies. Even if you can't boil water, it can still filter it to make it safer. I'm just demonstrating the filter's effect for you. If you really need to use it, I recommend a household filter. That big jar over there, Lord Song, you've been looking at it for a while, right? Yes, that's my family's filtering jar. We always filter our water through it before drinking. My family also makes food, and we pay close attention to food hygiene. Go-chi thinks this small device is mainly for travel and outdoor use. If they want to promote it, her filter tank is really useful. Of course, she also takes the chance to boast about her family's focus on food safety. Yes, I noticed that filter tank, but I don't remember seeing it the last time I visited, Song Yuza said. He wasn't sure if he was doing it on purpose or for some reason, but he mentioned that he didn't see the tank before. This also indirectly contradicts Go-chi's earlier statement that her family is very careful about food hygiene. Of course, Go-chi could hear this too, but she remained calm. Well, I didn't have it before. We didn't use that much water back then, and when we washed things, we didn't use filtered water, so we used a small one like this. But this time, I saw how terrible things can get, so I think we should pay attention to every detail in daily life. That's why now I filter all the water for washing vegetables and clothes in this big tank. Look at how well Go-chi explains her reason. Whether they had such a filter before or not doesn't matter now. From now on, all their water is filtered, which is something to be praised. That makes sense, Song Yuza said, then stood up and walked toward the big tank, wanting to see what was inside. Unfortunately, Go-chi had covered the tank with a white cloth to filter out leaves and other large particles, so he couldn't see inside. This cloth is used to filter out large pieces of debris. Only water gets into the tank, which helps prevent it from getting dirty too quickly. Cleaning it can be a hassle, Go-chi explained seriously, but she didn't tell Song Yuza what was inside the tank.
Does it need cleaning?
Song Yuza asked curiously. Of course. The stuff inside is just to filter out dirt from the water. It can't eliminate everything, so after some time, it needs to be cleaned. Otherwise, the filtering won't work well, Go-chi explained. It's just how things are. Even modern high-tech water purifiers require regular filter cleaning, let alone her primitive method. Miss Go, you are very thoughtful. But I wonder if you could tell me what exactly is inside this filter? Song Yuza now understood how the filter works and just wanted to know what was inside to see if it could be easily promoted. Actually, there's nothing special about these items. They are common objects, but they require strict standards for size and proportion. If the proportions are not correct, the filtering effect won't be good. Go-chi didn't hide what was inside the filter, After all, if she wanted to promote it, sooner or later people would find out what was inside. But mentioning the importance of proportions allowed her to make some initial profit. Is that so?
Then,
Song Yuza originally wanted to ask Go Chi about the proportions, but then he thought that although Go Chi was young, since he entered, she had been talking about the filter but never revealed everything. Clearly, Go Chi didn't intend to share her formula for the proportions. Or perhaps she wasn't planning to reveal it so early. Their family was in business, and maybe even at such a young age, she had a business mind. Perhaps even the information about the filter she shared earlier was part of her plan. All to make this event help their family earn a little more. If he let her take out the items without any reward, she might have some bad intentions. Instead, since it's a matter that benefits the people, he decided to take the lead and buy a few of their filters himself. After thinking it over, he changed his tone and asked Go Chi how much the filter tanks would cost. It's not expensive. The items themselves aren't worth much. The real value is in the technology. I plan to sell each tank for 10 taels of silver. But since it's a special time and Lord Song is asking, we can split the difference, 5 taels each. Go Chi spoke generously, immediately having the price, which meant she was making a good profit. Song Yuza listened and realized that even at 5 taels, Go Chi could still make money, so he didn't insist on not having the price. However, he decided to buy 10 tanks at once, which surprised Go Chi a little. But who wouldn't want to make money? Of course, Go Chi also knew that Song Yuza buying so many tanks was likely to be for the benefit of the villages affected by the recent issues. And the other unaffected villages would also need these filter tanks. When the time comes, with just one word from Song Yuza, it would all be her business. Gaowen, do you need them? Where should I deliver them? Go Chi asked professionally when discussing business. As soon as possible. If they can be delivered by tomorrow, that would be best. If not everything can be ready by then, just do as much as you can. Of course, it would be best to finish 5 of them tomorrow, so I can start using them in those villages. Although Song Yuza said there wasn't a strict time limit, at least 5 are needed urgently. I'll try my best. Send someone to pick them up early tomorrow, Go Chi replied. She couldn't directly promise to Song Yuza, because she wasn't sure how many she could finish by then. She still didn't have water jars and needed to find someone to buy them first. Song Yuza didn't care about these details. After paying the deposit, he left with his people. After Song Yuza left, Go Mother came out to ask Go Chi about his purpose for visiting. She heard he was here to buy filtering jars, and Go Chi had sold 10 of them in one go, worth 50 taels. Go Mother couldn't help but be amazed. She wondered how many pancakes she would need to make to earn that much money. She realized that Go Chi was earning money faster than herself. Although she couldn't match her daughter, she felt happy inside because she was earning. She then told Go Kongan to go buy water jars. Go Kongan was the strongest worker in Go Chi's family. Go Mother simply sent him out with a word, which left Go Chi speechless. She had originally planned for Yugua to go, while Go Kongan stayed home to help prepare stones and sand. Now that everyone had gone, the stones and sand still needed to be prepared, so Go Chi had to go next door to find Go Chong. When Go Mother heard Go Chi was going to ask Go Chong for help, she realized she had been silly again. Mother, it's okay. I was going to ask Brother Chong too, otherwise we wouldn't have enough time to prepare so much, Go Chi explained. If she didn't ask for outside help, it wouldn't be possible to finish on time. That's called outside help, and it costs money. Go Mother naturally knew that relying solely on Go Kongan wouldn't be enough, but she still felt worried about spending too much. Seeing her mother worried about money, Go Chi tried to comfort her. She promised that if they finished on time, they wouldn't lose money. Hearing that they might lose money if they didn't finish, Go Mother no longer minded spending money on helpers. She even suggested asking Go Chong to bring his little brothers to help. Go Mother was truly adorable in her concern. Of course, Go Chi had the same idea. Since they still needed to wash stones and sand, more helpers would be better. Carrying her small cloth doll, Go Chi took her family and went next door to find Go Chong. At this moment, Arya was collecting eggs in the chicken coop. When she saw Go Chi, she greeted her with empty hands. Chi-Chi, isn't someone visiting your house? Why are you here in my place? Are you here to buy eggs? Since most of Gookie's eggs were bought from Aria's family, Aria, seeing Gookie and holding eggs herself, asked with hopeful curiosity. My family still has eggs left, and I'm here to find Brother Cheongzi. Gookie knew Aria was the type to care about money, but today she wasn't buying eggs, so Gookie could clearly see the disappointment on her face. My brother is chopping wood in the back. Aria pointed with her eyes toward Gookie's brother's location and then continued to gather eggs. Gookie ignored her and looked in the direction Aria indicated to find Gookie's brother. Gookie's brother was chopping wood, perhaps because he was at home, so he had taken off his shirt since it was hot in the summer. However, Gookie saw his bare upper body. Though she was a nurse at heart, she had to turn away to avoid awkwardness, then called out to Gookie's brother. Cheongzi. Her soft, gentle voice made Gookie's brother immediately recognize her voice. Seeing Gookie with her back turned, he quickly put his shirt back on. Then he asked why she came to find him. Our family needs many stones and much sand, and it's urgent. Mother asked me to invite Brother Cheongzi to help. We'll pay for the work, based on the amount. You can also call your friends to help, Gookie explained her purpose. Gookie's brother initially wanted to say he was just helping for free, but when he heard she might bring other friends, he thought it wouldn't be fair to ask others to work for free either. So he agreed to the paid work, told Gookie to wait at home, and said he would go call some people. Soon, Gookie's brother gathered his friends and came to Gookie's house. Gookie showed them the size of the stones needed and explained they could only be smaller than those, or broken into smaller pieces. As for the sand, that was easy, just need to make sure nothing else was mixed in and any clean sand would do. The conditions were simple. When Gookie's helpers heard them, they understood immediately. But once they arrived at a nearby place with stones, they realized it wouldn't be so easy. Finding stones of the right size, like Gookie needed, was quite rare. Brother Cheongzi, let's go to the river to get sand first. 2 of us can stay here to break stones. Chi-Chi said it's okay if they are broken into smaller pieces, suggested one of the friends. This was the best plan, as finding enough suitable stones was difficult. Alright, you two start breaking the stones. This time, we will share the money we make. Go Chong kept 2 people behind and assured them they wouldn't keep all the money for themselves. Then he led the others toward the riverbank. There are also stones in this river, mixed with sand. To get the sand, they need to separate the stones first, which is a lot of work. Hurry up and call those 2 over. There are suitable sized stones here. We just need to separate the sand from the stones. It's much easier than breaking stones. Don't you have a net for filtering sand at home? Go get it. With that net, it will be much easier for us. Go Chong quickly divided the tasks. One person went to call the 2 who had stayed near the stone pile, and another went home to get the sand filtering net. Meanwhile, he and the remaining people started digging at the riverbank. The spot they chose wasn't deep, so digging for river sand was easy. By the time the boy with the net returned, they had already collected many sand-covered stones. The 2 boys who had been assigned to break stones earlier were now also breaking stones here. Of course, breaking stones here was much easier because only a few stones were outside Go Chi's requirements. Once the net was set up, their work became a smooth process. There were people digging sand, filtering sand, breaking stones, and washing the stones that had been filtered out. When the stones were cleaned, someone carried the stones and sand back to Go Chi's house. Go Chi kept track of the quantities. By the time Go Kongan bought the jars and returned, the yard was already piled with a lot of sand and stones. Meanwhile, Yu Zhu and Yu Gui had also burned quite a bit of charcoal. But now, they faced a problem. There might not be enough firewood, so Go Kongan went up the mountain again to chop more wood. Why are all these kids carrying sand and stones to Chi-Chi's house? I saw the housekeeper there carrying quite a lot before.
Why do they need so much now?
Who knows? Maybe they want to build something. Their family is rich now, so they can afford to do anything. Why don't they ask us for work? What can these kids do? Why are you still fighting for work with children? These kids have been doing rough work since they were young. They all look strong. Maybe you're even weaker than them.
What are you talking about?
I, an adult, am not weaker than those kids who haven't even grown all their hair yet. Not to mention, just look at Xiangzi, you can't compare to him.
Ha ha ha.
The people chatting were originally talking about how Go Chi's family needed sand and gravel, but as they kept talking, they drifted off topic. Even so, they were still very curious about what Go Chi's family was planning to build. Of course, their curiosity was their own business. Go Chi's family always kept their plans a secret. So, even if they felt jealous inside, they could only watch silently. At noon, Go Chi asked Huanyang to prepare more food. In this era, when hiring workers, it was customary to provide meals. Huanyang had already prepared everything without needing Go Chi to remind her. Although Go Mu felt a bit sorry for Huanyang's efforts, she still asked her to add 2 more dishes. After all, the young boys helping out were all teenagers, and it was the time when they could eat a lot. Go Chang had tasted Go Chi's fish before, so he knew her cooking was always good. But when he saw the table full of dishes, he was still surprised, especially because there were 3 meat dishes, better than what the workers at his father's place usually ate. Delicious. How can Chi-Chi's cooking be so good? Yeah, I can eat 5 bowls of rice with this meal. Come on, eat up. After eating, you need to keep working. You can't waste such a good meal. The boys ate happily. Although the one who said he could eat 5 bowls didn't actually eat that much in the end, it wasn't because there wasn't enough food, but because he was full. Besides him, the other boys also couldn't eat any more. Still, they couldn't help but lick their lips and savor today's meal. They even thought this was the best and most satisfying meal they had ever had in their lives, even better than any New Year's feast at home. Let's go. After we're full, we'll keep working. We want to finish preparing everything Go Chi needs as soon as possible. Go Chang wiped his mouth and then led everyone back to work. Eating well gave them more energy, and these boys seemed much more motivated than in the morning. This simplicity was part of their charm. Since their employer provided such good food, they wouldn't slack off. But one day wasn't enough to prepare everything needed for 10 water tanks. And by nightfall, everyone had gone home, except Go Chi's family, who still had bright lights on. Hey, you all said it was too late. We shouldn't have gone out at noon. We didn't make money from those filter tanks, said the uncle, who was also helping now. He was filling one of the large tanks with stones, following Go Chi's instructions. Leaving at noon was no use because there weren't enough people then. Luckily, the kids were quick this afternoon, or else it wouldn't have been enough. My aunt was also helping and explaining to my uncle why they didn't stay at noon. Of course, the main reason was that it was pointless for Mr. Go to stay, and Uncle's car was used to make money for their family. Go Chi wouldn't have called for him at that time. My aunt understood this well, so she was still grateful to Go Chi, and she kept working without stopping. Finally, late at night, they managed to assemble the 5 filters just in time. Go Chi even asked Go On Kong to rinse all the finished filters with water, to let out any dirt that might not have been cleaned properly. The next day, Go Chong and the others came again. Seeing that the gravel and sand from yesterday in the yard had disappeared, she felt curious, but since they were well-behaved, they didn't ask. Soon, Song Yu's people arrived. Seeing that Go Chi's family had dark circles under their eyes, it was clear they had worked all night on the filters. Song Yu felt a bit guilty and said, "You've worked hard. You don't need to rush anymore. Miss Go, it's better not to stay up late." Go Chi replied, "Yes. Thank you for your concern, Lord Song. Please deliver these filters to the villages. I'll have Yugua go with them so she can teach the people how to use them." After speaking, Yugua already stood in front of Song Yuza, wearing a veil and covering her face and nose tightly. Song Yuza didn't say anything about her outfit, but admired her courage. Although the villages are said to be safe now, many people inside are still sick, which can be quite frightening. Was Yugua afraid? Of course she was. But Go Chi told her it would be fine, and she believed Go Chi, without knowing why. Following Go Chi's instructions, she wrapped herself up tightly and then followed Song Yuza and his team. When they arrived at the villages, Yugua taught everyone how to use the filters, just like at home. It's very simple, just pour water into the filter and wait for it to flow out from the bottom. Go Chi sent Yugua mainly to prevent any suspicion that the filter might not work properly during the first use, especially if dirty water came out initially. Luckily, Go-chi had filtered the well water several times the night before, so even if some dirty water came out at first, it was very little. After a second round of filtering, the previously prepared wastewater no longer shows any dirt. This gave the onlookers a clear understanding of how effective the filter was. Then, Yu-gue followed Master Song's team to several other villages, leaving a filtering jar in each one as requested by Song Yuze. Yu-gue also took the opportunity to promote their family's filtering jars in these villages. Since Song Yuze only provides one filter jar per village, some families naturally want to have one at home, so promoting it is quite necessary. When Yu-gue returned home, she had already brought back 5 orders for filtering jars. Go-chi originally had 5 jars still unfinished from Song Yuze, and now there are 5 more orders, which makes her both happy and a bit helpless. Just go ahead and make them. The materials are all good, except for the water jars. Everything else is easy. Let Fu negotiate a supply contract for the water jars, so the water jar issue can be solved. Soon, these filtering jars were bought by people in Weicheng and nearby villages. Especially the restaurants in Weicheng, under Song Yuze's insistence, contacted Go-chi to buy filtering jars. Go-chi's family business with the jars quickly became very busy. Go-chong and others spend every day sifting sand and digging stones, but they can't meet the demand from Go-chi's family. Seeing how well the business was going, the village chief thought he should use his position to help Go-chi expand the work of digging sand and stones, so more villagers could earn money from it. He also hoped Go-chi could provide a filtering jar for the village's communal water well. The village chief was a bit shameless. Besides the few disaster-affected villages, which Song Yuze paid for the jars, the other villages all bought them with their own money. Go-chi didn't care where the money came from, but it was probably donated by villagers. Their Go family village could also hold a fundraiser, but the village chief hadn't thought of that. He just wanted Go-chi's family to give directly. He first approached Go-fu, but Go-fu said he could only go home and mention it, since he wasn't responsible for the jars. The village chief had no choice but to wait for Go-fu's news. When Go-fu returned, he told everyone about it.
Bah, so shameless.
And he's the village chief? I think he's completely useless. I don't know how those people let him be village chief in the first place, said the ant, starting to complain. That's right. When Chi-Chi was falsely accused before, he just wanted to smooth things over and didn't act like a village chief at all. Now that he sees our family has good things, he thinks he's the village chief again and wants to help the villagers. Old Uncle also complained, and every word he said made Go-mother feel very uncomfortable inside.
Exactly.
This village chief should find a way to step down and let my older brother take over. Or maybe Dafu or Urfa can do it. They've been in the village longer and have good relations with us. They can definitely be the village chief. Go-mother really disliked the current village chief and even wanted to replace him. But changing the village chief wasn't something they could do just by talking. The current person, who did nothing, must have some reason for being village chief that they didn't know. So Go-chi didn't think their suggestion to replace the village chief was easy to carry out. Suddenly, she thought of a question. Now that their family needed a lot of sand and gravel, did they need to report this to the government? If they didn't report and the village chief caused trouble, could there be problems? Having studied the Great Peace Laws, she suddenly remembered this. Before, because the demand was small, she didn't pay much attention. But now that the demand is high, they must get approval. The village chief said that the work was for the villagers. I already told Brother Qiangzi about this. He should find trustworthy people who are honest and not sneaky. They have many acquaintances in the village, so that shouldn't be a problem. As for providing the filtering tanks, we can delay that for now. Tomorrow, I need to go to the government office to ask Lord Song for some things. Oh, and Father, give me your private seal. I might need it tomorrow. Chi-Chi, what are you going to do with Dad's private seal? Do you want Dad to go with you? Go-father didn't think about what Go-chi was planning. He just felt that if she needed his private seal, it would be better for him to go himself. It might not be necessary. Uncle Kongan can go with me tomorrow. We're just going to see Lord Song.
Don't worry, Dad.
Go-chi thought it was better not to let Go-father go with her.
She planned to go secretly.
If people found out they had no proper approval for the mining, it would be trouble. If she, a child, went alone, even if someone saw her in Weicheng, it wouldn't seem suspicious. That was the best way to hide her plans. Although she didn't know why she wanted to hide it, if she could hide it, there was no need for everyone to know. The next day, Go Chi and Go Kongin rode together in their father's ox cart to Weicheng. When they arrived at the government office, they asked to see Magistrate Song. The guards at the gate didn't recognize Go Chi and thought she was there to report a case. They even planned to take her to see the clerk. However, Go Chi knew that although the clerk could handle the matter, it would be much easier to talk directly with Song Yuza. So she insisted on seeing Magistrate Song. Little girl, Magistrate Song is very busy and doesn't have time to see someone like you. If you have something to say, go with me to see the clerk. If not, please leave quickly. This isn't a place for children to throw tantrums, the guard said. The guard naturally wouldn't let Go Chi see Song Yuza just because she insisted. It was his duty, and he couldn't risk losing his job over a small matter. Is that Go Chi? What brings you to the government office? Luckily, a guard who knew Go Chi recognized her when he heard the noise outside. Go Chi looked familiar, but he wasn't one of the two people who usually stayed close to Song Yuza. Still, since he knew her name, he must have seen her before. I'm here to see Magistrate Song about something related to the filtering jar, Go Chi said. The guard who had stopped her was surprised. They still had a filtering jar at the office, and everyone knew it was from Go Jia village. Magistrate Song liked a little girl from that family, and now it seemed she was that girl. Oh, I see. Why didn't you say earlier that you came about the filtering jar? Wait here for a moment. I'll go report it, the guard said. He was clever and quickly shifted the responsibility to Go Chi, blaming her for not explaining clearly. He didn't want to wait around for her to argue back, so he hurried inside. Is he always this slow? Go Chi asked the guard standing beside her, wondering if that guard was a bit slow. He's a relative of the clerk's family. He's a bit simple, so he can't help with solving cases. He just watches the gate. But he's straightforward and has helped the magistrate stop many unreasonable people, the guard replied. So, he thought I was being unreasonable, Go Chi said with some frustration. But then she realized that her insistence on seeing Song Yuza might have been a bit much. Don't take it to heart. He's very stubborn. All right, he's coming out now. You should go, the guard said. Seeing the simple-minded guard run out, the guard who had been with Go Chi also left. Go Chi was led inside by this silly person, who kept glancing at her from time to time. It seemed like he had something to say, but didn't know how to start. Since he didn't speak, Go Chi didn't ask either. If he really had something to say, he would eventually say it. Just as Go Chi was about to enter Lord Song's study, the officer hurriedly told her not to tell Lord Song about blocking her outside. Go Chi originally didn't plan to mention this small matter, so she simply nodded in agreement and then entered Song Yuza's study. Go Kongin naturally did not go in. Where Lord Song was, there couldn't be any danger. Miss Go, are you here about the filtering tank? Song Yuza saw Go Chi come in and invited her to sit on a nearby chair. Without any small talk, he directly asked about the main topic. Go Chi explained about mining sand and stones, saying she came today to handle the related procedures. I heard from the teacher that he gave you a copy of the Da and legal code. I've been thinking that since you use sand and stones as raw materials, you should know you need to handle the proper paperwork, Song Yuza said with a smile. He looked at this child who was only 3 years old but always unconsciously treated her as an equal adult. From his words, it was clear he had already guessed Go Chi would come to handle the paperwork. There was even a hint of expectation in his tone. So, I came here, Go Chi replied. Although she didn't know what Lord Song was expecting, she was not afraid of his anticipation. Anyway, he would eventually express it himself. Your filtering tank can be cleaned, so it shouldn't take long to handle the mining procedures. Once done, you just need to clean it regularly. Even if you mention the ratio issue, I've tested it. Without following the exact ratio, the water still turns clear. So, I believe it won't be long before imitation products appear. When that happens, everything you invested in this filtering tank will be taken by others. Unless you have a strong backing. He paused and added, I've investigated your family, and there's no strong support behind you. Maybe your family was once prosperous, but that was many years ago. I believe you were born after those days of glory. Song Yuza said a lot, but his words made Go Chi slightly frown. Still, she could guess what he was implying, so she kept reminding herself to stay calm and not get overly emotional. The reason they previously developed this filtering tank was because of a good opportunity, but it wasn't the right time for her to get rich from it. When the opportunity came, she couldn't just give up, so she seized the chance. It was also to save people, so she didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that orders are increasing, she needs to start thinking carefully. She understands what Song Yuza said, and when she found out that he had investigated her family, she even felt a bit scared. She had no idea anyone was looking into her, not even her close friends. Does this mean Song Yuza also knows that Da Fu and Air Fu used to be thieves? Could it be that he thinks she's not a good person because of their past? The more she thought about it, the more complicated it became. Go Chi didn't know how to talk to Song Yuza properly anymore. She could only watch him quietly and listen to him continue speaking. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. Your filtering tank is something that benefits the people, so our government has a duty to protect it. I've already sent a letter to the court explaining how it works and its benefits. Soon, your filtering tank will be promoted across the country, and your orders will grow even more. So, you might need to handle more than just the initial extraction process now, said Song Yuza. His words made Go Chi's eyes widen in surprise. What was going on? She already felt she had taken a big risk this time. Now, Song Yuza was even helping her and suggesting she make a move. As soon as the court issues a formal document, your filtering tank will be protected by the court. Many problems will then be easier to solve, he continued without waiting for her approval, explaining the benefits of this development. However, he added, but working with the court has its issues, especially regarding the price. It's a complicated matter. If your small, inexperienced family business directly cooperates with the court, it might get swallowed up entirely. This sudden turn made her pause her thoughts about whether working with the court was necessary. Her worries grew even more. She secretly thought to herself, I really took a big step this time. Now I'm truly in trouble. However, seeing Song Yuza's expression, she suddenly relaxed. Since this Lord Song was willing to speak so openly, she guessed he had already thought of a plan. It was very likely that he wanted a share of the benefits. Although she didn't know much about Song Yuza's background, being so young and already a prefect meant his future prospects would probably be good. From his first appearance with Director Xiao, who also treated him with respect, it was clear that his background was quite impressive. He was also very bold to approach her for a partnership, which made her think he might be the first noble person she met after her crossing over. If he was proposing cooperation, she might as well give it a try. Thank you, Lord Song, for thinking so much for my family. But I wonder if you already have the perfect plan in mind? Since she guessed that Song Yuza wanted to share, she decided to ask directly to see if he really intended to do so. Song Yuza didn't expect Go Chi to ask him directly. The words he had prepared to negotiate were now useless. If he continued to beat around the bush, it would seem fake, so he had no choice but to share his thoughts. I want to cooperate with Miss Go as an individual. Of course, while I am in Weicheng, you can publicly claim to be working with the court. In Weicheng, I will be your strongest support. What do you want in return? Go Chi didn't know how powerful Song Yuza's backing was, but from what she saw, having this support would at least make her stronger than her current situation. With this backing, she could take bigger steps forward. During Song Yuza's tenure, she could develop well by relying on him. She could also build her own foundation, so even if Song Yuza was transferred or promoted later, she could still develop steadily here. She knew Song Yuza might have thought of this too, but he still brought it up, which meant he wanted something in return. No one helps another without expecting something. Profit sharing. 2 parts for you, 8 for me. When Song Yuza mentioned the split, Go Chi couldn't help but roll her eyes. He was a good official, but his approach to business seemed too ruthless. Go Chi gave a cold smile inside, then looked at Song Yuza with big, watery eyes full of grievance, making him naturally lower his offer. 3 to you, 7 to me. Of course, this offer was not something Go Chi was happy with. Although she did need a strong supporter, It didn't mean she wanted the supporter to exploit her family. Is Lord Song serious? Go-chi didn't comment on whether the split was fair or not. In her view, Song Yuza was just trying to make a name for himself, and asking for the big share was a bit too much. Also, the possibilities Song Yuza mentioned were just that, possibilities. What if the world wasn't so dangerous? Wherever there are people, there will be scheming and deception. She truly needed a supporter to develop her plans. So even if she did need the 3-7 split, she thought she would probably agree in the end. But for now, she needed to fight a little first. Of course I am serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you so much. If Miss Go agrees, we can sign a contract directly, and I will give you the already prepared mining agreement documents. Of course, if Miss Go doesn't agree, I can find someone else. I can handle this myself if needed. A clear threat. A blatant threat. Yet Go-chi seemed unable to do anything about it. Unless she really gave up on this business of filtering tanks. That's good. You mentioned the 80-20 split or the 70-30 split earlier, but they sounded like jokes. Luckily, Lord Song is serious, so we can have a proper talk about the division. Go-chi dismissed Song Yuza's proposal as a joke, indirectly indicating she wasn't satisfied with his suggested split. Song Yuza naturally understood her implication, but he personally thought the 70-30 split was quite fair. He had worked with others before, and they usually offered concessions willingly. This time, seeing Go-chi as a young girl, he didn't make things difficult for her and even proposed the 70-30 split himself. But now it seemed this girl wasn't very happy with that division either. Song Yuza looked at Go-chi with a scrutinizing gaze, wanting to see how long she could stick to her own wishes.
They remained silent like that.
Go-chi knew that if she gave in, she would not only get the mining documents, but also have a strong supporter like Song Yuza. But Song Yuza was silent now, which gave her a little hope. She thought this might be a game, and maybe in the end, Song Yuza would be the one to give in first. After a long time, Go On-kong, who was standing at the door, was so tired that he found a step to sit on. However, Go-chi and Song Yuza were still arguing. Miss Go, you have strong willpower. Sitting like this all the time is also wasting our time. Are you sure you want to let this official take care of your family just for a small profit? Song Yuza waved his fan and lightly threw in a threat. Go-chi was very angry listening to this. This person clearly had a righteous face, but how could he say such cold-hearted words? Lord Song, you're joking. I've just been waiting for you to tell me a serious offer, not a joke. Where does this 1/10 profit idea come from? Yes, where is this 1/10 profit issue? She hadn't even stated her own bottom line, yet Lord Song assumed she would refuse a split of 60/40ths. You young lady, I only mentioned 80/20ths and 70/30ths splits earlier. The difference between those is just 1/10 profit. If you're worried about whether to give me 80% or 70%, then there's no need to worry. After all, this filtering device was developed by your family, so it's okay for you to take a bigger share. I don't mind. I think 70/30ths is fine. If you can decide, we can sign the agreement now, and then you can take the documents and prepare to go back. Be aware that the court will act soon. If you're not ready by then, you might lose your head. Song Yuza spoke generously, but the split remained unchanged. It seemed that 70/30ths was his bottom line. Even if Go-chi was unhappy, she didn't have the confidence to bargain. Like Song Yuza said, the split didn't really matter. He could have just taken the filtering device without sharing. All right, then I'll thank Lord Song for his care, Go-chi said, feeling that all the time she spent earlier was completely pointless. They quickly signed the agreement, and she received the extraction documents. At this moment, Song Yuza looked like a righteous official again. Miss Go, go back quickly and prepare. If you need anything, just come to the yamen to find me. If I'm not there, you can also find the master secretary. This filtering device is a good thing and should be promoted quickly. That way, the people of our dynasty can all drink clean water. Later, I will arrange a few people to go to your place to learn about cleaning tanks. Since this needs to be promoted nationwide, every region will need someone skilled in this. This will be hard work for Miss Go. Lord Song, you're joking. You said this is a good thing to benefit the people. It's our family's honor to contribute a little to this matter. It's also because Lord Song has a heart that cares for the people. Otherwise, with my small cleverness, I wouldn't have such a big role. Seeing Lord Song become the kind-hearted person who cares for the people, Go Chi naturally changed too. This change made the tense atmosphere in the study room suddenly become harmonious. Song Yuze even personally saw Go Chi out of the study room and told Go Kongan to take good care of her before returning to the room himself. Go Chi left the government office, and her smiling face immediately drooped. Phew, I thought he was a good official, but it turns out he's just a greedy one, taking 70% profit from me, Go Chi complained. Miss, actually 70% isn't much. I remember the previous master and the officials did business at 9/10 profit. Even so, it's still a good deal. With the government's help, it saves a lot of trouble. We're not losing out. Go Kongan wasn't sure if Go Chi was truly angry or just pretending, but since she was upset, he, as her servant, should come for her. 9/10? That's really unfair. With this comparison, Go Chi suddenly thought Lord Song was quite good, especially when she thought about the documents in her arms. She felt even better about him. Not only did she have documents about mining, but he also approved a piece of land for her to build a filtration tank factory. Go Chi didn't expect that her family's first construction wouldn't be a new house, but a filtration tank factory. But that's okay. It looks more official this way. Maybe she can even sign her brother Go Chong and others as official employees, making them the first workers in her factory. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Lord Song didn't seem so greedy after all. She happily strolled with Go Kongan through the market, looking for things to buy for her family. Although Go Kongan sometimes helped Go's father or eldest uncle with driving, he rarely strolled through the market. Today, with Go Chi, he naturally enjoyed the walk, buying some things for Flower Lady, Yugua, and Yuju. They walked and stopped, and Go Chi saw the carriage she had seen at the ice drink stall again. But today, it wasn't the usual young man driving. When it passed her, she also didn't smell the usual sandalwood scent. I think today the carriage probably didn't have the young man who likes to eat her family's shaved ice. A small incident quickly passed, and Go Chi soon forgot about seeing that carriage. She was more interested in the monkey trainer. She had only seen a monkey show when she was a child, and later animal protection groups stopped such performances. She heard that training monkeys involved cruel methods, so she never saw monkey shows again. But unexpectedly, after crossing over, she saw a monkey show once more. The black aura around the little monkey was so thick that Go Chi could hardly see the monkey's true face. Her happy mood was spoiled by the little monkey, so she told Go Kongan to leave. Go Kongan didn't know Go Chi was feeling sorry for the monkey, but Go Chi said, "Let's go," and they left. Go Chi was in a bad mood, so she didn't plan to continue shopping. She decided to go to the city gate to see whose carriage her father and uncle were using. Before reaching the city gate, she ran into Er Fu. Er Fu had just come out of a shop, smiling, probably having made another deal. Almost every shop in Weiqing sells Go Chi's family's pancakes, even outside restaurants. These shops don't sell many, but Er Fu thought even a small thing like a mosquito is still meat. Go Chi didn't mind him. After all, Go Chi's scallion pancakes are a special food in Weiqing. According to Er Fu, once you come to Weiqing and haven't eaten at least 2 scallion pancakes, you haven't truly been to Weiqing. Of course, this saying is only popular locally, but Go Chi believes her scallion pancakes will eventually become famous nationwide. But now isn't the time to dream about the future. Since she saw Er Fu, she naturally wanted to tell him about what she discussed with Song Yuza today. When Er Fu heard about building a factory, he got very excited. He was happy for Go Chi, and naturally, he was happy for himself. They used to survive on what they could find. Even though they seemed well off, they often went hungry. Since following Go Chi, they never worried about food again. Now hearing about the factory, he thought it was wonderful. He initially thought it was strange that De Fu chose to follow Go Chi, but now he realized they made the right choice. Alright, I will contact the craftsman to design the factory first, then ask my brother to come back and supervise. There is no need to contact Uncle Dafu. He has other matters to attend to, which are also very important. The factory is located in Gojia village, so our family members can oversee the work when the time comes. Recently, I've noticed that Go Chong is actually quite capable. Once the factory is built, we can give him a managerial role, and he can also take charge of supervising the work. Go Chi had already thought this through. Telling Er Fu to find craftsmen was just a way to get him started. He spends every day in Weicheng and is quite familiar with these craftsmen. Er Fu has no idea what Go Chi has planned for Uncle Dafu, but since Go Chi says it's very important, he can only believe it. As for Go Chong, I've watched him grow up and know his character well. I was surprised that Go Chi dared to let such a young boy manage things. But then I remembered Go Chi herself is only about 3 years old, so maybe it's not such a big deal after all. The people in Gojia village are really impressive, and a strong sense of pride naturally arises. After arranging things for Er Fu, Go Chi saw her uncle's carriage at the village entrance and rode back with Go Kongen in his carriage. Today, the village chief talked to me again about the filtering tank. It seems your father didn't get a clear answer, so he thought of me. He probably didn't realize that your second brother is your father, and since there's no answer from his side, what could I do? Did you finish what you needed to do today? Maybe the village chief won't delay things as long as we fear. On the way, Uncle Dafu told Go Chi about the village chief's visit. Providing a tank isn't a big deal. It's not a valuable item anyway. But I feel strange that the village chief suddenly asked us to give one for free. I think I should wait a bit longer so the villagers see that our family isn't easy to bully. They try to take advantage of us after bullying us, thinking they can easily get benefits from us. Go Chi shared her thoughts with Uncle Dafu. Naturally, he agreed. Yes, especially Zhao Pozi and Zhuang. They definitely shouldn't use our filtering tanks, Uncle Dafu said angrily. Go Chi didn't say much about it. Anyway, this was mainly aimed at Zhuang, so he could feel what it's like to be under pressure. When they got home, Go Chi told her family about her conversation with Song Yuza today. Except for Go Mu, who was worried about whether they could afford to build the factory, everyone else was happy. Go's mother was not happy at this time because of the money issue, which spoiled everyone's mood. After everyone was excited, she quietly asked Go Chi, who was paying for the money. Seeing Go's mother like this, Go Chi tried to comfort her by saying that Song Yuza would also contribute some money. When she heard that Song Yuza would also pay for building the factory, Go's mother finally relaxed and started giving Go Chi some advice. She even suggested that since they were building a factory, they might as well build a small biscuit-making workshop. A small workshop would be better than doing everything at home, and it would free up the stove at home, so they wouldn't have to squeeze when cooking. Go Chi only said she would think about it. She knew that the factory for the filtering tanks was near the sand quarry, so the dust would be very heavy. No matter what, she couldn't set up a food workshop near the factory. Seeing that Go Chi wasn't very eager to set up a workshop, Go's mother didn't insist and brought up the village chief's plan for the filtering tanks. Go Chi thought that the village chief had not only visited her eldest uncle today, but also came to her house, but Go's mother said he hadn't. She only heard that Yao's wife was talking about it and asked Go's mother if they were really going to donate a filtering tank to the village, and she kept thanking her. Go's mother didn't know what to say and could only say that the tank wasn't ready yet and would take some time. Even so, Yao's wife was very happy. Go's mother said that a few of their former co-workers, who worked with her family, were from those villages. They hadn't seen those co-workers for a long time, and she heard they were no longer around. So, when they learned about the water problem, they were naturally very scared. Fortunately, Go Chi's family invented the filtering tank, which eased their worries a bit. Now, they just had to wait for Go Chi's family to install the filtering tank at the village water well. Some people they knew had died from this illness, so they were naturally very worried. But Go Chi remembered that her family also had their own well, so she wondered why they didn't buy one and instead waited for them. Go Chi was curious. Her second sister's family also dug a water well like theirs. Go's mother explained that if the tank wasn't something Go Chi had invented, she wouldn't want to spend 10 taels of silver to buy it. For an ordinary family, spending 10 taels of silver was really hard to bear. Perhaps I won't be able to retrieve it, so I can only hope for the village water well. Mother, you reminded me. The brothers who helped us at the beginning, besides their wages, we should also give them some material rewards. For example, small bamboo filters. This way, they can still have clean drinking water daily. Go-chi smiled and asked Yu-gue and Yu-ju to make a few small bamboo filters, which she planned to give out when paying the workers in the evening. However, she didn't expect that just these few small bamboo filters would cause the others in Gojia village to feel uneasy. A group of people gathered around the village chief's house, asking if the village chief was the one who instructed Go-chi to do this, implying that only some people received filters while others were left out. Although Go-chi didn't believe that these people would actually use the filters once installed, people tend to feel uncomfortable if they have something while others do not. Especially when they could have it, but for some unknown reason do not, it makes them even more upset. The village chief also felt suspicious. What was Go-chi's family doing? He had already talked to the two main men of Go's family, so the filters should have been installed in the village by now. Why, instead, only a small group received tiny filters? The village chief couldn't understand and, encouraged by others, went to Go-chi's house. But when he asked her in front of everyone if they could install a filter in the village, Go-chi's mother suppressed her nervousness and responded using Go-chi's words. Village chief, do you think that after everyone in the village wrongly accused my family's Chi-Chi over a chicken, we should still be generous and help everyone? My Chi-Chi is only a few years old, and someone wanted to smear her. What was you, village chief, doing at that time? If Lord Song hadn't seen through it clearly, we might have been unable to lift our heads in Gojia village. Now that we have good things, you want to share the benefits with everyone? Of course, we're not stingy. We can give the filter, and it can be installed tomorrow. But we have a request. At this point, the village chief interrupted her. Whatever your request is, just say it. Is it about not letting Dazhuang and Grandma Zhao use the filter? No problem. We will supervise the whole village and make sure they don't use it. If they want to use it, they should pay 2 coins per bucket of water, with 1 coin kept by the village and 1 for your family. How does that sound? The village chief thought that Mother Go wanted money, and naturally, he also wanted money. So, he directly sold Zhao Pozi and Dazhuang, who were involved in the chicken theft incident at the time. Uncle Village Chief, what are you talking about? Mother didn't say anything about taking money. Since she left it by the well, the whole village can use it. If you don't allow anyone to use it alone, only one person will be unhappy. If someone with bad intentions poisons the water well or water jar, what then? My family's filter jar can't filter out malicious poisoners. If something happens, won't you blame us again? Uncle Village Chief, Chi-Chi has always been well-behaved and hasn't offended anyone in the village. Why do you want to use such harsh methods to put Chi-Chi's family in this difficult situation? Tears welled up in Go-chi's eyes as she spoke. Chi-Chi, Uncle Village Chief, didn't mean that. He's just guessing about our request. Don't be sad, Chi-Chi. Auntie cleverly cooperated, giving Go-mother a chance to raise her concerns. We will provide the jar, but just to be safe, if anyone gets poisoned or has diarrhea, don't blame us. There are people in the village who want to harm us. We don't know why, but just because they tried to frame Chi-Chi for stealing chickens before, we have to be cautious. So, we really can't guarantee this won't happen. If you're not afraid, providing a filtering jar is completely fine. So, Village Chief, please discuss with everyone. If it's really needed, just come to us anytime, Go-mother finished, leaving the rest of the matter to the village chief. The village chief looked at the people following him. They hadn't spoken yet, but from their expressions, it was clear they thought what Go-mother said was possible. Seeing their reactions, Go-chi couldn't help but frown. A strange feeling arose in her heart. She thought she should call Dafu back to help investigate what is really going on in Gojia village. She wanted to see if her strange feeling was just her imagination or if there really were people in Gojia village trying to frame her family, possibly more than one person. The village chief's family in Gojia village had many people outside waiting for his decision. Villagers, the order to install the filtering tank comes from the government, so we will definitely install it no matter what. But as Queenie's mother said, some people in the village don't like their family. Everyone knows which family it is, so I won't say it. However, Queenie's mother has a valid concern. I think if we don't solve this problem, their family won't feel at ease. The village chief directly left the problem to those present, hoping they would figure out a solution themselves. Honestly, he really didn't want to think about it. I think Queenie's mother is just being overly cautious. It was just a misunderstanding about Queenie, and it was cleared up later. That was a long time ago, and people still remember it. Yes, when she said that, it sounded like she still blamed us for wrongly accusing Queenie. If anyone should be blamed, it's their family for being so careless and cooking chicken at that time. Exactly. And what does Queenie's mother mean by what she just said? She's worried that if the filtering tank has a problem, we might cause trouble for their family. I think the filtering tank might really have an issue. Otherwise, why would she be so worried? Right. We've been drinking well water from this well for generations, and there's never been a problem. All the recent accidents in other villages happened because they drank river water. As long as we don't drink the river water, there shouldn't be any problem. If their family refuses, then we won't install it. That's not strange. Exactly, not installing it is fine. Look at how proud they are. As long as our village doesn't install it, those who want to buy the filtering tanks will see that our village isn't installing them. Then her family's business with the tanks will naturally suffer. They'll regret it too late. Some people are unhappy with the demands Queenie's mother made, even thinking they could use not installing the tanks as a way to hurt Queenie's family's business. Not installing isn't an option. The government's order must be followed. The village chief was getting frustrated with these people. He asked them to think of a solution not to oppose installing the tanks. If he listened to these fools, he might as well resign as village chief. The tanks must be installed. You don't know, but several of my coworkers who worked with me have died because of this water issue. It was very frightening. Since the court says the tanks are useful, we should use them. As for Queenie's family's worries, if something happens, I won't blame Queenie's family. The speaker is second sister's mother. Her family is working at Go Chi's house, and they have already obtained a filter. However, the filter is too small, making water usage inconvenient, so it only meets their daily drinking needs. If they need to cook, they have more people and require more water. Cooking a meal takes a long time to filter enough water. If they had a proper filtering tank, it would be much more convenient. That's why she was the first to suggest installing a filtering tank. Second sister's mother. You shouldn't say that. We don't blame Chi-Chi's family, someone said. But we're worried that someone might misuse the tank because it was provided by Chi-Chi's family to cause trouble or disgust others. For example, if someone sees the tank as coming from Chi-Chi's family and gets angry, they might smash it. Then, would we have to go back to Chi-Chi's family to get another one? Even if they do give us another tank, what if it gets broken again? Would Chi-Chi's family keep giving us new ones? When some people heard second sister's mother, they felt she was just flattering the village chief. They quickly realized that the village chief had mentioned before that this was the village office's decision. So, they followed second sister's mother's words and started to twist what they had previously said about resisting. They wanted to make it seem like they weren't opposing Chi-Chi's family, but were simply worried that someone might misuse the filter tank. Yes, we don't blame Chi-Chi's family. It's not about blame now. It's about concern that someone might cause trouble, someone else responded. Naturally, more people joined in, shifting the focus to someone everyone knew but hadn't named. Who's causing trouble?
It's Dazhuang.
Last time, he tricked my wife and caused me to wrongly accuse Chi-Chi. It's understandable that Chi-Chi's family feels upset now. It's all my wife's fault for trusting Dazhuang, that troublemaker. At this point, Zhao Granny directly named Dazhuang. Because Dazhuang's older brother was present, most people chose to give Dazhuang some face and didn't mention his name openly. But Zhao Granny didn't want to show any favor to Dazhuang or his brother. She wanted to maintain good relations with Go Chi-Chi's family. Her grandson has been helping Go Chong with work at Go Chi's house these past few days. Go Chi's family wouldn't make things difficult for her just because he's her grandson. In fact, when giving her a small filter, they also gave her grandson one. People who don't hold grudges like that wouldn't foolishly force Go Chi's family to install a filter tank. If her family had a water well, she might even buy one herself. Dajian, who was standing nearby, heard Grandma Zhao mention Dazhuang's name. Although everyone in the village knew what Dazhuang had done before, he still felt annoyed. His annoyance wasn't because Grandma Zhao was disrespectful, but because he was worried Dazhuang might cause trouble and prevent him from using the filter tank for free. He was very greedy for money and didn't want to pay extra for Dazhuang's mistakes. Now, he just hoped everyone could quickly agree on a solution. He didn't mind if Dazhuang was left out, but he didn't want to be abandoned either. I think we shouldn't let Go Chi's family pay for the filter tank alone. Anyone in the village who needs one should chip in. We can pool our money to buy one, so everyone shares the cost. That way, no one will worry about someone damaging it. Someone suggested this, and the village chief was very pleased with the idea. He also thought this was better than making Dazhuang and Grandma Zhao pay when they used it, as it would be fair and give a good reputation. But before he could make a final decision, someone opposed the idea. This might not work. If some families have water wells and don't want to pay, but after we buy the filter tank, they come to use it, they might not take good care of it. The person raising the objection had a point. Although not many families in the village had water wells, they probably wouldn't want to buy a filter tank for their own homes. So, in the end, they might still use the shared one. Then, only Go Chi's family doesn't pay, and everyone else does. That way, everyone will take good care of the filter tank. Even though my family has a water well, I'm willing to pay so we can also use the filter tank. Arian Yang was the first to agree. With Arian Yang's support, Grandma Zhao, whose family didn't have a water well, also agreed. Others thought about it and felt the idea was reasonable. If everyone pays, no one will have bad intentions about using the tank. After all, they all contributed money. Go Chi's family's jar is not cheap. It is said that in other villages, they buy it for 10 taels of silver. Although Go Chi's family sells it to them at a lower price, it still costs several taels of silver. Sharing this cost among the family members also requires a lot of money. However, this price makes some families struggle financially, but even so, no one dares to oppose. If someone refuses to pay, others suspect that their family wants to do something with the jar. In the end, it seems the issue is no longer just Go Chi's family, but whether the whole village is united. Eventually, poor families borrow money to pay. After the village chief collects all the money, he returns to Go Chi's house with it. He explains where the money came from and shares the group's decision with Go Chi's mother. She looks at the money, feeling a bit unsure. She wants to take it, but it feels different from what was agreed before. Taking it might make her family and the whole village become enemies. Madam, just take it. This is the villagers' way of making you feel at ease. We are all from the same village. Our family won't stop talking to others just because of a few people. I believe the villagers feel the same way. After receiving a hint from Go Chi, Xuanyang quickly steps forward to help Go Chi's mother. Yes, Xuanyang is right. We are all villagers. I hadn't thought of this before. I know the price of the filter jar is 10 taels of silver, but our village only has 8 taels. The remaining 2 taels are from your family. This way, everyone in the village contributed to the jar. Our village's unity is stronger than others, isn't it? The village chief agrees with Xuanyang and even asks other villagers who came with him. Arian Yang is the first to agree, and even those families who are poor, though reluctant, nod in agreement. Go Chi's mother accepts the money, saying she'll have someone install the filter jar soon. Of course, Xuanyang adds that the jar in the village was taken from another order, giving everyone a small sense of satisfaction. After everyone leaves, Go Chi asks Go Kong and to get a list of who paid. He plans to carve the names on the jar so others in the village know their unity. The village chief is happy to help, providing not only the list but also the amount each family paid. Although the amounts are the same, the village chief prefers this formal way. Go Chi didn't mind. She figured she could just write it on the jar later. She wanted the list to see if the poor families also contributed. If they did, she would think less of the village chief. When she saw the list and the amounts, she frowned. The village chief was really too sneaky. Even though everyone has the surname Go, they shouldn't be so dishonest. Go Chi sighed helplessly and separated out the families that were almost unable to feed themselves. She planned to ask Defu about their situations and see if she could help them when recruiting workers. Defu hurried back after receiving Go Chi's message. He just saw Granny Zhao lingering at Go Chi's door again.
Defu frowned.
Granny Zhao had falsely accused Go Chi of stealing chickens before, so his good impression of her was gone after that. Seeing her again at Go Chi's door, he asked in a bad mood what she was doing there. Defu, you're just in time. Please help me think of a solution, Granny Zhao said. I got some new chicks and thought about giving some to Go Chi's family, since they don't raise chickens. But I also wrongly accused Go Chi before, so I don't know if they'd want to accept them. Defu could tell that Granny Zhao was deliberately trying to get along with Go Chi's family. She had already brought the chicks but was too afraid to knock on the door. Wait a moment, Defu said, not giving advice but knocking on Go Chi's door. When he went inside, he also told Go Chi about Granny Zhao's situation outside. What is she here for? Go Chi's mother asked curiously. She still didn't like Granny Zhao. Yugue, ask Granny Zhao to come in, Go Chi said. She knew that Granny Zhao had strongly supported buying the filter jar before. Go Chi didn't blame her, so since she came voluntarily, there was no need to keep her outside. Chi, what does she want inside? Could it be that her chickens are missing again, and she's here to check ours? Go Chi's mother was petty and didn't want to show kindness to Granny Zhao. Her words were heard by Granny Zhao, making Yugue, who was standing beside her, feel awkward. Chi-Chi's mother, that time I was misled by others' false words. It's not mine, it's not mine. Your family is generous. You didn't get upset over this matter. When you needed workers, you even let that kid Xiangzi bring my useless grandson. I really appreciate it. Our grandson now earns more in a day than his parents combined. Your family has forgiven past grievances, and I don't know how to thank you enough. Our family only has these little chicks that are somewhat decent. Since you don't raise chickens, I took a few recently hatched ones to let Kiki raise and play with. These chicks are very healthy. They just need some bran to survive. If you feed them some bugs, they will grow even better and will lay eggs soon. When Granny Zhao came in, she started talking a lot and showed everyone the chicks in her basket. Go Chi had wanted to raise chickens for a long time. The first time she saw chicks at the market, she wanted to buy some but forgot why she didn't. Later, she got busy and forgot about the chicks. Now Granny Zhao brought some chicks, and she was happy. She had never raised chickens before. And these chickens are really healthy, just as Granny Zhao said, with no black spots on them. I believe even someone like her, who knows nothing about raising chickens, can take good care of them. Go-Mother looked at the chickens and then at Granny Zhao. Although she was angry with Granny Zhao, as the saying goes, you can't beat a smiling face, and when she thought carefully, she realized Granny Zhao was actually tricked by Da Zhuang. So, she should be angry at Da Zhuang instead. Most importantly, she saw that Kiki liked these little chickens, so she acted very generous and accepted the chickens Granny Zhao gave her. She also said they should be good neighbors and look out for each other. Granny Zhao naturally nodded repeatedly. She wasn't sure if her family could help Go Chi's family, but given how Go Chi's family was developing now, they would definitely support them. After sending Granny Zhao away, Yugua and Yuju took the little chickens outside. Dafu came back in, and Go-Mother knew that Go Chi wanted to talk to Dafu. Go-Mother didn't understand many things, so she didn't want to interfere. Go Chi had a few instructions for Dafu. First, she asked Dafu to investigate Song Yu's situation. It might be difficult, but if he could find some deep information, she could learn more about this partner. Second, she asked Dafu to see if any children in Yanqing were willing to come work for her. Since it was an investigation, those less clever children wouldn't be as useful as the smarter ones. But she also hopes that all children can realize their own value. If they can't earn money with their brains, then they should work hard. Other families are not willing to share their resources, but she wouldn't mind, as long as they don't be lazy. They can earn wages. In fact, Dafu has a few candidates in mind. The messages from those children have all been rejected, and he has not received a single penny from the information they provided so far. The third thing is for Dafu to investigate how the Go family village is really doing and why she has the feeling that everyone there is a bad person. This feeling surprised Dafu a little. He grew up in the village and knows the people there quite well. So, after hearing Go Chi's account, he became curious about the current situation. Could it be that recently, the two brothers have been busy outside and missed something important happening in the village? He started to pay close attention. If what Go Chi said is true, then her family might be in some danger. After leaving Go Chi's house, his first thought was not to go home, but to visit a familiar family to have some drinks. Often, drinking together can help learn a lot of things. For example, this friend is already a bit drunk and is looking at Dafu with envy. You two brothers are so lucky to have caught the eye of Go Chi's family. They think that just because we drive ox carts every day, we don't know they're getting rich. First, it was the scallion pancake, then the filtering tank, oh, and the cold drink stall at the entrance of the academy. Each one is a money-making project. I think they're just fooling their city-dwelling mother when they drive the carts. But they don't know that their third brother is clever. Everyone in the village secretly talks about their family's situation, especially the families who farm their land. They're being threatened. If they don't keep quiet, they won't be allowed to farm next year. I don't understand how their third brother is so jealous of his two older brothers. In my opinion, those are secret recipes from the Go family. Their brothers know about it, and I'm sure the third brother does too. Whether they can make money from these recipes depends on their own skills. What's the point of pretending to be a scholar? Making money is the most important thing, don't you think? By the way, could you help me talk to them and see if I can work for their family? Don't worry, I'll do better than that kid Xiangzi. Before Dafu could ask much, his friend had already said a lot of things he wanted to know. But Dafu still wanted to learn more, so he asked, what good does it do for the third brother to know about Go Chi's family situation? Could they still stop people from making money? No, they just want to stop their family from earning money. Unfortunately, Dazhuang's foolishness accidentally alerted others, making them more cautious. This person took another sip of wine, sounding as if he had missed a chance to get rich.
Oh, how so?
Dafu sensed something different in his friend's words. Dazhuang's issue was originally caused by the third wife, but now this person says it's related to the third brother. Do they not know that Dazhuang took money from the third wife, or do they not realize that the third wife is just a front? I don't know the details. I overheard a conversation among their farm hands once. They said they wanted to use this filtering jar to create some conflict, but they were already on guard, so no conflict happened. Instead, everyone ended up paying money. Your second brother paid for your family's share, but your family doesn't care about a few dozen or 100 coins.
My family can't afford that.
It hurts to spend so much at once. I even thought about causing trouble at Kiki's house and then going to the third brother to ask for some money. But then I remembered they're very close to the magistrate. I saw the magistrate visit their house myself. Brother, tell me honestly, do they have some connection with the magistrate? Is that filtering jar something the magistrate is pushing through their family? It feels that way to me. Otherwise, why would the magistrate work so hard to make sure every village has one? Not to mention, this drunkard is quite clever. Although he's guessing, his guesses are quite close to the truth. Most importantly, he's been intimidated by the magistrate's presence and hasn't done anything harmful to Kiki's family. That reassures Dafu a lot. Kiki's family remains peaceful for now, probably because many people are worried about the magistrate's influence. That's actually good. To make Kiki's family safer, he naturally takes this opportunity to add some details and stir the pot. You're pretty smart. Since we're brothers, I'll tell you secretly. Never oppose Kiki's family. They will soon be working for the court. If you offend them now, it's like offending the court. In the end, getting your head chopped off would be normal. Dafu's words are exaggerated, and no one can really prove them. Plus, Gout Kiki was planning to build a factory in the village, so this rumor will soon be confirmed, planting a seed of fear among the villagers. If they are truly smart people, they would naturally know how to choose wisely. As for the tenants working for Go family, even if they're scared by the rumors, they might still cooperate with the third uncle's family to survive. He doesn't know what to do about this situation yet, so he plans to discuss it with Go Chi first. For now, spreading the rumors is the most important thing. Brother, are you serious? Someone heard Dafu's words and found it hard to believe. They knew that Go Chi's family had recently split, so how could they have become part of the government in just a few months? We're brothers, so I wouldn't lie to you. Even if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. Soon the government will take over the whole village and factory. When that happens, you'll see, they'll definitely be in charge. And families that are friendly with them will get a share of the benefits. If you really want to get rich, you should build a good relationship with them now. When the factory is built, maybe you'll even get a position to manage it. DeFu was making promises, talking about building the factory, which made the drunk man remember that someone had been measuring something at the east end of the village recently. The village chief didn't dare to ask about it, and he instantly believed what DeFu said must be true. The next day, after sobering up, he thought about what DeFu told him and quietly shared the information with a few trusted friends. The villagers had started spreading rumors, and Go Chi naturally knew about them. These rumors were spread by DeFu, who was not very reliable. She didn't stop him, because working with Song Yuza was just to avoid some trouble. Now that the rumors were out, it could reduce her problems. But when she found out that her third uncle was secretly trying to stop her family from prospering, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. However, dealing with her third uncle's family couldn't be rushed. She still had to consider Go father's brotherly feelings toward him. In Go Chi's view, her third uncle had never shown brotherly loyalty. As for the tenants working on her third uncle's land, Go Chi had to stay alert and prevent them from doing anything harmful to her. She hoped Song Yuza's reputation could scare them off. Go Chi also had ways to solve these tenant problems, but the best solution would be to stop them from renting her third uncle's land altogether. To prevent them from farming their own land, she could only let them work on others' fields. However, Go Chi knew that unless she personally bought enough land, it was impossible to ensure these workers wouldn't farm Uncle San's land without guarantees. Although Go Chi now had enough money to buy land, as she initially thought, most fields hadn't been harvested yet, and they were still planted with crops. Buying them would be very expensive, so she could only wait until after the harvest. The main reason she didn't buy land now was that her money was needed for building a factory. Although the cost wasn't high, she believed that in this time without loans, any business needed to keep some funds for emergencies. Otherwise, a sudden problem could ruin her completely. That's why she was hesitant to buy land while building the factory. Fortunately, the budget for the factory wasn't too large and didn't exceed her estimate. Of course, Shui Nyang's skill in bargaining helped a lot. Go Chi was very good at managing accounts. She often checked Shui Nyang's ledgers, which recorded every detail carefully. Even though Go Chi wasn't a finance expert, she could understand Shui Nyang's books easily. The factory construction had started. Once the workers knew what they were building and after Go Chi suggested some ideas, they designed a factory suitable for making filtering tanks. Go Chi had already assigned Go Chang to oversee the construction. Go Chi occasionally checked on the progress, mainly to see how the factory was being built and to see if Go Chang could handle the role of supervisor. Despite his young age, Go Chang was nervous, but happy when he first took on this responsibility. He was nervous because he was afraid he might do poorly, but he was happy because the job paid more. He even asked his father how to be a good supervisor. Sadly, his father wasn't a supervisor either, so he only shared what he had seen about good supervisors, explaining what to learn from their strengths and what bad habits to avoid. Go Chang was very serious. He arrived at the construction site on time every day, watched each worker work carefully, and arranged cool drinks and meals for them. Of course, Go Chi's family paid for these. Go Chang took his responsibilities seriously, especially when it came to food, because Go Chi had told them that good food gave workers strength to work well. He wanted to treat the workers just as Go Chi did. Wei City Go family mother, that filtering jar was made in our Go village. Some people even say it was made by my older brother and second brother. Third Aunt was chatting with the old lady, sharing what she and old third had recently learned.
Impossible.
I know my two sons well. Didn't they say recently they were busy with the carts? Are they not working on the carts anymore? The old lady waved her fan, feeling very hot in the summer, and now she was also quite annoyed. Many people in Wei City were talking about these filtering jars. Almost all the shops had prepared one, and some wealthy families even kept them at home. Although the Go family was not as rich as others, they came from a scholarly family, and since the government was promoting these jars, they naturally wanted to follow along. But now, hearing that her two useless sons made these jars, she refused to believe it, and it was impossible for her to believe it. Where's the work on the carts? I think it's the eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law responsible. Not to mention, second brother's leg is only good for driving carts. He can't do much else. She paused. Anyway, whether the brothers or the sisters-in-law are responsible, they are all from our Go family. They're my sons. I suppose I can ask them for 2 jars. It shouldn't be a problem. Her grandson had been saying lately that his teacher's family was also worried about not being able to buy these filtering jars. Third aunt's words seemed to forget why Go father and the eldest uncle split the family in the first place, and she started thinking again about Go Chi's family's jars. The teacher also wants one? Then you should ask old third to find those unfilial sons and have them send over 2, no, 10. I heard those jars are expensive. When the time comes, we can sell some and make a profit. The old lady spoke as easily as asking for 10 eggs. 1 jar from Go Chi's family sold for 10 taels of silver. The old lady was talking about 10 jars, which would total 100 taels. Although the actual cost wasn't that high, it was unrealistic to expect Go Chi's family to give her jars for nothing. When third uncle told uncle and Go father about this, even without discussing, they gave the same answer. Money. This made third uncle furious, but he could only hold his anger. Go father and uncle didn't have any jars, so even if third uncle wanted to take them by force, he couldn't. Okay. Since you all are the elders and you don't listen to me, I will go call mother. After being repeatedly refused by the eldest uncle and Go father, the third uncle could only bring out the old lady. Unfortunately, the eldest uncle and Go father are no longer the same as before. Since they divided the family, they have become much more confident and strong-willed. They wouldn't really be afraid just because of the third uncle's threats. When the third uncle went home calling for his mother, the eldest uncle had already driven away, followed by Go father leaving at their usual time. When the third uncle and the old lady appeared again at the city gate, there was no sign of the eldest uncle or Go father. A passerby nearby saw them looking for a cart and kindly reminded them that they had missed the time. The passerby also told them roughly when Go father and the others had parked their cart at the city gate, so they could remember the next time they wanted to take a ride. This reminder made the old lady very angry, feeling that these unfilial sons knew she was coming but didn't wait for her. Of course, she was angry but had no choice but to wait until tomorrow when Go father and the others returned to Wei City, so she could confront them then. After Go father and the eldest uncle returned home, they told the third uncle about needing the filter jars. The family's cheerful atmosphere suddenly turned tense and gloomy. Although the servants had never seen this brother of the master's family, they had heard of him. Especially the story they heard when Yuju went away city not long ago, which made them understand more about this distant relative. 10 at a time? How much are they willing to pay? The eldest aunt always looked unfriendly toward that family. Even though the filter jars weren't theirs, when the third uncle asked, she couldn't help but defend him. How could they pay? Asking for 10 at once is just to resell the extras. Everyone knows their little tricks, Go mother sneered, also not having a good attitude toward that family. Almost every wealthy family in Wei City now has a filter jar installed. Even those who don't have one have already ordered from us. And for those families sharing a well, Master Song has arranged for wealthy people to donate money to get filter jars installed. In Wei City now, anyone without a filter jar would be laughed at. According to our mother's habits, even if she thinks it's useless, she would still try to get one. Unfortunately, this filter jar isn't made by others, but by your second brother's family, which might have made her boast a lot in front of her old friends. I think she exaggerated her story, but when they went to buy the jar, she couldn't produce it. She can only come to us now. My eldest uncle said that everyone present believed this was probably true. But so what? She made up the story herself. They have already divided the family and nothing from their side is related to that place anymore. Go ahead and look for it.
We won't give it to them.
If they want it, they can buy it. The price is 10 taels each. My aunt rolled her eyes at my uncle and then looked at my mother-in-law. Although the filtering jar isn't her family's, she still hoped my mother-in-law would stand firm and not give in so easily. We all think the same. But today, we refuse the third brother. Tomorrow, he will definitely bring his mother. If that happens, it will be very troublesome. Even though they have divided the family, she is still our mother. If she asks, we can't just refuse her. My father frowned. He didn't want to give it, but if the old lady really goes to the city gate tomorrow, it could cause big problems. Over the years, they knew their mother well. If they really refuse her the filtering jar forcefully, she might do something embarrassing in public. That could ruin their cart business. It's not a bad thing. Our items have costs, and we sell them for 10 taels each. If uncle and the others really want to buy, just a cost price. 10 jars for 80 taels, which is like giving 2 for free. If that's not enough, they shouldn't buy it. Of course, my father has a point. If they don't buy, we can give one as a gift. After all, they are relatives. Giving one won't hurt, and it avoids people saying we are unkind or unfilial. Go-chi knew what her father was worried about. Honestly, she didn't want to give any at all. But even if the family is divided, blood ties can't be completely broken. So giving one for free can at least stop some trouble. Go-chi's suggestion made her mother-in-law feel a little conflicted, but she knew it was the best solution. However, they were worried that the old lady might not think this is a good idea and could cause trouble at the city gate again. Go-chi also thought of this, so she gave her father and eldest uncle many ideas and imagined many possible situations. Although it was uncertain whether she could predict what the old lady might do, she still tried her best to think of ways to help his father and the eldest uncle avoid trouble during the old lady's demands this time. At the same time, she arranged for Gwakongan to follow them to Weicheng the next day, waiting at the city gate. If the third uncle and the old lady caused trouble, he would hide in the crowd and help control the situation. Gwakongan didn't expect Guichi to think of using the crowd to influence the scene, but it was not difficult for him, and he could handle it well. Besides Gwakongan, Guichi also asked Erfu to go. With these plans in place, Guichi felt a little more at ease. Although she wanted to go herself, she was just a young girl, and if she went, she would only cry to gain sympathy, which was pointless. Instead, she thought it was better to use public opinion to influence the situation. The next day, Gui's father and the eldest uncle set off to Weicheng as usual, feeling anxious. Their schedules were originally staggered, but to avoid feeling isolated, they slightly adjusted their times. Gui's father arrived in Weicheng before the eldest uncle left. Not long after Gui's father arrived, he saw the third uncle walking ahead, with the old lady behind him, supported by her third aunt. When the old lady appeared, she didn't speak but immediately tried to hit the eldest uncle and Gui's father with her cane. The eldest uncle was quick and dodged, but Gui's father was not so lucky. Even if he didn't fully dodge, he made a move to avoid the cane, so even though it touched him, he didn't get hurt. That hurts. Mother, what are you doing? Gui's father said, not feeling pain but acting as Guichi had instructed. If the old lady made a move, he would fall down and loudly pretend to be hurt. Most of the people at the city gate had ridden in Gui's father's carriage or knew that Gui's father and the others often came and went, so they knew his legs weren't in good shape. Hearing Gui's father's cry of pain, curious onlookers gathered around. Gwakongan naturally joined the crowd to watch. Not only that, but Erfu also brought several friends, and a group of people gathered around. Seeing this, Gui's father felt more at ease. The old lady was also pleased to see so many people. She believed she was in the right, and the more people watched, the more she thought she might get more of the filtered jars. What can I do? Your third brother asked you two brothers to deliver the filtered jars home, but neither of you, the older brothers, was willing. You don't have to support me. Old third is taking care of me. Giving you a filter tank as a gift is also a way to show filial piety. Is it really so hard? The old woman indeed mentioned filial piety, which Go-chi had thought of before. It's not that we don't want to help. I already agreed to send one over, but old third doesn't want that. When he spoke, he asked for 10. 10 what? 100 taels of silver. I'm just a cart driver. How can I possibly come up with 100 taels all at once? Go's father struggled to stand up, rubbed the spot that wasn't even hurt, and began to complain about third uncle and the old woman. When we divided the family, mother didn't give us a single coin so that old third could live well at his house. We didn't say anything. Honestly, because we didn't want to sell our daughter, we also went against mother's wishes. If she didn't give money, then she didn't. To survive, my older brother and I, both grown men, shamelessly used the bride's dowry to buy these 2 cows and relied on driving carts to make a living. Thanks to everyone's help, we finally started to do better. But now, old third comes back asking us for things. Remember, when we divided the family, all the money belonged to him. I really don't understand how he dares to ask us for money to buy a filter tank. Although Go's father was speaking these words because Go Chi had taught him, he also felt wronged inside. Our family isn't as poor as he claims now, but in the beginning, we truly used the bride's dowry. Also, Go's father's words reflect his elder brother's feelings. Their family still doesn't earn as much as Go Chi's family. Although Go Chi pays his aunt a good wage, these few months aren't enough to turn them from poverty to wealth. Oh, isn't this just about forcing a relative's daughter to marry a fool? Fu, hearing Go's father's mention of selling his daughter, seemed to recall something and loudly chatted with a friend nearby. Wow, no way. They wanted to send their own sister's daughter away at just 3 or 4 years old. That's too much. I heard that Go's second brother's daughter is only 3 or 4 years old. Do they really want to send such a young girl to a fool? I don't understand why the 2 Go brothers prefer living in the city and don't want to go to the countryside to do this hard work of driving carts. If I met brothers like that, I would leave too. They're just terrible. Did you hear what Go's second brother just said? That shameless old third actually asked for 10 filter tanks and 100 taels of silver. Can you believe it? You already said he is not a good person, and even a 3-year-old girl can be on his mind. Thinking about a filter tank worth 100 taels is not impossible for him. Under the guidance of Fu and Go Kongan, the onlookers take turns sharing the general story. They help those who don't understand see the full picture. Really? If the third brother is like this, wouldn't the old lady step in? Step in? Why would she? The reason they split the family is because that old woman demanded it. Either they split without giving anything, or they send the 3-year-old girl away. If you were the girl's parents, what would you choose? Isn't that her own granddaughter? So what if she is? From what I see, the old lady only cares about the money. If she can get paid, that's her granddaughter. Ugh, that's so disgusting. Luckily, Go and his family split up, or else the old lady might have sold the girl too.
Bah.
You don't understand anything. I am her mother. What's wrong with asking him for some things? You outsiders shouldn't be criticizing. The old woman originally wanted to use the label of unfilial to pressure Go's father and his family. But before she succeeded, someone in the crowd revealed her secret. Now she can only pretend to be Go's mother to make the onlookers shut up. Besides, everyone knows the filter tank was made by those 2 brothers. Now it's used all over the city. As her mother, why can't I use it? The old woman wanted the crowd to clearly see she was Go's mother. She still believed she should accuse the 2 brothers of being unfilial. So she completely ignored Go's father's earlier statement about giving something. Yeah, it's true. The filter tank belongs to Go's family. I heard the court ask them to make it. They probably earned a lot of money from it. Giving some to me shouldn't be a problem. If they refuse, that's really unreasonable. Some of the onlookers had just arrived and didn't hear Go's father's initial words. Why wouldn't they want to? They said they'd give it at first, but then this family demanded 10. It doesn't sound like much, but 10 equals 100 taels. They didn't give a single coin when they split the family, and now they're asking for 100 taels. If it were you, would you agree?
Exactly.
I think this old woman is the one causing trouble. Such filial sons, and she's forcing them away. Just drive them away if you want. They finally made some progress, and now want to take advantage of others. That's really shameful. Gofu's friends seemed to understand the old lady's intentions. She just wanted to say that Gofu's family was unfilial. Well, in terms of filial piety, they can stand their ground. She asked for 10 jars at once, maybe planning to help sell them. Speaking of which, that's a good business. If I had the money, I'd buy some to sell too. Their brothers should be able to get the jars at cost price. People in the crowd naturally started talking about buying and selling based on what had been said before. After all, a family would need 10 jars, so anyone could tell that they were probably going to sell the extras. I used to think the same way, but my third brother said he wouldn't pay for any of the 10 jars. That's when I realized he was planning to take them for free, completely free. If the jars were my own property, I might have let him take them without paying. But everyone knows the situation. If the accounts don't match up, there will be big trouble. Gofu mentioned this and remembered the agreement Gookie and Song-Yuza signed, where they split things 70/30ths. He didn't explain it now, but the onlookers understood. Especially people like Erfu, who helped those who didn't understand. Everyone knew that these jars were connected to the court. And this suspicion had been in everyone's mind for a while. Gofu's vague words only deepened their doubts. Sometimes, you don't need to say everything clearly. Listeners will fill in the gaps themselves. That's what the crowd was doing now. They were imagining the situation Gofu described. Some who understood a bit more even thought the punishment might be more than just a slap, maybe even imprisonment or exile. It's so unfair. They're treating their own brothers so harshly. It's disgusting. People should be very careful around such individuals. Yes, it's the Go family. Remember that and tell your friends and relatives. Don't let this family get close to you. Most of the crowd shared this thought, and the old lady was not happy. Her grandson just started school and will get married someday. If these people really start avoiding her family like they're snakes, how will her grandson find a wife? Give the money. Why aren't you giving the money? It's because he didn't listen carefully to what the third brother said. We agreed to pay. We'll give. The old lady hesitated at this point. A single jar costs 10 taels of silver. The purchase price or cost should not be low, but if the old lady really spends money, she would naturally feel reluctant. Whether it's the purchase price or the cost, she is unwilling to pay, but since she has spoken, it's better to suggest a price herself. After some thought, she feels that even a 50% discount would make her feel like she's losing money. In the end, she suddenly thinks that a price of 1 tael per jar shows respect for her second son's family. So, just as she thought of this price, she blurted it out. 1 tael. 1 jar for 1 tael of silver. Third son pays, and we pay in full by 10. No need for them to deliver. We're family, so no need to be so precise. If she didn't know that each jar costs 10 taels of silver, and if she heard her say this, she might think she's being considerate of her son. But everyone present, whether they were arranged by Go Chi or not, knew the true price of these jars. Not to mention that retail prices are 10 taels each, and even large merchants who buy in bulk usually get only an 80% discount, which is 8 taels per jar. This old lady's offer of 1 tael per jar is almost like buying empty jars at that price. Filtering jars could never be sold at such a price, even in dreams. She plans to buy 10 jars for the price of 1, pretending to be generous and righteous, as if she's very magnanimous. Mother, are you really so heartless? Go father didn't argue about the price and naturally didn't accept the 10 taels that third son offered. He just looked at his mother and questioned whether she was truly so ruthless. But he already knew the answer in his heart. If she weren't ruthless, how could she split the family? How could she stand here? And how could she be so proud? Still think it's too little? Third son, put away the jars. Everyone saw it. It's not that we're refusing, it's just that he doesn't want to pay. Good son, bring the 10 filtering jars to the house this afternoon. Third son, let's go. The old lady spoke as if everything had already been settled, even preparing to call Uncle 3 to leave. I can't do that. If you really want to buy 10 jars, I'd sell them at a lower price, 80 taels. If I don't buy, I will still give you what I owe you as my son, but paying 10 taels for 10 jars is impossible. Go father stated the price they had agreed on at home. Although he knew the old lady wouldn't accept this price, he said it anyway, leaving the decision to her. He also gave one to the old lady, so there's no reason to say he's unfilial to his elder brother because of this matter. Are you joking? I said 10, just 10. If you don't give it, I won't even have 10 taels of silver. The old lady could never accept the price offered by Mr. Go. I thought she was really willing to give those 10 taels of silver, but in the end, she just wants to take it for free. Brother Go, don't argue with your mother anymore. Since the family is already divided, I think you shouldn't even give her the filial gift. She probably wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Exactly. Why not sell it to me? The well next to my livestock shed still doesn't have a filter tank. My animals should drink filtered water. That's not right. Mrs. Go hasn't even drunk the water yet. How can you let your animals drink it? I think the tank should be given. After all, it's a sign of respect from Brother Go and Brother Go's second brother. But if the old lady doesn't appreciate it and wants to cause trouble, that's her business. As sons, we've done what we should. That's enough. The crowd suddenly burst into loud laughter, making the old lady tremble with anger. She never expected someone to compare livestock to herself. It was just a filter tank. This second son made her lose face so badly. It was too hateful. Her eyes turned vicious as she stared fiercely at the person who wanted to install the filter tank near the livestock shed. But she didn't know this person, so in the end, she could only blame Mr. Go and her eldest brother for it. However, she didn't want to stay here anymore. She hadn't gotten what she wanted and caused a fuss. She needed to go home and think things over. Seeing the old lady leave, Mr. Go and his eldest brother still said they would send someone to deliver the tank. Whether to use it or not was up to them. Although the old lady said angrily that she didn't want it, when Erfu arranged for people to deliver the prepared filter tank, she still accepted it. Only San Shu watched the installation the whole time, but after the tank was installed, she circled around it several times. Although we can't give one to the master, with that officer here, we won't have to knock on the door every day. Is this thing really so magical? The second brothers wouldn't give us something that doesn't work, right? It works. I was worried it wouldn't, so before the installers left, I made a bowl of ash water to test it. It works very well. That dark ash water, after passing through the filter tank, comes out clear. Aunt Sen mentioned the filtering jar and felt it was truly amazing. No wonder the officials there highly praised it. Who would have thought second brother had this skill? Aunt San praised the filtering jar and then, feeling a bit jealous, expressed her envy to Father Go. He doesn't really have that skill. I think it was the idea of the magistrate. I know my son well. If he wasn't so slow, he wouldn't have broken his leg and been at home, eating and drinking for years. The old woman disliked Father Go, but her dislike was based on her understanding of her own son. Today, however, she felt embarrassed because of Father Go, something she hadn't expected. Since the family split, her two sons seemed to have become less obedient to her. Maybe it was sister-in-law's idea. She and the eldest sister-in-law are now famous in Weiqing for their scallion pancakes. Aunt Sen also thought about Go's mother and others. She knew the idea of the filtering jar probably didn't come from Go's mother. The only real possibility was what the old woman said, that it was the magistrate's idea. But Aunt San liked to talk about Go's family situation in front of the old woman, making her more dissatisfied with Go's mother. Yes, they probably made quite a bit of money making those pancakes now. Why can't I have a jar? Why do they cry poor in front of me? If I hadn't given them a single coin back then, would they have their current business?
Exactly.
They had to be desperate to turn things around. They should be grateful to us. They've earned money now and only gave us one filtering jar. That's really unkind. Aunt San scolded Go's mother. The two women argued happily at home, but neither of them wanted to go to the city gate to find Father Go and the others again. It was too embarrassing today. If they went, they'd have to wait until no one was talking about it. Of course, the old woman was thinking that her sons might argue back. Next time, she might try talking to her two daughters-in-law instead. Perhaps that would be more effective than arguing with her sons. Father Go didn't know that the old woman was focusing her attention on Go's mother and others. For several days, she hadn't bothered them, which made them feel relieved. However, they didn't realize that the old woman had secretly taken the three uncles back to Go's family village under the pretense of ancestor worship. That day, Go Chi's family was still busy. Aside from Go Chi's little child and a few dogs, the only other leisure came from the small chickens sent by Granny Zhao. Go Chi played with the dog and looked at the chickens, then went out again to check on how the factory repairs were going. It was a normal day, but when she heard that the elderly woman and others had suddenly returned, she couldn't help but feel nervous and hurried home. The elderly woman and her group claimed they were there to honor their ancestors, so they first went to the ancestral hall for a ritual, then planned to do other things. The villagers found it quite interesting that people who hadn't returned for 10 or 20 years suddenly appeared. Most people were curious about their purpose for coming back. After the elderly woman finished the ancestral rites, they naturally went to see the old house. Although Go Chi and her family now lived there, since it was Go Fu's mother, she wanted to visit. She first knocked on her eldest uncle's door, but he had gone out to drive a cart. Her aunt was helping in Go Chi's kitchen, so she wasn't home. Seeing no one, the third aunt helped the elderly woman to knock on Go Chi's door. Go Chi had already known the elderly woman was coming and hurried back to keep her outside the door. Now, the door couldn't be opened. Go Mother heard the knocking and came out of curiosity. She saw Go Chi standing in the yard, staring intently at the door. Yugua and Yuzhu looked at Go Chi, confused, not understanding why she wouldn't let them open the door, even though someone was knocking. Who's outside? Why isn't she opening the door? Go Mother didn't answer the door, but asked Go Chi about the situation. Go Chi told her mother about the elderly woman's visit, and her mother didn't dare to open the door either. She could only weakly watch the knocking sounds and then turn to the kitchen, planning to discuss with her aunt what to do next. Strange, why are neither of the two families home? The third aunt knocked for a long time, but no one answered, so she gave up. Where could they be in the daytime? Did they sneak off to meet someone while my two sons are away? The elderly woman spoke harshly, full of bad words. Who is this old woman? Her words are as disgusting as she just ate something foul. You're not from our Go village, are you? Get lost and don't dirty our land. Go Chong, who was at the factory, saw Go Chi rushing back worriedly and came over after finishing his work. After arranging things at the factory, he came here and heard the elderly woman speaking badly about Go Mother and her family. Though young, he knew how cruel the word cheating sounded to a woman, so he didn't care who the old woman was and stepped forward to confront her. Who is that little brat? It's none of your business.
Just get lost.
Uncle San heard Go Chong scolding the old woman, so he rarely showed filial piety and stepped forward to scold Go Chong. All of you are making noise here. The smell of your foul mouths is affecting me. Why don't you care about my affairs? You bunch of nonsense from who knows where should just leave. Go Chong was not afraid of Uncle San's scolding. Earlier, he felt guilty for insulting the old woman, but now, facing Uncle San, he no longer felt guilty. Instead, he felt excited about challenging a strong opponent. Old 3, ignore that kid. Take out the key and open the door. Since they're not home, we can just go in and wait. The old woman was scolded by Go Chong, but now she mainly wanted to find Go Mother and the others because she had something to discuss. She was too tired to bother with this child. She was old and had just performed a ritual for her ancestors, so she really wanted to rest properly. Uncle San listened obediently and took out the rusty old key. When they said they would give the house to Go Father and the eldest uncle, the old woman never gave them the key, so it was still in their hands. But they never thought that, although they didn't give the key, Go Father and the others still moved in. It was obvious that the lock had been changed since then. Now, with this rusty key, opening the door was impossible. Most importantly, there was no lock on the door, meaning it was locked from the inside. Holding the key, Uncle Sen suddenly realized that someone was inside the house. They just weren't coming out to open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. Open the door. Mother is here. Don't hide inside and stay silent. We know you're home. Uncle San knocked loudly, much louder than before. Many villagers heard the commotion. Who is this? Making such a fuss. Kuei's family isn't opening the door. That's obvious they don't want to see them. Why are they knocking so loudly? Didn't you hear them call sister-in-law and second sister-in-law? It must be the third one from their family who's in the city. Oh, that's the third one who's always thinking about his niece. Exactly, that's the third one. Why come now? I saw them go to the ancestral hall earlier. The village chief said they came back to pay respects. Ha ha ha, that's funny. The ones who never come back in 8 generations now want to pay respects. What ancestral rites? They didn't even bring a pig's head or meat. Have you ever seen such a ritual? I think they are just using the excuse of ancestor worship to take advantage of Kiki's family. Actually, that's quite possible. When I was in Weiqing before, I heard they wanted Kiki's father to give them 10 filtering tanks, but they wouldn't pay for them. Kiki's father didn't agree at the time, probably feeling upset, and now he's come here. Really? That's so ridiculous. This family is just too shameless. If I were Kiki's mother, I wouldn't open the door. Yes, they are so brazen. How could they treat Kiki's family like that? Now that they see Kiki's family doing well, they start to get greedy. It's disgusting. Go back to Weiqing. Go back to Weiqing. Someone shouted, and more people joined in. Uncle looked at the crowd and saw many who had taken money from him before and leaked information about Kiki's family. When did these people switch sides? Or did Kiki's family give them better benefits? Uncle couldn't figure it out, but he knew these people understood that Kiki's family's factory was about to be built. As long as they maintained good relations, they would get priority when hiring, especially from their own village. As for old Third Go, if they offend him, so be it. They didn't have to see him every day. That's why they were all making noise now, to let Kiki's family inside know they were good neighbors. But they didn't realize that Kiki knew everything about the trouble between her family and old Third Go. She was watching through the door, seeing their faces and the old lady's behavior. The old lady and her group didn't seem affected by the crowd outside. Instead, Uncle started knocking harder on the door. He even began cursing, trying to drown out the mocking voices outside with his shouting. His words grew more and more unpleasant, making Kiki's mother want to open the door and argue back. Kiki held her mother back, telling her and Auntie not to come out no matter what happened. She planned to hide with her mother and the others. As for the people outside, who were insulting them, let Flower Girl and Water Girl handle it. It was fortunate they came at the right time. The small market was closed today, and Flower Girl and Water Girl were both there. Except for Go Kongan, who was out delivering goods and hadn't returned, everyone else was inside. Flower Girl and Water Girl had long been fed up with the old lady's insults. Earlier, Go Kiki had told them not to fight, and now that she had entrusted them with a task, they would do their best to chase away the people at the door. The Flower Girl and the Water Girl each held a basin of water, while Yugua and Yuju each carried a broom. The big dog and its puppies were also at the door ready. After exchanging glances, Yugua and Yuju opened the door when the people outside were unprepared. Before the third uncle could react, 2 women poured water on him. He instinctively stepped back, but was blocked by the old woman and the third aunt behind him. This retreat gave space for the Water Girl and Flower Girl, who poured water on everyone at the door. The water, originally meant for the third uncle, now soaked all 3 of them. Then Yugua and Yuju rushed out with their brooms. They didn't hit anyone but kept sweeping the water away from the door, splashing it onto the uncle and the old woman. Who are these troublemakers? The old woman thought. She didn't recognize the 4 women but assumed they worked for the Go family since they were doing business nearby. As Go's mother, she considered herself their boss. She was angry that they refused to open the door and even threw water at her. But even though she was angry, the 4 women ignored her. Even the big dog showed its teeth at her. Is that the biting dog? Why does Chi-Chi still keep it? She wondered. It was good that Chi-Chi kept the dog, as it showed its teeth at those who bullied her family. Everyone in the village knew the dog followed Chi-Chi. Though no one had been bitten recently, the sight of its sharp teeth still made people afraid. When the old woman heard others say the dog might bite, her heart pounded. She wanted to scold them, but before she could speak, the dog barked fiercely. The small dog barked the same way, forcing the old woman and her companions to step back. The chaos didn't end there. The flower girl and water girl poured more water, but this time onto the ground. They also told Yugwa and Yuju to clean the area in front of the door carefully, not leaving any trash. They even lied, saying that if the owners saw the dirt later, they would be fined and lose their monthly pay. Yugwa and Yuju obediently cleaned the trash, chatting with the onlookers as if they didn't see the old women. "Miss Yugwa, are you the only ones home today?" Someone asked curiously. Could it be that Mother Go and the others are really not at home? Yes, that's right. Madam and the others are very busy and don't know when they'll be back. Yugwa had been thinking of a way to make these people believe Mother Go and the others weren't home. Although Water Lady just said the head of the household wasn't back, what if these people didn't notice that? Now, it was perfect, someone asked, giving her a chance to tell a lie. This is troublesome. The person you splashed water on while sweeping is actually your master's mother. You need to be careful, the onlookers said. Hearing that Mother Go and the others weren't here, they worried about these servants from the Chi family. Everyone knew they were bought from Go Chi's family, but they got along well with the villagers. Most people felt sympathy for their unfortunate fate and were glad to have found a good master like Go Chi. Now, seeing these people offend the elderly lady without knowing her identity, they kindly warned them. "Thank you, Auntie, but I think you've mistaken us. Our master and madam are very kind people. How could they be so shameless, full of foul language, or make up stories about their daughter-in-law's mother? We've only been here a short time, but we've been here long enough. We've never heard the master or madam mention the old lady's affairs. So, perhaps these rude people are just trying to take advantage of our absence to extort money." Yugwa's words revealed several things. First, they didn't believe this was Go Father's mother. Second, Go Father and the others had never mentioned this so-called old lady. Third, she already guessed the real reason for their visit. "Child, we can't fool you. If Chi-Chi's mother and the others aren't here, you should go back quickly and close the door so they won't see you," someone suggested. This didn't make Yugwa and Yuju go back immediately, but the elderly lady realized the door was open, and they could go inside. Unfortunately, a big dog at the door kept blocking the way. Even though the door was open, they could only stand back in fear. "Thank you. We'll sweep the entrance and then go back," Yugwa and the others said. Seeing the elderly lady still wanting to come in, even though the big dog was blocking the way, they weren't scared by the dog but felt a little nervous inside. Although Go Chi didn't say exactly how to deal with the elderly lady, it was probably best to send her away. Therefore, Yugwa and Yuju worked harder to sweep the water on the ground. The onlookers didn't seem very afraid of Yugwa and Yuju. They probably guessed that the women knew the old woman's identity. As they waved their brooms with larger arcs, the crowd gradually stepped back to avoid getting involved. Without the crowd, Yugwa and Yuju swung their brooms even more vigorously. The water was now flying over the old woman's head. "Foolish people, since someone has already told you who we are, why don't you invite us inside properly? Instead, you made me so dirty. You're asking for trouble." Uncle San, who had been standing at the front, was covered in mud and water. Now, as he spoke, some mud seemed to have entered his mouth, which made him very angry. He tried to grab the broom from Yuju and teach her a lesson. Uncle San's actions went unnoticed by Yugwa, but the big dog nearby saw everything. The big dog, which had been blocking the old woman and Aunt San, suddenly jumped up and lunged at Uncle San. Just as Uncle San was about to grab Yugwa's broom, he felt a heavy weight in his arms and was pushed to the ground by the big dog. When he fell, the first thing to hurt was his backside, and he cried out loudly from the pain. The old woman loved her third son very much and had never hurt a hair on his head, so she wouldn't hit him now. Seeing Uncle San trampled by the dog and clearly hurt somewhere, she was very worried and didn't rush into the house. She quickly asked Aunt San to help Uncle San up, but Aunt San, seeing the dog, didn't dare to go forward even if she wanted to. In the end, Yugwa decided that having the dog keep pressing on someone was too easy for others to accuse them of bullying, especially since they were just cleaning at the door. She called out to the big dog, and obediently, the dog got off Uncle San and returned to the door to guard with its puppies. Seeing the dog leave, Aunt San finally dared to help Uncle San up. However, the ground was wet, and even with Aunt San's support, Uncle San couldn't stand steadily and fell again. This time, it wasn't the weight of the dog, but Aunt San's weight that caused him to fall. He didn't want to fall himself, but insisted on pulling Aunt San to help him up. Uncle San's fall was quite unfortunate. It just happened to land on the spot where the big dog had pressed earlier. His stomach, which wasn't too painful before, now hurt terribly. Along with the pain in his buttocks, Uncle San felt like he was about to split apart. "Get out of the way, useless thing." The old woman didn't expect Aunt San to be so helpless. She was angry that her precious son had fallen again, so she hit Aunt San with a cane. Aunt San, feeling the pain, quickly stood up and ran away. She didn't help Uncle San. She decided to wait until Uncle San got up again, so she wouldn't get into trouble herself. "Mother, let's go back. I think I hurt myself and need to see a doctor," Uncle San said, touching his buttocks. It hurt whenever he touched it, so he didn't dare to press harder and was eager to go home. "All right, let's go back. We'll come again when those two women return," the old woman said with concern. She even thought about making Yugwa and her sisters pay for the trouble. But she also thought those two were just lowly people. When they came back, she planned to find a way to sell them. They supported each other as they left. Their carriage was parked near the ancestral hall. Although it wasn't far, Uncle San's injured buttocks made walking very slow. Plus, with a cane, he simply couldn't walk fast. The crowd that had gathered earlier hadn't gone far and saw how badly they looked. Some even found it funny and couldn't help but laugh. When they finally reached the carriage, another problem arose. Uncle San's buttocks and stomach hurt, so he couldn't sit or lie down comfortably. How could he go home like this? Aunt San had originally suggested borrowing a bed and blankets to cushion Uncle San, so he would feel better whether sitting or lying down. But since they didn't know anyone in Gojia village, no one was willing to lend them extra blankets. No one wanted to risk not getting them back, especially since the Go family was known for being selfish and causing trouble. In the end, the old woman's carriage left Gojia village. As for how Uncle San got on the carriage, Dazhuang used his own old, dirty quilt to sell for a few silver coins, which allowed Uncle San to have something soft to sit on and leave. After they left completely, Yugwa and Yuju began to seriously sweep the water at the door. When they returned to the house, Go Chi had already learned what happened from Water Lady and Flower Lady. It was natural for Go Mama to be happy about driving away the old woman and her group, even saying they should be rewarded. Go Chi did not stop Go Mama from giving the reward, because it was her idea. However, after Go Mama gave the reward, Go Chi frowned alone. The old woman's visit was too sudden today, catching her off guard, so she had to hide first. But she believed that, based on the old woman's nature, she would come back again. Although this time they didn't have a chance to reveal their true purpose, considering recent events, it was easy to guess it was about the filtering tank. Go Father's gift to them was already given, and clearly, they were not satisfied. Just like at the beginning when they asked for 10, their goal was never just 1. It seems she needs to think of a way to make them give up this idea. "Miss, the madam gave me and my sister a pair of silver earrings. Do you think they look nice?" Yuju was happily showing off the silver earrings Go Mama gave her, not noticing Go Chi's worried expression. Yu Gue, being more attentive, saw Go Chi's expression and kicked Yuju lightly, though not hard, just enough to remind her. Yuju, still showing off, then noticed Go Chi's look. "Miss, are you worried that the old lady will come again?" Although Yu Gue and the others had been stern when facing the old woman earlier, they still didn't dare to call her by her name in front of Go Chi, knowing proper manners. They will definitely come back. This time, you just drove them away, but their goal wasn't achieved. Maybe next time, they will also consider Uncle San's injury, Go Chi sighed, feeling a bit cautious now. Mainly because the old woman was Go Father's biological mother. Even if she was not a good person, she was still a senior, and the word filial weighed on Go Father, restraining him. Although she, as a person from another world, didn't care about this old woman, she couldn't do anything too extreme. Otherwise, Go father might be labeled as unfilial because of her. Today, Shui Nyang and the others' actions were already a bit bold. Fortunately, it was their first meeting with the old woman, and splashing water could be justified as not recognizing her. But they couldn't use this excuse again in the future. To prevent the old woman from fixating on the filtering tank, she had to think carefully. Miss, why didn't you ask Master Song for help? He takes 70% of the profit. He should be able to do something, right? Maybe if he shows up, the old lady and others won't dare to come anymore. Yu Zhu thinks Go Qi is overthinking. Our family is not the same as before. If there are people who can help, why not use them? No, it's a family matter. Asking Lord Song for help might be a bit too much. Miss Go probably thinks the same. Otherwise, she would have contacted Lord Song directly when third young master found the master. Why bother putting on a show at the city gate? Yu Gui analyzes this, which is also what Go Qi initially thought, so she hasn't mentioned calling Song Yuze yet. It's hard to have a strong backing and not use it. It's so frustrating. After hearing Yu Gui, Yu Zhu also realizes she was being too simple. But now, since Song Yuze can't help, do they really have to find their own way? If there was a solution, Go Qi probably wouldn't be so worried. While Go Qi was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door outside. This surprised both Go mother and aunt, and they looked at the closed door with some confusion. Go Qi and the others also heard the knocking, so they hurried out. Seeing that Go mother and aunt didn't go to see who was outside, they must be worried that the old lady has returned. Yu Gui and Yu Zhu picked up their brooms and carefully peeked through the door to see who was outside. Luckily, it wasn't the old lady, but brothers Fong Chung and Xiao Ji. The brothers were still catching their breath, as if they had run all the way here. Young Master Fong, young Master Xiao, why are you here? Yu Zhu quickly put down her broom and opened the door for the two young masters. We heard someone was causing trouble at your house, so we came to see if we could help. By the way, your wife and Mississippi-O, they're here. Xiao Ji originally wanted to say they mainly heard that Go Qi and others weren't home, and someone was causing trouble. They were worried that the servants like Yu Gui couldn't handle it, so they hurried over. But when they arrived, the troublemakers had already left. And there were no onlookers either, only a few words from passing by people on the way here. Were you just there? Fong Chung looked at Go Qi, wondering if they were overthinking again. Go Qi had already resolved the issue. Yes, but I was hiding. That was my grandmother, Go Qi replied, only mentioning her identity, without going into details. Xiao Ji and the others also heard about Go Qi's family situation. When they heard it was the grandmother, they understood that this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. Fong Chung even sensed a sense of helplessness in Go Qi's brief words. Do you know her purpose for coming? Fong Chung asked. Probably, I guess it has something to do with the filtering tank. They want us to provide the tanks for free so they can make money. Of course, they don't plan to pay us anything, Go Qi said, feeling very frustrated. She didn't know how to complain about such a troublemaker anymore. Isn't your family tank already cooperating with Lord Song? Why not ask him for help? Xiao Ji said casually, as if giving the tank to Lord Song would make everything simple. Just now, I thought the same, but Miss said this is a family matter and didn't want to bother Lord Song, Yu Zhu said. When she heard Xiao Yi, young Master Xiao, had the same idea, she felt a bit smarter, but she still rejected Xiao Ji's suggestion on behalf of Go Qi. It's not impossible to ask Lord Song for help. Although this is your family matter, the filtering tank isn't. So, it depends on how you interpret it. I think with some careful thinking, maybe Lord Song could step in, Fong Chung said. He understood why Go Qi felt it was hard to ask Lord Song, but didn't want her to worry over this. If everything is handled properly, involving Lord Song might be possible. It just depends on how to approach him. If they tell the truth about the situation, it is a family matter, so he can help Go Qi organize her words well.
Oh.
Xiao Chung, do you have any ideas? Tell us in detail, Go Qi said after hearing Fong Chung. She felt hopeful. This was a new idea. She had been stuck in a rut earlier and hadn't thought of a different approach. Now Fong Chung had proposed a new idea, and he seemed quite thoughtful, so she was ready to listen carefully. I just have a rough idea. You probably signed some contracts with Lord Song regarding the filtering tanks. You can carefully review the clauses about benefits and see if you can use them. If benefits don't work, check if there are other clauses that might make Lord Song step in. If the contract doesn't have any useful clauses, we can create a possibility that forces Lord Song to act. But the question is, will we have enough time to make this happen? Fong Chung briefly shared his thoughts. Go Chi thought about the contract based on what he said. It seemed there was nothing useful to take advantage of. The contract was very simple, mainly just profit sharing. Other clauses were only there to support the profit-sharing part and couldn't be used. So, the only option was to create a possible solution. But how could they create this possibility? They need a certain number of jars. Just give them some first, then report them as stolen. Xiaoji also tried to suggest an idea. No, that won't work more than once or twice, and it might not even be effective since it's my grandmother. Maybe Lord Song will decide to give the jars to the other side. I don't think Lord Song would do that, but if it happens multiple times, he might stop caring. Then Grandma Go Chi might even take the jars away more aggressively. Fong Chung immediately rejected Xiaoji's idea. You said earlier that creating a possibility is one way. Isn't what I just suggested also a possibility? Xiaoji was a little dissatisfied, but he didn't get angry at Fong Chung. He still thought his cousin was very clever. That is a possibility, but not the best one. We need to think of other options, Fong Chung said with a slight frown. He had already dismissed many of his own ideas internally. Then Xiaoji offered a few more ideas. Some of them overlapped with Fong Cheng's own rejected thoughts, but even if both had the same ideas, Fong Cheng's rejection meant they couldn't be used. In the end, the two kept brainstorming in the yard, helping Go Chi come up with ideas, while Yuguo kindly kept them company nearby. As night fell, Go Mother cooked many good dishes herself, leaving these two eager boys to enjoy dinner. But in the end, they couldn't come up with a useful plan. Thank you, Brother Xiao Chung and Brother Xiaoji. I think I'll think about it more slowly. No rush. Third uncle was hurt by a big dog, so they probably won't come in the next couple of days, Go Chi said, noticing their furrowed brows all afternoon. She herself was feeling overwhelmed. Since they had already eaten dinner, she couldn't let Xiaoji and the others stay overnight, so she could only thank them and arrange for Gokong and to send them back to the academy. Even lying in bed that night, everyone was still thinking about what to do. As they thought, Go Chi eventually fell asleep. In her dream, she seemed to return to the day she discussed the contract with Lord Song. Although the conversation was similar, in her dream, the contract was never signed. Lord Song not only did not sign a contract with her, but also handed over the business of the filtering tank to others, and this other person happened to be Uncle San and his group. This dream made Go Chi feel quite uneasy. Although she had already signed a contract with Song Yuza, a comment he made during the negotiations was the real cause of her dream. Song Yuza had studied her filtering tank and knew what was inside. Go Chi believed that now someone else who obtained the tank might also be researching it. Even if Song Yuza was protecting her, the filtering tank would eventually be copied by others. Thinking about it made her upset, and she believed that once the copy appeared, her grandmother might even use their name to support the fake. If that happened, her interests would be taken away. Of course, this also included Song Yuza's interests. Fortunately, the old lady hadn't thought about copying yet, and there were no copies on the market now. But the old lady wanted to sell their tanks, which was also a form of copying, even though the items belonged to them. Once this loophole was open, even if she refused to give the tanks later, the old lady could claim she got the copies from her. Instead of letting that happen, it was better to stop the idea of copying before it even started, along with the old lady's plans. This was no longer just a family matter, so it was time for Lord Song Yuza and her to worry together. With Lord Song's thinking, she believed the problem could be solved quickly. She turned over and got up, then went to her desk to write a letter to Song Yuza. Tonight, Yuguo was on duty. They were sleeping on the imperial concubine's couch outside. Go Chi could tell if there was any movement. When she pushed the door open, she saw Go Chi lighting a lamp on her desk. "Miss, why are you awake so early today?" Yugua took the fire stick from Go Chi and helped light the lamp. "I'm planning to write a letter to Lord Song. Later, I'll find out who is going to Weiqing to deliver the cakes and ask him to take it there," Go Chi said, then prepared to grind ink. But with Yugua here, she didn't really need to do these things herself. Yugua saw that she was going to write a letter and grind ink, so she took over quickly. Go Chi only needed to hold the inked brush and write on the paper. After thinking for a moment, Go Chi expressed her ideas simply and clearly. Of course, regarding the copying issue, she only mentioned that she found someone had bought a large number of water tanks, suspecting that someone was trying to copy the filtering tanks. To avoid both people's losses, she gave some advice. Of course, most of these suggestions were not very reliable, but she intentionally wrote them that way. Her goal was to make Song Yuza think of a solution and also let him know that she wasn't out of ideas, she just couldn't think of a good one at the moment. After finishing the letter, Go Chi read it several times in her mind. Although her handwriting was so ugly it was hard to look at, even childish and naive, her message was still very clear. Today, Go Kongan was delivering cakes to Weiqing, and Go Chi felt very at ease handing the letter to him. "Should we wait for a reply?" Go Kongan didn't know what was in the letter, but asked Go Chi if she wanted to wait for Song Yuza's reply. "Depends on the situation. If Lord Song tells you to wait for his reply, then wait. If not, no need. Even if he wants to reply, he will send someone back. My father and the others go to Weiqing every day, so a reply from Lord Song can arrive at any time." Go Chi wasn't sure if Song Yuza could think of a solution immediately, so she didn't ask Go Kongan to wait for a reply. Of course, she also thought that Song Yuza wouldn't be able to reply right after receiving the letter. When Song Yuza received Go Chi's letter, his first reaction was that her handwriting was really ugly. Then he remembered that the child was only 3 years old, yet she managed to write him a complete letter. Although some characters looked strange, he could guess what they meant from the context. This was not something an ordinary 3-year-old could do. After reading the letter, Lord Song indeed didn't reply, but he asked Go Kongan to tell Go Chi not to worry and that he would think of a way. Though this was meant to reassure Go Chi, she was actually more worried about the old lady and others coming again. Fortunately, perhaps because of the third uncle's injury, the old lady and them didn't come over these days, so Go Chi was on edge every day. Even the task of selling ice drinks at the Banshan Academy was handed over to Yuju, as she was afraid the old lady might suddenly come and scare Go Chi's mother and others. When Yuju was selling the drinks, people naturally asked why Go Chi wasn't there. Yuju, who liked gossip, wouldn't reveal family secrets. She just said there was some family matter that made it inconvenient to come out. Saying family matter was a common excuse, and most people wouldn't ask further after hearing it. At most, they would politely say that if she needed help, she should just ask. Although she knew it was polite talk, Go Chi still felt happy when Yuju relayed the message back. Although she hadn't spent much time with these students, her kind words made her feel that giving them an extra spoon of fruit each time she sold ice drinks was worth it. However, Go Chi didn't know that the young master, who bought ice every day by carriage, had sent someone to investigate her family after learning about her troubles. Later, when her third uncle finally managed to walk a few steps, he was robbed by a group of unknown bandits and beaten badly. This allowed Go Chi and her family to have a few quiet days. What's going on? How can there be bandits in broad daylight? "Oh, my son, the old woman cried loudly as she looked at her injured third uncle. They even reported the incident to the authorities, but her third uncle saw nothing and was knocked unconscious, losing his purse in the process. He couldn't provide any clues. Usually, bandits don't just rob one person and then leave, so the officials in Weiqing started a proper investigation. In the end, only Go Sin-shu was robbed. No one else was targeted. Someone even suggested that Go Sin-shu had been to a gambling house. Now, the officials believed Go Sin-shu was beaten because he lost all his money, and to avoid scolding from his mother and wife, he lied that he was robbed by criminals. Except for Go Sin-shu himself, no one else believed this story. The old woman and her third wife believed it completely. The old woman loved her third uncle very much. Even if he really lost money gambling and was beaten, she still felt sorry for him. She even gave him more money, telling him to take some when he went gambling next time, so he wouldn't get beaten again. Go San-shu felt frustrated, but seeing the money his grandmother gave him, he thought the beating was not unfair. The stolen money was made up by his grandmother, and there was even extra. So, he admitted to gambling, as he already had the habit, and it didn't matter. In fact, after admitting it, he wouldn't have to sneak around when going to the casino anymore. Go San-shu's being beaten was only known to Go Chi later, thanks to news brought by Tian-yo and the others. Tian-yo and his group of young beggars developed quickly once they had money, and it seemed they had people in several nearby towns. Of course, more and more chaotic news kept coming, making Go Chi feel like her little notebook for recording messages was no longer enough. Sometimes, she even had the idea of encouraging Tian-yo and the others to go to school. As long as they could read and write, Tian-yo could record any news first, then she would decide which information was useful and which was not. However, learning to read and write was not an easy task, and if Tian-yo learned, other children might want to learn too. That wouldn't be easy to manage. So, she decided to put this idea aside for now, since she still had other things to do with the filtering tanks. 5 days after Go Chi wrote a letter to Songyuza, Go's father brought back Songyuza's reply. The handwriting was very beautiful, and Go Chi felt a bit ashamed when she saw it. She tried to hide her feelings of shame and carefully read the contents of the letter. The main idea was that this matter was Go Chi's own issue. Although they were partners, their agreement clearly stated that he was not responsible for managing it. Since this was their first cooperation, he thought Go Chi was young and might not have considered everything carefully. This mainly referred to the unreliable suggestions Go Chi had written in her letter. He could only reluctantly help Go Chi come up with a temporary solution for these suggestions. He didn't mention any specific plan in his reply, only asked Go Chi to give him a list. This list included customers who had already bought and started using the filtering tanks, as well as those who had paid a deposit but had not yet received their tanks. Although Go Chi felt she should protect customer privacy, she considered that Songyuza was her partner and also a government official. Either way, he had the right to know the customer information. So, she asked Shuenyang to copy the customer list and then send it to Songyuza. Of course, she also made sure to mention in her letter to Songyuza that the customer information must be kept confidential as a sign of respect for the customers. Songyuza only smiled when he received her letter. He wasn't foolish. He knew these were his clients, and he wouldn't leak their information. He wanted the list for future actions, but he hadn't told Go Chi about this. Go Chi kept waiting for some action from Songyuza, but she never received a reply. Instead, every day, Air Fu from Weiqing brought her news that made her instantly understand Songyuza's plan. It turned out that Songyuza used the government's authority to check on the shops using filtering tanks. Under the pretense of inspecting whether the tanks were installed correctly, he issued a certificate of approval to these shops. The certificates bore the words qualified regarding the filtering tanks and had a watermark stamp. This watermark method is the same as the one Go Chi used for the ox cart coupons, just with the simple word qualified on the stamp. After Songyuza sends out the certificates to the families who already have filtering tanks, the next step is for those who haven't received theirs yet. For these families, Go Chi just needs to bring the certificate when delivering the tanks. When Songyuza hands over the qualified stamp, Go Chi even suspects whether Songyuza is also from the future, since he can think of this certificate. Go Chi doesn't know if Songyuza is also from the future, but with this certificate and a document Songyuza gave her, all filtering tanks now have to be inspected by the government and issued a certificate of approval. Go Chi knows very well how fake this document is. After all, she has the stamp herself, so there's no need for the government. But with this document, Go Chi can use it to refuse the old lady. She won't provide a real certificate, and without one, no one will buy the tanks. Those eager to try will have to give up their plans. Most importantly, when Songyuza issued the certificates, he already discovered some families had opened the tanks. It's obvious these people wanted to make counterfeit tanks. Now, before they even start, Songyuza is already watching them. With the certificate issue, even if they have other ideas, they can only put them aside for now. As for the old lady's side, since the third uncle was beaten and is recovering at home, Go Chi's list didn't include their family. So, after the third uncle heals, they won't know that the tanks now require a certificate. The old lady still plans to ask Go Mu for a filtering tank, so after the third uncle gets better, she hurriedly goes to Go family's village again. This time, they don't need to pretend to be paying respects or anything. They just appear directly at Go Chi's door. It's about time they meet Go Mu. When they arrived, they didn't even knock. The door opened by itself. Go Kongin was about to go to the door when he saw the people outside. He naturally recognized these three at the door. He initially thought about retreating back inside and shutting the door, but the third uncle had already stepped forward and reached into the house. Now he was making eye contact with Go Mu inside the yard. Because Go Chi was facing away from the door, she didn't notice what was happening on Go Kongin's side. If she hadn't seen the unusual expression on her mother's face, she might not have turned around at all. But when she did, she saw the elderly woman and the third uncle standing in their yard. Everyone else in the yard also saw these three people. Go Kongin didn't come out. Yu Gui and Yu Zhu, who were originally preparing fruit, also stopped. Besides the sound of the eldest aunt making pancakes from the kitchen, there was no other noise in the yard. Second sister-in-law, you're home today? That's really great. The third aunt and the elderly woman exchanged a glance, then smiled as they helped the elderly woman to sit beside Go Mother. Go Mother didn't need to invite her. She just sat down, and the third aunt pushed Go Chi aside. Go Chi was pushed, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she waved to the dogs at the door, which had become less relaxed because of the visitors. The big dog, being clever, brought its puppies over to Go Chi. This dog looked aggressive, and the third aunt, who had visited last time, knew this. Seeing the dog approach, she hurriedly stood up, no longer pushing Go Chi, and just stayed beside the elderly woman. My sons have gone to catch the carriage. And here you are, leisurely drinking tea and having snacks. What's the use of marrying you off? It's been so long, and I haven't seen you have a son. The elderly woman started criticizing Go Mother as soon as she arrived. Go Mother, who was almost forgetting this feeling of being scolded, couldn't help but recall her past hardships. Her emotions seemed off, even showing signs of lowering her head. Mother, what does grandmother mean? Father said, he only earns a few coins a day, right? But here at grandmother's, father has earned a lot of money.
Oh,
I understand now, grandmother is going to give father money, so he earns more than mother. Thank you, grandmother. I don't know how much money you brought for father this time. Go Chi hadn't spoken such innocent words in a long time. But this interruption seemed to pull Go Mother out of her habit, and she looked directly at the elderly woman with a rare firmness, speaking up against her. Mother, if I remember correctly, we have already divided the family. How can you say we've divided the family? That means he's no longer my son, and you're not his wife. His earnings don't need to respect me anymore? The elderly woman's shameless attitude was very practiced, and Go Chi found it disgusting to watch. Isn't it true that after the family division, everyone manages their own affairs? Kiki was present at that time and heard everything clearly, even with the village chief coming to write the agreement. Mother, isn't the agreement legally binding? So, can grandmother help repay the debt your father owes for buying the ox? Go Chi subtly gave Go Mother a look, making her pause, and then look at Go Chi with confusion. Finally, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Go Father still owes money. You're just talking nonsense. Now you can even buy servants, so how could you owe money? Third uncle didn't believe Go Chi's story and felt he had found their lie. It's not possible. When the family divided, mother gave all the money to you. Our family has not a single coin left. If we hadn't borrowed money, where would we get the funds to buy a cart? Do you know how much one ox costs? 5 taels of silver. And Kiki's father, who drives the cart daily, only earns 2 or 3 coins a day. They've only been driving for a few months. Do you think they can earn 5 taels of silver in that time? That's just wishful thinking. Although Go Mother retorted, she didn't address the servant issue that third uncle mentioned. We didn't buy them from the master. They are not the master servants. At this moment, Go Kongin seemed to mutter quietly, but his voice was a bit loud. Of course, he dared to say this because Go Chi kept signaling him with eye contact.
What do you mean by that?
Third uncle naturally heard Go Kongan's words and looked at him fiercely. But Go Kongan seemed unafraid and simply stood quietly to the side, not even answering third uncle's question. Kongan didn't say anything wrong. He was right that they weren't bought by the master. Father still owes debts himself, so how could he buy servants? Go Chi gave Kongan an approving look and casually said this, making the older woman and others seem to understand the current situation. Mother, it looks like this money belongs to second sister-in-law. Second brother probably didn't ask her for money to save face. Let's not get involved in this matter. Their marriage is messy, and it has nothing to do with us. First, we should ask them for the jar. Although we might not get it from second brother, we can ask them to pay for it. After all, it was her servant who caused my husband to get hurt before. Sister-in-law seems to understand that the property of Go Chi's family belongs to the owner. She quietly analyzes this near the old lady's ear. The old lady listened to sister-in-law's words and thought about her second son. She felt that he was indeed capable of doing such a helpless thing. Today, she came to ask for a jar, not to buy cattle money for her second son. So, she didn't mention Go father's situation at all. I don't care about your family's situation. Since you admit these servants are yours, then the incident where they injured the third son a few days ago is your responsibility. She originally thought that because the second and third sons are brothers, she wouldn't need to pay much. But now, since the matter doesn't involve the second son, it's your turn. I believe you don't have much spare money, so just use your family's filter jar as compensation. Don't give too much, just 10 jars. The old lady spoke casually, with a hint of kindness, even looking around as if searching for extra filter jars in the yard. It was as if, regardless of Go Mother's opinion, she would take the jars away. Go Mother didn't know what to say now. She felt that although Go Chi's earlier words cleared Go Father, the current situation seemed to mean she had to pay. Uncle, are you hurt? When did that happen? I heard there were bandits in Weiqing a while ago who stole money from the third son of Go family. Is that third son Go Chi? But, Uncle, wasn't he injured by bandits? Why are you telling Grandma that it was our servants who did it? I heard it even alarmed the authorities. If you say it was our servants, do you have proof? If so, call the officials over to check the injuries and see how many beatings he took. Then just beat him directly. Mother, you agree, right? If servants make mistakes, a few beatings are enough. Go Chi's words clearly changed the subject about Uncle being beaten, implying that the injuries had nothing to do with their family, so they shouldn't be blamed. What bandits? It was before they came to your house, and your servants beat him, Uncle said when he heard Go Chi's words. He knew that little girl already knew about the robbery. Although he felt embarrassed in front of the younger generation, it didn't stop her from discussing the matter straightforwardly.
Impossible.
My servants usually stay in Go Village. How could they have beaten Uncle? I see now. Uncle was robbed and upset, so he lied to Grandma that our servants did it, right? At that time, how much money did Uncle Sin lose? 5 coins? 10 coins? Go Chi looked with big, watery eyes and asked simply, as if 5 or 10 coins were a lot of money. While speaking, she reached into her small bag and struggled to pull out 2 coins, then reluctantly handed them to Uncle San. Chi only has 2 coins. All for Uncle San. Don't be sad, Uncle. Be more careful next time. If you see robbers, run faster. That filter jar can't be given away. It's government property. If you give it to Uncle San, he might get into trouble. Even without a certificate from the authorities, Uncle San can't sell it. Go Chi handed the money to Uncle San and kindly reminded him not to forget about the certificate. But surprisingly, these 3 people didn't even know what a certificate was, which made Go Chi a little surprised. But that's okay. Now that they know, it's not too late. The official documents are posted at the factory gate of the filter jar workshop. Although the factory isn't finished, the main gate is usable, so Go Chi had already put up the notices there. Uncle San looked at the 2 coins in his hand. He felt humiliated by Go Chi, but now he was thinking about the filter jar issue, not the shame. He didn't know about the certificate, but Go Chi spoke so seriously that it must be true. And he believed Go Chi wouldn't lie, because such an important matter could be easily checked. If it's true, then their plan to make money with the filter jars is ruined. Uncle San looked at the old woman with some confusion, while she was also thinking about the filter jar issue. But since the filter jar was useless now, and they had come all this way, couldn't they just go back? The old woman definitely wouldn't do that. Anyway, since Go Chi's mother was supposed to compensate for the injury to Old San, having no jar was not a problem if they had money. But Go Chi's earlier words shifted the blame for Old San's injury onto the robbery, so she had to bring up the twisted facts. Old San was robbed, and your servant hit him. That's what happened. Since the filter jar can't be given to us, just pay the compensation. It looks like your business is doing well. You've bought so many servants, so you shouldn't mind a little compensation. Just give 100 taels. That's enough to cover 10 jars. The old woman's face was thick-skinned. She insisted on compensation. The jar was broken, and she wouldn't accept less money. But how could Go Chi possibly give her money? Although Go Mu is now so angry she can't speak, her eyes still show rejection. Who hit third uncle? Go Chi sees that Go Mu is too angry to speak, so she decides she must handle the situation herself. She first asks who is the one to make the move. Of course, she knows that no one hit anyone that day. Only the big dog moved its paw. No, the madam and young lady told us that we shouldn't fight if we can reason, only if someone is unreasonable. This is the young lady's third uncle, and he wouldn't be unreasonable. Naturally, if he were, there wouldn't be any fighting. Besides, I haven't seen it. This was Go Kongan speaking. He said this without any guilt because he was not even there when the old lady and others arrived that day. Yes, we are with the young lady and madam every day, so when would we have time to fight? And with someone like Third Master, even if we did fight, it would be him beating us, not the other way around. Yugua also agreed with Go Kongan, though her words lacked confidence. Still, they truly didn't hit third uncle that day, so she wasn't lying. Seeing that her daughter and servants all denied the old lady's words, Go Mu seemed to regain her composure a little. She took a few deep breaths and then started to join in denying the old lady's story. Indeed, if we had really fought, based on what I know of my mother, she would have demanded compensation right then. Since she didn't, it only shows that the person who hit third uncle has nothing to do with us. I know third uncle was indeed robbed, which is quite pitiful, but my mother trying to extort money from me is too much. Not to mention, this one's so strong if she really wanted to fight, I believe third brother would already be dead. Even if he's alive, he'd probably be bedridden for 3 or 5 months. And these 2 young girls, are you sure third uncle was beaten by such small girls? Go Mu's eyes showed contempt, but her words made third uncle feel ashamed. He even wanted to hit her, but looking at Go Kongan beside her, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He knew he wouldn't be able to beat him. Extort? Haha, if I hit someone, I've already hit them. I'm too old to be extorting you. Stop wasting words, and just give the money. The old lady didn't want to hear any more explanations. She was determined to get what she wanted. No, if mother truly feels she needs compensation, she should report it to the authorities for judgment. Otherwise, she should leave. Talking so much has already delayed us from making the pastries. If we get fined because the delivery was late, I will hold mother responsible. Go Mother remembered what Go Chi had said when Dazhuang and the others came before, so she repeated those words. Basically, she thought it was impossible for me to ask for money, and if we delay any longer, they will be the ones paying. Go Chi heard Go Mother say this, and slightly smiled. In the past, Go Mother was always afraid of the old lady. The bravest words she ever said to her were probably when they discussed splitting the family. Back then, they were pushed to the limit, but today was different. She only lost focus for a moment earlier, then she became bolder. Maybe because there were more people around, but this was a good sign. You wicked thing, daring to ask me for money. Do you even understand your own status and mine? The old lady didn't expect Go Mother to dare to talk back. This has nothing to do with status. The family separation agreement clearly states that our 2 families are no longer connected by life or death. It was you who forced us and Dage to leave because of the 3rd son. Now that you're allowed into the house, It's already very generous of us to call you mother. Since you want to be unreasonable here, I'm sorry, but our family doesn't welcome you. Someone please her out. Although Go Mother used the word, her tone clearly meant to drive her out. I dare anyone to try. The old lady didn't believe Go Mother would really chase her away. But her words might work at home. Not here. Everyone would dare. For example, Water Girl and Flower Girl had already stepped close to the old lady and lifted her up. Though a bit difficult, it didn't stop them from moving her. Go Kongin politely made a please gesture to the third uncle, but his eyes seemed to be telling him either to leave or he would throw him out. As for the third aunt, no one needed to move her. When the old lady was lifted by Flower Girl and the others, she obediently followed. However, her eyes kept shifting, as if planning something sneaky. But Go Chi noticed her move, and after the old lady was pushed out, she suddenly burst into tears. Mother, why is this happening? Chi is also your granddaughter. How can they treat us like this? Go Chi's crying immediately stopped the third aunt's plan to cry and make a fuss. Go Chi's crying also called the neighbors, including the second daughter-in-law and others nearby, to come out. From the scene, it was clear there would be some lively entertainment. Miss, don't cry. The lady has already driven them away, right, madam? Shuenyang looked at Go Chi and knew she was acting, but Go Chi's mother still hadn't reacted, so she quickly played along and also reminded Go Chi's mother. Yes, Chi, don't cry. We have separated from your grandmother's family. They can't control us anymore. Go Chi's mother saw Shuenyang constantly giving her looks, though she didn't quite understand why, but since Go Chi was crying, she naturally wanted to comfort her. Miss, don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you, or the madam. At this moment, Go Kongin also stepped into block between Go Chi and the old lady and others. No way, here she comes again. This old lady is too shameless. If she had any shame, she wouldn't keep coming back. Who allowed Chi-Chi's family to have money now? This time, she's probably here to ask for a filter tank. Probably not. Without a certificate, they can't use the tank they got. I think this time, she's just here to ask for money. After all, asking for money is easier than asking for the tank. Didn't they split up very thoroughly during the family division? Who knows? It's unfortunate. Things started to look up, and now she's after us. Every family has its troubles. People who heard Chi crying gathered around, but even though they guessed what was happening, no one stepped forward to help. In everyone's eyes, this was truly a family matter. Recently, there had been many rumors about the old lady, and everyone roughly knew her temper. To avoid being entangled with her, they just watched and chatted casually, but no one dared to intervene. There's no justice anymore. My daughter-in-law actually threw her mother-in-law out. I will report her to the authorities. I will. The old lady didn't expect Go Mother to throw her out. When she found herself outside the door, she finally reacted and started shouting. Report? Go ahead and report. We will too. Mother, and I will find Master Song. We will report her. Just accuse uncle of extortion. Chi has read the Dun Law. 100 taels of silver is enough to exile uncle for 800 miles. Go Chi didn't mention reporting the old lady. There was nothing she could say since she was an elder. But uncle was different. If Go Mother reported him, it wouldn't matter whether he was an elder or not. Plus, uncle was the old lady's precious, so accusing uncle would be much more effective than directly accusing the old lady. She mentioned finding Lord Song, but she didn't really intend to go. It was more of a warning to the old lady, reminding her that they had connections with Lord Song. If she truly wanted to accuse them, she should first consider whether she could succeed. As for the punishment of exile for 800 miles, that was just a bluff. Although such a penalty existed, it wasn't meant for extortion cases. Her words still worked well on the old lady, who didn't understand the law well. Because of this, the old lady became a bit timid. Uncle, who could read and write, wasn't as familiar with the Daoan law as Go Chi was. When he heard Go Chi's family was planning to accuse him, he felt uneasy. He looked at the old lady and saw she was also showing signs of fear, so he decided not to support her anymore. Auntie, who initially wanted to blame Go Chi as soon as she left the house, didn't get the chance because Go Chi spoke first. So she decided not to say anything further. Instead, she pretended to be weak, helped the old lady, and quietly warned her not to push Go Chi's mother too hard, or she might really end up accusing the third son. Go Chi's mother had once encouraged Go Chi to split from her family for Chi Chi's sake. The old lady was already a bit scared, and when she heard Auntie's words, she saw it as a way out. She decided to leave, following Auntie's suggestion. Even though she decided to leave, she kept criticizing Go Chi's mother for being unfilial. However, everyone watching knew the real reason behind her complaints, so they didn't believe her. The old lady and her group left without gaining anything, which made Go Chi's mother happy. But Go Chi felt uneasy watching them leave, thinking they gave up too quickly. She was worried something else might happen later, but she couldn't think of what action they might take. So, she asked Tian and the others to keep an eye on the old lady's family when they had free time. Tian's people weren't many in Weicheng, but keeping an eye on the old lady's family seemed simple enough. After all, they weren't high officials or wealthy people, and they didn't even have guards. Having someone watching Go Chi made her feel more at ease. She had many things to do every day and didn't want to spend all her thoughts worrying about the old lady. Her cold drinks had been inconsistent lately, sometimes available, sometimes not, but as long as she sold them, she made good money. She wanted to run her cold drink stall well. On several days when Yuju went to sell alone, the young master on the carriage asked about Bing's situation many times. Once Guichi was sure that the old woman wouldn't come to trouble her family for now, she accompanied Yuju to the stall again. The carriage appeared again right on time in front of the cold drink stand. Yuju kept giving her a look to remind Guichi. But there was no need for reminders. Even a blind person could tell the carriage had arrived. Miss Gua, long time no see. Have you finished your family's matters? The servant who came down from the carriage saw Guichi and took the initiative to speak to her. He habitually handed his bowl to Yuju, without even asking what flavor he wanted. It was clear that the young master came to eat every day, and Yuju already knew his taste well. It's almost done. I heard Yuju say your young master wants to buy large blocks of ice. Guichi knew the purpose of the small talk. Instead of wasting time talking around the point, she decided to bring it up herself. Indeed. I wonder if Miss Gua has time now? Most people at the Mid-Mountain Academy knew Guichi could speak well at home, so the young master chose to wait for her to appear and talk rather than go to her house. Of course, the main reason was that Yuju said Guichi was busy recently, so it was better to wait rather than disturb her. I have time, but I don't know if your young master is free now. Guichi glanced at the carriage, believing the people inside should be available. Please, Miss Gua. The servant didn't answer directly, but invited her onto the carriage. Was this meant to be a place for discussing business? Guichi was a bit confused. Although she had never ridden in a wealthy person's carriage, she had seen many scenes of carriages on TV, so she still thought it wasn't a good place for business talks. But after she entered the carriage, she realized that it looked exaggerated from the outside, and inside it was even more so. Apart from the front section where no one sat, the other 3 areas had seats, and the cushions looked very comfortable. Sitting comfortably wasn't difficult. Many carriages could do that. But it seemed the young master wanted to read and do other activities easily, so there was a table. Although the table could probably be folded away, it was currently holding snacks, fruits, ink, brushes, paper, and books. Putting all that away would be a hassle. Overall, the inside of the carriage seems to have been specially transformed into a small room, even suitable for entertaining guests, just like now. As for the person inside the carriage, this young man Go Chi is seeing him for the first time. Although he knows he is from the Mountain Half-Study Academy, they have never met before. He appears cold, but not like the emotionless ice men from TV shows. You can still see a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, indicating he is probably smiling at Go Chi. The young man inside the carriage looks a bit older than Feng Cheng and the others, and it's clear he's not the type to go into the woods with Xiao Ji and the others to catch snakes. No wonder some classmates say he might know Feng Cheng and them, but they don't have much contact. Miss Go, please have a seat. Seeing Go Chi enter the carriage, the person inside invites her to sit down. Go Chi isn't shy about it. Since they're discussing business, they are equals. Although the other person seems to have a higher status, she sees him as a partner. May I ask your name, young master? Go Chi inquires, since they plan to cooperate. She can't keep calling him young master forever. My surname is Rong, with the given name Song. I have no courtesy name for now. Rong Song's introduction is formal, but since he has no courtesy name, he probably hasn't come of age yet. Young Master Rong. Since she now knows his name, she must address him more formally. Rong Song nods and then begins to talk about the ice. He didn't ask where Go Chi's ice came from because he eats it daily and hasn't had any problems, so he trusts the hygiene of her ice. Just like the classmates at the academy said, the food at Go Chi's house is very clean. I don't know where young Master Rong's home is. If it's too far, the deal might not go through, Go Chi says. She knows it's a good business, but she doesn't make promises blindly. I am in Weiqing. I know the ice will melt if sent over, but if I use my carriage, it might not be completely frozen when it arrives in Weiqing. That's why I thought of buying some ice from Miss Go's house. Rong Song is confident in his carriage. Carriages are definitely faster than ox carts, and if it weren't for the high cost of horses, Go Chi initially wanted to buy horses. Of course, buying oxen was also for farming later, so after thinking it over, oxen seem more practical than horses. Young Master Rong means we don't need to deliver it. You only need to bring the ice here daily, and then take it back yourself? Go Chi was still very happy when she heard Rong Song's words. After all, according to Rong Song, the ice she handed over was still whole, and whether it could arrive intact in Weiqing was Rong Song's own concern. Yes, I just hope Miss Go can make a bigger insulated box, so it's easier for me to bring the ice back without it melting so quickly, Rong Song said. In the small mountaintop academy, there was a small insulated box, and Rong Song knew that Go Chi could make one. No problem. Go Chi agreed to Rong Song's request. Soon, they finalized the details about how to supply the ice and the price. Rong Song even paid a deposit of 5 taels of silver to show that their cooperation was serious. Go Chi had no objection and immediately wrote a receipt for the deposit using Rong Song's paper and brush. Her handwriting was still so ugly that Rong Song couldn't help but frown. After everything was settled, Go Chi had time to discuss other matters. Young Master Rong, although the heat toxin on your body can be temporarily eased with ice, it's better to see a doctor soon for proper treatment, she said. Rong Song was surprised to hear this. He didn't know he had any heat toxin, only feeling that summer was more uncomfortable than usual. This was the first time someone told him he had heat toxin, and the person was just a young girl. Although he didn't really believe what she said, a voice inside seemed to keep urging him to trust Go Chi. He suppressed his strange feelings and thanked her, as if he already knew he had heat toxin. The next day, Rong Song did not come to the academy for class, but his carriage arrived on time at Go Chi's ice drink stall. Today, he didn't buy shaved ice but took away 2 large blocks of ice as they had agreed yesterday. Go Chi had prepared 2 insulated boxes the night before, based on the size of the ice blocks. She was glad her family had new quilts, or she might not have been able to make such large insulated boxes in such a hurry. Of course, Rong Song's carriage was also equipped with quilts, which Go Chi had suggested yesterday, hoping this would help keep the ice from melting too much on the way to Weiqing. Go Chi didn't ask Rong Song why he didn't come today. She didn't usually care about others' private affairs. But she didn't expect that Rong Song wouldn't come to the academy for 3 days in a row, though someone still came to fetch the ice every day. On the 4th day, Xiao Ji and Fong Cheng came to eat shaved ice. While chatting with Go Chi, they mentioned Rong Song. Strange, he's had this illness for many years, so why did he decide to seek treatment only now? It's probably easier to get treatment in the capital than in Weiqing. Maybe they can even invite a top doctor here, Xiaoji said. Only then did Go Chi realize that Rong Song's heat toxin had been a problem for many years. If it's a toxin, then maybe. The capital seems busy, but perhaps it's not as effective as Weiqing for treatment. Fong Cheng's words made Go Chi think of palace intrigues. Watching TV shows and reading novels about palace struggles, she felt this was beyond her simple mind to handle. She secretly felt lucky that she had crossed over and already divided the family, or else dealing with palace conflicts might have been her downfall. I heard someone gave a reminder, which is fortunate. Without it, he might have thought he was naturally like that and ended up damaging his health for nothing, Xiaoji said after hearing Fong Cheng's comment, and he didn't mention treatment in the capital anymore. It seemed he was thinking about other things. Strange, if someone gave a reminder, why not just ask that person to treat him? Since that person can see the problem, they should have a way to fix it. Even if there's no cure, maybe there are ways to ease the symptoms. Finding doctors all over the city isn't easy, Fong Cheng said, somewhat confused about Rong Song's thoughts. But other people's matters were just small talk. Is young Master Rong's illness hard to treat? Go Chi asked, a bit puzzled. When she discovered Rong Song's illness, she saw a solution. She didn't think it was a difficult problem. If only she had enough herbs, she could cure him herself. Of course, Rong Song had to believe she could cure him first. It's quite difficult. We've called many doctors, but few can identify the illness, let alone treat it. Even if some doctors can read the pulse, they might not know how to cure it. That's why they asked the person who gave the reminder to treat him. And we still don't know what stubbornness he's holding on to. Xiaoji complained about Rong Song, but it also made Go Chi feel that Xiaoji and the others seemed genuinely concerned about Rong Song, not just superficial acquaintances. Maybe he has his reasons. I've already written back to my grandmother, hoping she might have a solution. By the way, he's been at the academy for so long and I didn't notice he was sick at all. I missed out on such a special patient. Fong Cheng's words sounded like he was very interested in this area. They've known each other for so long, but Go Chi had never asked what Fong Cheng's family did. Does your grandmother's side have records of this kind of illness? Xiao Ji asked, curious even though he's not interested in medicine. He heard Fong Cheng say he had written back, so he asked, I'm not sure. Maybe the letter hasn't arrived yet. If it has, there will probably be a reply soon, Fong Cheng replied, noticing Go Chi was looking at him carefully. My grandmother's family has been doctors for generations. She knows a bit about medicine, and our family has many related books, Fong Cheng explained briefly, trying to clear up Go Chi's doubts. No wonder Xiao Cheng knows so much about these things. But he's not sure if Xiao Cheng's grandmother could find a way to detoxify Lord Rong. Go Chi had a small idea. If no one finds a way to cure the poison, it might actually be good for her. From a short-term point of view, she could sell this ice to Lord Rong for a long time. From a long-term perspective, she could help remove Lord Rong's poison, which would create a life-saving connection. If something happens in the future, she would have someone useful to help. Of course, she couldn't say this out loud. As a healer, she believed in kindness. If possible, she hoped Lord Rong's poison could be cured soon. Whether they could find a cure was complicated. She decided not to talk about that now, and changed the subject. You haven't been to the academy much lately, Xiaoji said awkwardly.
Grandpa asked about you.
If I didn't know your family was busy, I might even think you're planning not to borrow books from the academy anymore. His words sounded a bit abrupt, but Go Chi sensed that the matter with Lord Rong might be more complicated than it seemed. So she followed Xiaoji's topic. There are so many books in the academy, and reading is her only way to pass the time now. How could she not go borrow books? It was true, as Xiaoji said, her family was busy. She hadn't been to the academy for a long time. She had already read the books she borrowed 3 times. It was time to get a new batch. The next day, Go Chi went to the academy. When she arrived at the library, she saw Lord Rong. He was there today. He was searching for a book, but couldn't find it quickly. It was obvious he looked annoyed. Lord Rong, Go Chi greeted him since she saw him. She was familiar with the library, so maybe she could help him find the book he wanted. Miss Go, he replied. Rong Song was originally very anxious, and hearing someone disturb him made him even more irritated. However, when he saw it was Go Chi, he suppressed his inner frustration. Young Master Rong, what book would you like to find? I can help you. It's hot, so you should go to the window and get some fresh air, Go Chi offered, worried that Rong Song would become more annoyed if he couldn't find the book. If he got too upset, he might even overturn the library, which would be troublesome. It's okay. I just want to get some air, Rong Song replied, not telling Go Chi what book he was looking for, but accepting her suggestion and going to the window to cool off. Go Chi watched his back. It seemed that the dark aura around him had grown darker. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a reaction to recent food he had eaten and his heat toxin, but unfortunately, it wasn't a good reaction. She sighed, and then went to find the book she wanted to read. After she found it, Rong Song was still at the window, enjoying the breeze. Go Chi thought for a moment, and then stepped forward to stand beside him. Young Master Rong, perhaps your current doctor isn't able to cure your heat toxin. I suggest you see a different doctor, Go Chi advised with a smile. Indeed. Thank you, Rong Song surprisingly believed her words. Previously, when Go Chi told him he had heat toxin, he was skeptical. Do you really not need my help to find the book you want? Go Chi asked after Rong Song believed her, not saying anything more but wondering if he truly didn't want her help. Rong Song nodded, indicating he would continue searching later. Go Chi then took her leave from the library. At the academy, she naturally saw Director Xiao and exchanged greetings with him. Director Xiao was aware that Go Chi had been buying cold drinks recently, so he reminded her not to overdo it and catch a cold. It was clear that Director Xiao cared about Go Chi, and she appreciated his concern. She also asked if he wanted ice, not in drinks but to freeze some fruit for summer snacks. This convinced Director Xiao, so he asked Go Chi to bring some ice to the academy every day, along with frozen fruit for his wife. Thus, Go Chi was inexplicably showered with affection from Director Xiao, though it was a kind of affection she had to accept and enjoy because Director Xiao was her benefactor. They agreed on a daily schedule for bringing ice, and Go Chi left. Master, Go Chi just reminded me that Rong Xiao's current doctor might not be reliable. The butler suddenly appeared behind Director Xiao after Go Chi left. Her? Does this girl even know medicine? Yes, I sold quite a bit of mint to Xiao Chung before. Director Xiao looked at the place where Go Chi disappeared and spoke to himself. Was the person who warned Rong Song also her? Director Xiao asked curiously, but he was also questioning himself.
I'm not sure about that.
Based on the timing, it could very well be her. However, I think she didn't warn him directly. After all, when that poison Rong Xiao was in the capital, not many people could see through it. Go Girl is clever, but she probably couldn't recognize such a disease. The butler shared his analysis, thinking it made sense, but unfortunately, his conclusion was completely wrong. Whether it was her or not, if the timing matches, we should try to hide it. She's just a commoner and doesn't need to sacrifice herself for those conflicts. But if she managed to warn the doctor, she might really have seen through the poison. Today's incident should also be kept secret. If Go Chi were here, she would naturally understand that Director Zhao's words were meant to protect her. But she didn't hear it. After leaving the academy, she was still thinking about what kind of doctor would give such unreliable treatment plans. Not only did it fail to improve Rong Song's condition, but it also made it worse. Although she discovered his situation through dark energy, she believed someone else could also notice something unusual. After all, although everyone said he was not social, no one ever said he was hot-tempered. But today, seeing him look for books, if she hadn't appeared, he might have lost control of his temper. Untrustworthy doctors really shouldn't practice medicine. If they can't cure people, they should at least not make things worse. Unfortunately, she didn't know any good doctors. Otherwise, she would have recommended some. In the afternoon, Go Chi went to sell ice drinks again. Rong Song still came to buy shaved ice, even though he still had 2 large blocks of ice in his carriage. He didn't get out of the carriage, but Go Chi saw that his servant's face was injured, quite fresh, probably just hurt recently. Although the servant wanted to smile at Go Chi, every time he did, the injury on his face twitched with pain, making him grimace. Go Chi didn't ask how he was hurt, but she already knew it was caused by Rong Song. Yuju, break a large piece of ice. Go Chi looked at the injured face of Rong Song's servant, wanting to give him medicine. Then she remembered she had no medicine with her, so giving him a large piece of ice would be more practical. Yurjua didn't know why Go Chi suddenly wanted a large piece of ice, but still obediently knocked off a big chunk. Here, take this. Wrap it in cloth and put it on your face. It will reduce the swelling quickly. Be careful not to freeze yourself, even though it's summer now. Go Chi gave the ice to the servant without mentioning anything about payment. Thank you, Miss Go. The servant looked at the carriage. Seeing no movement inside, he dared to accept the ice. Sick people can be moody, so those who serve them should know how to protect their master and themselves. Go quickly. The ice will melt soon, Go Chi urged. When the servant still wanted to thank her, she hurriedly told him to leave. The servant knew the ice could help Rong Song sleep well, so he didn't dare delay and took the ice Go Chi gave him and left. Young master, this ice. The servant didn't dare use the ice Go Chi gave because Rong Song had hurt him, and maybe Rong Song wanted to keep that injury as a warning to others in the house. So he didn't use it. If I give it to you, just use it. If she sees your face still swollen tomorrow, she'll know I didn't let you use the ice. Rong Song, now calmer after eating shaved ice, thought about how giving the servant a punch earlier was probably not very wise. But he still felt a little upset inside, so he spoke harshly. The carriage sped along quickly, arriving at Weiqing. When Rong Song got home, he saw his nursemaid had already prepared medicine for him, waiting for him to take. But upon seeing the medicine, Rong Song remembered Go Chi's mention of the doctor. He already believed Go Chi's words, and today, after losing his temper and punching the servant, he felt even more suspicious about the medicine. Ma'am, is the doctor who prepared this medicine from Weiqing? Or was he brought from somewhere else? Rong Song asked, holding the medicine without drinking it, inquiring about the doctor's background. It's from Weiqing. Don't you remember? He said he could cure your illness. He's not the usual doctor we use, but we thought we should try him, so we had him prepare this medicine. The nursemaid didn't know what had happened, but seeing Rong Song's serious questioning, she suddenly realized what the problem might be. Young master means. She didn't finish her thought, but quickly snatched the bowl of medicine from Rong Song's hand, poured the medicine outside under a tree, and then returned to Rong Song's side. I still have the medicinal residue. Today, your cousin said he contacted the doctor, who recently treated the villagers with diarrhea. He will come home before you finish school tomorrow. At that time, we will ask him to help check the medicine residue. Your cousin's doctor probably won't cause any problems, right? Grandma is a bit unsure. The doctor was called suddenly, and unexpectedly, someone took advantage of the situation. Now that several days have passed, it's hard to say if the new doctor will have any issues.
Let's wait and see.
This illness can't be cured quickly, but the current doctor says the medicine can't be taken anymore. Rong Song looked at the empty bowl where the medicine had been poured out and frowned slightly. He felt that, even in Weiqing, he couldn't find peace. After changing doctors, Rong Song's condition seemed to improve a little. But upon reflection, he was only back to his original state. The new doctor can only control the worsening caused by the careless previous doctor. To remove the heat toxins from Rong Song's body, the doctor said he needs to study them slowly. Rong Song didn't seem in a hurry, so he let the doctor do the research. Maybe he just didn't fully trust this doctor yet. One day, Xiao Ji and Fong Chung went to Go Chi's ice drink stall to eat ice. At first, they didn't mention Rong Song. Suddenly, Fong Cheng's servant appeared, saying he had a letter from Fong Cheng's family. Fong Chung didn't hide anything and opened the letter right there at the stall. The letter was from his grandmother and mother. His mother advised him to take care of his health and told him not to get involved in Rong family affairs. His grandmother's letter also had advice, mainly about heat toxins. She even copied all the cases related to heat toxins from her family's medical records. But these cases didn't have complete solutions. Although using ice jade could temporarily ease the symptoms, Fong Chung knew Rong Song had ice jade, so these cases from his grandmother's records didn't offer many useful references. Is Rong Song's illness that serious? Xiao Ji, though not seeing the letter, could tell it was about Rong Song's problem. From Fong Cheng's furrowed brow, he guessed Rong Song's illness might be beyond even Fong Cheng's grandmother's family's help. It's not an illness, but poison. This poison seems not to threaten life, but those poison don't live long and have no children, Fong Cheng said, putting away the letter with a helpless shake of his head. Now, even without his mother reminding him, He couldn't go help Rong Song, let alone involve himself. Is that so? Xiaoji, hearing that there are no heirs, understood why Rong Song was poisoned, but they really couldn't interfere in this matter. They could only hope Rong Song's luck would turn out okay. Grandmother's letter contained a remedy. Though it couldn't cure the poison, it could ease the symptoms. Xiaoji asked if he should give this remedy to Rong Song. Chung, who was asking, actually had an answer in mind, but because of his mother's advice and knowing that it was only a temporary relief, he hesitated. Yes, give it to him. We are classmates, and it's not a real cure. Even if Rong Song gets it, he might not use it. Also, the person who poisoned him wouldn't care even if they knew, since it doesn't actually cure the poison. Xiaoji understood what Chung was worried about, but to him, as long as the poison couldn't be cured, there was no point in interfering. Plus, helping Rong Song could improve their relationship, which was a good outcome for both. Chung thought for a moment and agreed that Xiaoji was right. He also saw that he could study Rong Song's situation, maybe eventually find a way to use Rong Song's heat poison for his own research. Go Chi listened to their conversation, feeling very conflicted. Xiaoji's family had a tradition of medicine, and giving Rong Song a remedy might make him believe. But her own family had nothing, so giving a remedy wouldn't easily convince others. However, Rong Song's poison seemed harmless, but was actually damaging. As Ching said, Rong Song wouldn't live long, probably only another 10 or so years. Rong Song was still young, and Go Chi felt it was a pity. So, no matter what, Rong Song's poison had to be cured. Go Chi kept thinking about how to give a remedy to Rong Song. Sometimes, thinking too much about one thing can limit your ideas, and she seemed to fall into a mental block. Luckily, at this moment, Tian Nyo brought a young man to report some recent findings. This helped Go Chi clear her mind a little. Tian Nyo and his team shared some scattered news. Now they knew what Go Chi needed, so their reports were useful for earning money. One piece of news even involved the old lady's family, and surprisingly, it was somewhat related to Rong Song. Miss, the family with the surname Go that we are watching over has called a doctor today. Although we don't know who is sick inside, we checked the doctor and found out he is actually a fraud. Should we remind the Go family about this? Tian Nyo knew that Go Chi and the old lady's family didn't get along, but he also knew they were related, so he asked whether they should warn them. Fraud? How does he cheat? Go Chi wasn't really concerned about the old lady's family calling a doctor. She wanted to know more about this con artist. Tian Nyo guessed that Go Chi wasn't interested in the Go family situation, so they carefully investigated this fake doctor. Although he was a fraud, this doctor had actually studied medicine properly. He could prescribe medicine for minor illnesses, and sometimes, if lucky, his prescriptions could even cure people. But he was not good at treating serious illnesses. He mainly studied some strange and dark practices, so he knew a bit about poisons. Because he knew about poisons, he even went to join in when people talked about curing heat toxins. He was one of the few who could diagnose Rong Song's illness after just looking, listening, questioning, and feeling. Since he knew about poisons, he could also explain Rong Song's condition very clearly when treating him. That's why Rong Song initially wanted to use him. Unfortunately, this person was really unreliable. Although he could tell what was wrong, he couldn't prescribe proper medicine. He gave Rong Song a bunch of useless pills and even made his condition worse with the medicine he prescribed. In the end, Rong Song had to ask him to leave. Not long after Rong Song sent him away, the Go family called him over again. So it was him. How interesting. Don't the Go family know he's a fraud? Such a person must be quite famous in Weicheng. After hearing about this doctor, Go Chi became curious about what the old lady's family really wanted him for. It's not exactly famous. Although he's a fraud, he seems to know his limits and mostly treats only those he can cure. That's why he still has some good reputation among patients. But on the Rong family side, they probably offered too high a price, which tempted him. Plus, he does have some knowledge of poisons, so among many real doctors he stood out. Tian Nyo's words didn't directly say whether the Go family knew this doctor was a fraud, but they gave Go Chi a rough idea. Since this doctor still has a good reputation, perhaps the Go family only had a minor illness, and therefore sought his help.
There's no need to worry too much. It's better to keep an eye on that family.
Go Chi wasn't too concerned about the doctor, but she didn't expect that the Go family had actually called him over because they were interested in his research on poisons. Tian saw that Go Chi wasn't very concerned, so he didn't pay much attention to the doctor either. After that, the doctor often appeared at the Go family's house. He only talked with Go Chi and didn't investigate in detail. It seemed that Go Chi had forgotten about the doctor's affairs. Her main focus was still on Rong Song's poison. In the end, she decided not to give Rong Song a direct prescription herself, but to try to have Fong Chung help with the antidote. Getting someone else to treat another person's poison is not easy. So, Go Chi had been visiting the mountain library more often recently. First, she wanted Fong Chung to notice her reading medical books, so she could have a chance to talk to him about Rong Song's poison. However, Fong Chung didn't notice her. It was the director who first paid attention. Master, Miss Go is here again, looking at medical books, steward and reported to Director Xiao about Go Chi. Is she trying to research an antidote for Rong Song herself? She's rushing at the last minute, and she might even make herself sick. Let Xiao Cheng remind her. If she wants to research, with Xiao Cheng around, she won't do anything reckless. Although Director Xiao misunderstood, this accidental mistake actually helped Go Chi achieve her first step. When Fong Chung saw Go Chi in the library, she was looking for books related to heat toxins. She was small and struggled to reach the books on the top shelf, jumping and hopping, afraid of knocking over the shelves, so she couldn't get the book she wanted. Do you need help? Fong Chung asked politely.
I want that book.
It's a bit high. If I can't reach it, I'll have to find a ladder, Go Chi said helplessly. She had already eaten well, but she was still growing slowly. You're reading medical books? Fong Chung, who had heard about Go Chi's interest in medical books, was surprised when he saw her reaching for that particular book. Yeah, just looking. Maybe I can find some prescriptions in the book to help Lord Rong. Although eating ice in summer feels good, for someone like him who eats a lot every day, it's not good for his health. Even though eating ice makes him feel comfortable, it's really just a temporary fix. To be healthy, his illness needs to be treated properly. Go Chi's words subtly show her concern for Rong Song. Although she didn't say it directly, Fong Chung understood her feelings. He felt a little uncomfortable inside, but since he didn't understand why, he decided not to worry about it. You can't do that. Healing and saving people aren't things you can learn just by reading books. If you really want to learn medicine, I can recommend some basic books for you to look at. My foundation is decent, and if you have questions, you can ask me. Fong Chung thought his suggestion was good. He believed Go Chi would accept it, so he stopped thinking about helping Rong Song. He saw that Go Chi still seemed to be in a state of not knowing much. Alright, that works. Go Chi didn't care much about which books she read, as long as they were medical books, giving her a chance to discuss Rong Song's poison with Fong Chung. It also helped her prepare for the possibility of practicing medicine in the future. Seeing that she wasn't insisting on treating Rong Song's poison, Fong Cheng's slight discomfort seemed to lessen. In the following days, whenever Go Chi visited the Half Mountain Academy, Fong Chung would appear shortly after. They would then solve her questions one by one. Knowing how to make a medicine recipe but pretending to know nothing, then guiding someone who doesn't understand the recipe to piece it together little by little, is not easy. They were also glad Rong Song's poison had been in his body for many years. It wouldn't be solved quickly. So, while Go Chi and Fong Chung studied medical books, Go Chi also had to manage her family's business. Especially in summer, the most profitable item was the homemade ice drinks. Although they only set up a stall at Half Mountain Academy, many people had contacted Go Chi through various connections. Particularly in Weicheng, even though they knew the ice melted almost completely by the time it arrived there, they still hoped to buy the drinks. By the time the ice arrives, it's already mostly melted, but we can rent a place in Weicheng to make it fresh. That way, we can also do business there. We could also open a shop in Weicheng dedicated to selling our ice drinks and pastries. Yuzhu looked at the many people asking about the ice, but Go Chi hesitated because it melted during transport. That's why she said this. Starting a business is not an easy task. First, it's not just about the shop. We also lack enough staff. Moreover, in Weicheng, I definitely won't agree. Mother Go has been opposing Yuju's idea of opening a shop from the start. Her initial reaction was typical of her usual cautious attitude, but her later words clearly showed her emotional side. Everyone knows that in Weicheng, there are elderly women, so Mother Go is very resistant to opening a shop there. She mainly fears that these elderly women will come to cause trouble often, which could ruin the business and cause them significant losses. Actually, I think opening a shop is fine, but staffing is a real problem. Mother is worried about this, and Chi-Chi also understands her concerns. So even if we open a shop, we can't be seen. Not only us, but also Uncle and Auntie can't appear in public to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the end, the main issue is staffing. Go-Chi didn't reject Yuju's idea outright. She also thought of solutions for Mother Go's worries. Having a behind-the-scenes owner is always possible, so if they really want to open a shop, their family can be a silent partner. But the problem always comes down to staffing, and opening a shop isn't as simple as just hiring someone from a local shop. Water Girl could have been the owner's wife, but because of Mother Go's worries, anyone the elderly women have seen can't appear in the shop. So, the only candidate had to be replaced. Second Uncle Fu is good at business talks, right? Why not let him run the shop? He's just working for us now, so if someone asks, we can say he left his old job to start his own business, said Yu Gui. She thought of Second Uncle Fu after considering everyone in the family who could help. But Mother Go also thought it wasn't a good idea. Her cautious nature always made Go-Chi hesitant about some plans. In the end, the plan to open a shop in Weicheng was never finalized. Instead, when Go-Chi met Fong Cheng, he noticed she had something on her mind. Go-Chi explained her situation, and Fong Cheng didn't think it was a big deal. It's just staffing, he said, and he could help find out more. Fong Cheng spoke casually, and the next day, he really brought someone to meet Go-Chi. This person looked to be in his 20s. He had a scholarly air but also showed signs of having endured hardships. His eyes carried a hint of sadness, but also a sense of acceptance. Fong Cheng said his name is Lai Jun, courtesy name Yongyi, and he used to be a student at Banshan Academy. He only reached the level of a child scholar, passed the Shiotsi exam but never advanced further, so he remains a child scholar to this day. His family is not wealthy, so he studies at the academy part-time while working. Recently, because his mother is seriously ill and needs a lot of money for treatment, he has been using all his earnings from the academy to care for her. He can't pay the tuition fees anymore, and he's also sure he's not cut out for studying, so he plans to give up the official career and find a regular job to live a better life. His character is naturally good. Fong Cheng's people are never bad. Fong Cheng also didn't mention that this person was recommended by Director Xiao, so Go-Chi can fully trust him. Go-Chi has actually seen this person at the academy before, but since they didn't have much interaction, they weren't even acquaintances before today, let alone know each other well. Lai Yongyi is also observing Go-Chi. Everyone in the academy knows her, even though she is young, but anyone who has interacted with her doesn't see her as a child. So, he's very curious about Go-Chi. When Fong Cheng approached him today, he was both excited and a bit amused. He was excited because he found a job, but amused because he realized he would be working for such a young girl. Does that mean he's somehow inferior to a child? Brother Cheng has probably told you about my situation? Go-Chi looked at him studying her, but didn't mind. She directly got to the point. Yes, he did, but I still have some questions, Lai Yongyi said without hesitation. Although it was his first time talking to Go-Chi, they weren't strangers. Since he agreed to Fong Cheng's arrangement, he wanted to seize this chance. Otherwise, given Fong Cheng's relationship with Go-Chi, if he refused, Fong Cheng might introduce someone else. Go ahead, Go-Chi sat up slightly and asked him to explain what he didn't understand. Fong classmate said that Miss Go needs to open a shop, selling iced drinks and pastries, and needs a shopkeeper. Lai Yongyi repeated what Fong Cheng told him. After Go-Chi confirmed she agreed, he asked his question. Are you not telling anyone that your family owns the shop? People who are determined to find out can usually find out. I choose not to say anything proactively. If someone asks, I won't tell. As for whether they can find out, that's their business. We just don't make it easy for them. Go Chi believed that the elderly woman and others could not possibly find out, and probably no one would be bored enough to investigate who owns a small shop. Did I handle the shop's decoration and hiring? Lai Yongyi felt that if Go Chi's family didn't step in, he would have to take responsibility for everything in the shop. Usually, new owners wouldn't trust others so easily when hiring for the first time. Yes, Go Chi confirmed. What if we lose money? Lai Yongyi suddenly felt that Go Chi was taking too many risks. He himself was unsure about trusting Go Chi. We haven't even opened the shop yet, so there's no way to lose money, Go Chi replied. I'm not completely irresponsible. My family will help oversee things in the beginning, but publicly, you can just say it's your friend. Seeing Lai Yongyi's nervousness, Go Chi changed her approach and decided to let Fu guide him, believing he would soon be capable of managing on his own. When Lai Yongyi heard someone was accompanying him, he felt more at ease. Then they started discussing wages. Go Chi said it would be based on performance. Of course, there would still be a basic salary, or else how would they make money in the early days without sales? Next, they discussed how to set the wages for shop assistants and how many people would be needed at first. They also talked about the size of the shop and the best location, covering many details that were finalized today. Go Chi didn't even tell Go Mu and the others. She directly signed an employment agreement with Lai Yongyi. Even Fong Chung was a witness. After everything was settled, Fong Chung marveled at Go Chi's quick decision-making. He was even more surprised that Go Mu's family had entrusted her with so much money. To rent the shop, she took out a silver note worth 20 taels. Although Lai Yongyi gave her a receipt, Go Chi didn't even frown when she took out the 20 taels. Her actions not only amazed Fong Chung, but also moved Lai Yongyi. He didn't think she was too young to understand the value of the silver note. Instead, he saw it as her way of showing trust in him. All right, go back and get ready. Tomorrow, I'll have someone from my family come directly to find you. That will make it seem more like your friend, Go Chi said as she looked at the employment agreement, which listed Lai Yongyi's address. It wasn't far from Go's village, so if he wanted to be the shopkeeper, he would need to move to Weicheng. He should start packing. Yes, master. Lai Yongyi quickly settled into his role and started calling Go Chi East owner. After he left, Fong Chung talked about Go Chi directly giving money. Brother Xiao Chung helped me find this person, so I trust her character. I think Brother Xiao Chung probably wouldn't hurt me. Or maybe he actually would. At this moment, Go Chi was no longer as calm and mature as she was when facing Lai Yongyi. Instead, her eyes blinked rapidly, lively, and a bit cunning. I definitely wouldn't hurt you, but you shouldn't be so trusting of others, Fong Chung said, feeling a little uncomfortable under her blinking gaze. He looked away and seriously advised her. Chi knows this. If it were someone recommended by others, I would naturally investigate carefully before deciding whether to use them.
Let's not talk about him.
Today, I saw a medicine in a book that seems to have a very amazing effect. Go Chi suddenly changed the subject and handed the medicine she found in the book to Fong Chung. This was a medical book recommended by Fong Chung, mainly describing the shape and effects of various herbs. When Go Chi saw this book, she thought it was similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica. Of course, it wasn't Compendium of Materia Medica, but that didn't stop her from finding the herbs Fong Chung needed. Fong Chung had no choice but to give up trying to lecture her and instead carefully looked at the herb Go Chi had found. He had read the entire book, so he was curious about the herbs that interested Go Chi. The herbs were ordinary, but surprisingly, their effects included treating heart heat. This heart heat wasn't the same as Rongsong's heat toxin, but it was a kind of heat. The medicine for treating heart heat might still be useful. This was already the 7th herb related to heat that Go Chi showed him. He secretly thought that even now, while reading basic books, Go Chi was still concerned about Rongsong's heat toxin. Although Fong Chung usually studied Rongsong's poison, Go Chi's enthusiasm made him feel a little awkward. Cousin, you've been acting strange lately. Xiaoji had already noticed that Fong Chung had been staring at his pen in a daze for a while. The ink on the tip was about to drip onto the paper. If Xiaoji hadn't called him to wake him up, the paper he was writing on might have been ruined.
Ah.
Fong Chung looked at Xiaoji, then put down his pen, and asked, What did you just say to me? This made Xiao Ji feel even more puzzled, because Fong Qing usually wouldn't act like this. Is it strange? Maybe not. I didn't notice anything different from usual. Fong Qing thought for a moment, unsure what Xiao Ji found strange. Are you always sighing and daydreaming lately? Isn't that a bit odd? Have you encountered some trouble? Tell me, maybe I can help. Xiao Ji wasn't gossiping. He genuinely wanted to help Fong Qing think. But Fong Qing himself didn't realize he had been sighing and daydreaming a lot recently, so he didn't know how to answer. Really? You don't even know? Then why were you just daydreaming? Xiao Ji looked at Fong Qing curiously, trying to see if Fong Qing truly didn't know, or just didn't want to tell him. Just now. I was thinking about the medicine we discussed with Kiki yesterday. Fong Qing thought for a moment. Recently, he kept thinking about the medicine he and Go Chi had discussed. Maybe that's why Xiao Ji found him strange. Of course, he was also wondering why Go Chi cared so much about Rong Song's illness, but he didn't tell Xiao Ji that. Kiki really cares about herbs lately. It seems like you guys spend a lot of time researching a single herb. Is she genuinely interested in medicine, or is she just trying to find a way to detoxify Rong Song? Xiao Ji said this casually, but it suddenly made his own heart tighten, and it also affected Fong Qing. I'm not sure, but recently, she's been very interested in herbs that can reduce heat, and she's already discovered quite a few, Fong Qing replied calmly, though these were true facts. She really cares about Rong Song, almost more than you do, Xiao Ji said, feeling a bit jealous. But then he thought about it carefully and realized there was nothing worth feeling jealous about. Although he and Go Chi got along well, Go Chi didn't do anything special for him. Instead, Fong Qing had gone through a lot to prepare nourishing soup. She's kind to everyone. Her parents raised her well, Fong Qing responded, feeling a slight sting from Xiao Ji's words, but unwilling to admit it. He could only explain that Go Chi was equally kind to everyone. Maybe. But she's also wasting her effort. The poison in your grandmother's house is something even experts can't solve. How could a beginner like her do it? Xiao Ji's words reflected the common opinion among those helping Rong Song find an antidote, so no one had high expectations for Go Chi. But Fong Qing was different. He carefully recorded all the medicines Go Chi had found so far, feeling that these herbs might actually be useful. He even wrote a letter to his grandmother, asking her to study them together. However, because the formula was incomplete, his grandmother didn't have much opinion on the medicines Fong Qing mentioned. After all, they were basic herbs, and combining them into a complete prescription was not an easy task. Go Chi didn't know that the way she shared her knowledge with Fong Qing made him both worried and serious about researching. Over the next period, Go Chi continued to slowly reveal the herbs in her prescription to Fong Qing. Some of these herbs weren't for treating heat symptoms, which actually eased Fong Qing's worries a bit. Still, he kept recording Go Chi's curious herbs. When he finished writing down the last herb, Fong Qing looked at the prescription in his hand and couldn't believe his eyes. He thought about it many times and felt that these herbs, combined, made up a real prescription. But he wasn't sure if it was for treating heat toxins, because although most of the herbs were for cooling, some seemed to increase heat toxins. The herbs on the prescription conflicted, but also seemed to have a strange balance. He wasn't sure if this was truly a valid prescription, as his skills weren't enough to judge. His grandmother, however, would definitely see through it. So, he simply sent the prescription back to his grandmother. When the letter arrived at the Fong household, Fong's mother was excited, thinking Fong Qing had sent another letter home. But when she opened the envelope, there was only a piece of paper filled with the names of herbs. Although she felt helpless looking at the prescription, she still handed it to Old Lady Fong. Is this Cheng's letter? Before reading it, Old Lady Fong could tell from the words on the envelope that it was from Fong Qing. She loved her grandson very much, so she was naturally happy to see the letter. Mother, although Cheng likes studying medicine, we've never stopped him. But as for the Rong family's matters, Fong's mother was worried. She didn't understand medicine, but she knew the complicated family politics, so she was very concerned. The Rong family's young master. Cheng doesn't have the skill to deal with that. Old Lady Fong initially wanted to say he couldn't solve it, but when she opened the letter and saw the prescription inside, she stopped talking. She looked at it repeatedly, then became very excited and prepared to leave the house. Hurry, prepare the sedan chair. I must go see my brother. Madame Fong spoke while walking out of the house. This made Mother Fong even more nervous. Mother, what's wrong? Is there something strange about this prescription? I think it only lists the names of the herbs, without any dosages. It doesn't seem like a complete prescription. Although it's incomplete, it will be complete soon. Chung-er is truly talented. I won't say more now. I need to visit my brother's house first and explain everything when I return. Madame Fong felt that now is not the time to delay. She told Mother Fong that she didn't understand much and hurried into her carriage to visit her brother. Mother Fong had no choice but to watch Madame Fong leave. She still sent a trusted aide to follow her, wanting to find out what that prescription really was and why it made Madame Fong so excited. That night, Madame Fong did not return home. Meanwhile, the trusted aide returned, having learned most of what she needed to know. So, this prescription might really cure Rong-sun's poison? Mother Fong was already worried, and hearing this made her even more anxious. That's what the old lady said. But we still need to study the herb ratios. Using more or less changes the effects, and if used incorrectly, it could be dangerous. It probably won't be used on Rong-sun anytime soon. No matter if it works or not, it shouldn't be our family who suggests this prescription. I must write to Chung-er and remind him again. Mother Fong didn't care whether the prescription could be used in the end. She just didn't want Chung-er to be the one to bring it out. Chung-er didn't receive a reply from Madame Fong, but got a letter from Mother Fong. The contents left him speechless. Although Mother Fong's letter made him sure that the prescription he sent back might cure Rong-song's heat toxin, she kept saying he shouldn't be the one to take the lead. He knew very well what Mother Fong meant. He just felt conflicted. Apart from the prescription, his grandmother's teachings from childhood emphasized that one should never stand by and watch someone die. If he didn't know how to treat the illness, that would be one thing. But now he might have found the prescription and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So, what Mother Fong said didn't really hold. But his hesitation was because this prescription was obtained gradually through Go Chi. If he didn't know that these medicines together form a complete prescription, he might just think that Go Chi was casually mentioning something she had mentioned by mistake. But now that he knows these medicines can detoxify Rong-song, Go Chi mentioning them is no longer casual. It's very likely that Go Chi already knew this antidote from the start, but she used this way to gradually reveal it to him to hide her true intentions. Since she told him, Go Chi's goal is probably to help Rong-song detoxify himself. If she didn't show the prescription, she might go find someone else to do it. Thinking of this, Fong Chung starts to worry a bit. He doesn't want Go Chi to get involved with Rong-song's family. He can't explain why, he just doesn't want that. Maybe it's out of friendship concern, but he doesn't realize yet that her concern seems to have gone beyond just friendship. Fortunately, his grandmother is still studying the right dosage, so he has some time to think about how to secretly help Rong-song detoxify without letting Fong Mu know. Of course, what he really wants to know now is how Go Chi knew about the detox prescription. In the book storage room of the Mountain Book Academy, Go Chi and Fong Chung are reading together as usual. But today, Go Chi hasn't discovered any special herbs. It's been 3 days since she last found anything new. She seems very interested in what's in the books now, and her thoughtful expression shows that she's pondering deeply. Of course, she is indeed thinking about how to tell Fong Chung that the herbs she asked about can form a prescription. She's also considering how to tell him the proper amounts for each herb. Both of them, each with their own worries, haven't figured out how to start the conversation, so they usually talk a lot, but today they are unusually silent. When Xiaoji came to find them, he saw this quiet scene and thought something unpleasant had happened between them. So he decided to step in and break the awkward silence. I knew you were here. Your family has written again, Xiaoji said, handing Fong Chung a letter he had just received from Fong Cheng's family.
Thanks.
Fong Chung took the letter and, without hiding, naturally opened it. He did this on purpose, thinking that if it was from Grandma Fong, It might be related to the prescription, and he could then ask Go Chi about it. The letter was indeed from Grandma Fong, discussing the prescription. But she didn't send the prescription itself. She only asked Fong Chung what his idea was behind writing it. How does Fong Chung know about this idea? This is a good chance. He wants to ask Go Chi directly why she used such a method to give him this prescription. Fong Chung wants to ask Go Chi, but Xiaoji is nearby. Although they could discuss these things openly, he doesn't know if Go Chi is willing to let Xiaoji know about her antidote prescription. So, he gives Xiaoji a look to let him play for a while. Xiaoji understands Fong Cheng's look, but is a bit confused why Fong Cheng would want to hide things from him. They are brothers and, usually, they share everything. Unless Fong Cheng wants to say something to Go Chi that Xiaoji shouldn't hear, possibly about her. Thinking of this, Xiaoji glances at Go Chi. Seeing she isn't paying attention to their exchange, he can only leave for now. Although he feels a little upset, he has no choice. Unless Go Chi speaks first, he doesn't think Fong Cheng will agree to let him stay. After Xiaoji leaves, Fong Cheng takes a deep breath and finally asks the question that has been bothering him these days. Go Chi, do you know how to cure that heat poison? Hearing this, Go Chi realizes Fong Cheng has probably guessed she used a secret way to provide the prescription. She is unsure how to answer because Fong Cheng asked so directly. If she says she doesn't know, it would be too fake. She has already told Fong Cheng about the herbs in the prescription little by little. Saying she doesn't know now wouldn't make him believe her. But if she says she does know, she would need to explain how she knows. Her mind races, recalling scenes from TV shows and novels she has watched before. This is her usual way to find a solution. She quickly thinks of a good plan. Looking around, she responds softly with a exactly. Can you tell me who told you this antidote? Fong Cheng doesn't believe Go Chi came up with it herself. Although he knows she knows some common herbs based on recent interactions, he clearly feels she isn't capable of creating such a complex prescription on her own. Since the prescription indeed came from Go Chi, the only possibility is that someone told her about it. And since the other person doesn't want to appear, they use this indirect way to involve the Fong family. Go Chi didn't expect Fong Cheng to ask who told her. Although she had already guessed that a wise person had told her, she thought it was fine. She was too lazy to think about how to explain the lie. He didn't want me to say. Originally, I was supposed to tell Lord Rome, but since I am young and of a certain status, even if I told him, he might not believe me. So I thought of asking Brother Xiao Cheng. I took the initiative myself. I wonder if Brother Xiao Cheng will be angry. Go Chi looked at Fong Cheng with a worried, yet hopeful expression. He wouldn't be angry, but forget it. Since that person doesn't want to show up, I won't ask anymore. Since you are sure you know the recipe, can you also tell me the amount of each ingredient? Fong Cheng wanted to say something, but then realized that the other person, being a young girl, wouldn't want to be probed. Although he didn't know the other person's purpose, getting the recipe was good enough. Of course, even if he obtained the recipe, he wouldn't give it directly to Rong Song. He would first write to his grandmother to carefully study it. Only after confirming it was safe would he consider how to tell Rong Song. As for his mother's worries, his grandmother would explain everything to her slowly. Old Madame Fong wrote to Fong Cheng, wanting to know his medicinal recipe ideas. However, instead of receiving ideas, she got the complete recipe. She also learned that in Weicheng there was an unnamed expert who shared the recipe with Fong Cheng through a young girl. Old Madame Fong wouldn't agree to let Fong Cheng give the recipe directly to Rong Song because the origin of the recipe was suspicious. She wanted her family to carefully study it first and ensure it was safe before allowing Rong Song to use it. Otherwise, if Rong Song had any problems, her family and the Fong family might really find it hard to get out of trouble. That's why Fong Cheng decided to send the recipe back first. Go Chi didn't know why Fong Cheng, despite knowing the recipe, was delaying giving it to Rong Song. But she believed Fong Cheng would eventually give it, so she pretended not to care. Of course, she was busy with other matters, so she didn't need to pretend anymore and had little time to worry about it. The factory for the filtration tanks was completed, and the recruitment process was already underway as the factory neared completion. Most of the workers were recruited by Go Chong, mainly from Gojia village, but some were not hired. Who let Go Chong know them so well? Lazy, Dishonest people were all turned away. The village chief tried several times to pressure Go Chang through Go Fu and Go Mu, hoping Go Chang would recruit more people. But Go Fu and Go Mu refused to listen to the village chief, not even pretending to agree, which made the village chief feel embarrassed. However, since the factory belonged to Go Chi's family, the village chief couldn't interfere directly. Instead, he mentioned the rejected people to Go Chang's parents, hoping to pressure Go Chang through them. As a result, Go Chang scolded his parents, saying simply that since he was earning money from Go Chi's family, he should serve their interests. Both Go Chang and his parents knew what kind of people the village chief wanted to include. Now that Go Chang's parents were also involved in Go Chi's factory, after talking with Go Chang, they stopped supporting the village chief's ideas. Go Chi was busy learning medicine with Fong Chung at the time, so she didn't know much about how the recruitment went. Now that the workers were hired, the factory could officially start operating. Originally, Song Yuze wanted to come and celebrate, but suddenly he had a case to handle and couldn't come himself, so he sent a guard to deliver the gift. This made the village chief feel that the relationship between Go Chi's family and Song Yuze might not be very good. He started to have some suspicions, and someone seemed to notice his thoughts and began to sow discord. Village chief, look at Go Chi's family. They were driven away before, but now they're getting rich. This is good for our village. Those of us living in Go Jia village haven't benefited, but they did. If they got rich, so be it. We're all from Go Jia village, and it's good for everyone to share the wealth. But some people only want to be friends with those who are close to them. Those of us who don't know them well can't share in the prosperity. They don't even listen to what the village chief says. Although the village chief agreed with the words stirring trouble, there were many people present, and he still had to defend Go Chi's family. He explained that a factory can only hire so many people, so those who weren't recruited shouldn't feel resentful. There will be other chances in the future. No matter what their attitude was, Gookie's family was no longer hiring people. The factory officially started production. After some celebration, the onlookers left, and the workers in the factory began their first day of work. Gookie's family had already clearly divided tasks when they hired workers, so everyone worked smoothly. The village chief occasionally wandered around Gookie's factory, secretly wondering whether their sand mining had official approval. If they only used a little bit without permission, that was okay. But now, with the factory built, it was no longer a small matter. If they hadn't received approval, then... The village chief chuckled to himself, feeling like he had found a weakness in Gookie's family. But he also thought, since Gookie's family built a factory in the village, surely they had obtained approval? Most importantly, the land for the factory was approved by Song Yuze. Although they claimed it was bought by Gookie's family as village chief, he knew the land was always under official control. People, once blinded by jealousy, tend to judge others based on their own imagination. Of course, the village chief wasn't stupid. While he saw this as a potential weakness, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he asked someone to inquire about Gookie's father's recent activities. He learned that neither Gookie's father nor Uncle Go, both men, had been to the government office despite going to Weiqing every day. This made the village chief more certain that Gookie's family hadn't properly obtained mining permits. But as village chief, he couldn't take direct action. Instead, he secretly told Da Zhuang about this. Currently, the only apparent conflict with Gookie's family was with Da Zhuang. So, the village chief planned to use Da Zhuang to make Gookie's family uncomfortable. Then, from his position as village chief, he would help their family a little. This way, Gookie's family would owe him a favor, making it easier later to ask for things without resistance. The village chief's plan seemed good, at least in his own eyes. Da Zhuang didn't disappoint him. After hearing that Gookie's family might not have proper mining permits, he immediately went to Weiqing to find Uncle Go. Although Uncle Go and others hadn't made any moves recently, Da Zhuang was secretly pleased when he heard the news. Da Zhuang originally thought he could get some money from this information, and if he succeeded because of it, Uncle Go should give him a reward. He clearly noticed that Uncle San was secretly pleased, but Uncle San didn't make any promises or offer any financial support to Da Zhuang. When Da Zhuang left Weiqing, he couldn't understand why Uncle San was acting this way. Was he afraid because of what Go Chi's family had done before? It didn't seem likely, but that's how it was now. In the end, Dazhuang thought Uncle San and the others were afraid of Go Chi's family and dared not act. You're afraid, but I'm not. I already have a grudge with them. Whether I make money or not, I want to ruin them. This is such a good chance. We don't even need to hide. We'll definitely make them suffer, and it would be best if they also break the other leg of that lame Go. Although Dazhuang didn't get money or promises from Uncle San, he decided to act first and ruin Go Chi's family's reputation. Dazhuang is a bit naive. He didn't realize that his conflict with Go Chi's family was all arranged by Uncle San and the others. Now, Uncle San seemed to have no plans to target Go Chi's family anymore, but Dazhuang couldn't let go. Early in the morning, he was shouting loudly outside the factory gate. Heartless people, you secretly mine sand and gravel, using our Go village's resources for personal gain. I will report this to the authorities and let them see what kind of place this filter tank factory is. Uncle Dazhuang, I call you uncle because you're older than me, but why are you shouting so early outside our factory? Go Chong hurried out when he heard someone shouting. When he arrived, he saw Dazhuang and some others talking to people outside the factory. He listened carefully and realized that Dazhuang had heard that large-scale sand and gravel mining required official documents, and he seemed to have found out something serious. He ran to cause trouble as if he had discovered a big secret. If it were just him, Go Chong might have simply told someone to throw him far away, but now there were more people, including a couple of elders. Although these elders weren't exactly good people, their age and status made Go Chong hesitate to dismiss them. That was also intentional on Dazhuang's part, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to cause such a public disturbance. Go Chong, how can a good kid like you become so treacherous, working for such heartless people? You just got yourself into trouble, and now you're bringing so many villagers along? When the officials come to arrest you, you'll all get punished. Dazhuang saw Go Chong come out, and although his words sounded like he was concerned about Go Chong, he was actually happy to see their misfortune. What are you even talking about? This factory is fine. If we don't steal or rob, how could the officials come to arrest us? Don't think everyone is like you, sneaky and dishonest. Go Chong clearly understood that Dazhuang was happy about their trouble, so he didn't bother to give him a good look. Ha ha ha, you're still young and don't understand. Extracting sand and stones requires the government's approval. Without their permission, it's stealing. And all these stones belong to our Go family village. So, the money you earn should be shared with everyone. All your hard work is actually helping me make money. Hey, since you can't talk sense, go call your master. Let them see whether the money earned is shared with everyone, or if they want to come directly to see the officials. Dazhuang felt there was no need to argue further with Go Chong. This was an important matter, much bigger than petty disputes like recruiting workers. After all, Go Chi's family couldn't decide anything now, and Go Chong, as the little steward, had no authority. Hearing this, Go Chong was angry but also a bit scared. Fortunately, when Dazhuang and the others arrived, he had already sent someone to notify Go Chi and the others. At this moment, Go Chi's mother, along with Go Chi and a group of people, arrived. Of course, Go father and Uncle Go still went off to the car as usual, so among this group, only Go Kongan was a man. Go Chong looked at this group and felt a little worried for Go Chi and the others. He didn't know that Go Chi's mother had already been properly taught by Go Chi and Shui Nyang on the way here. Now she was standing at the factory gate, mockingly talking to Dazhuang and the others. Report to the officials if you want, but think carefully. Recklessly reporting will get you punished. Dazhuang, you've been beaten before, so you should know what it feels like to be whipped. As for the elders, you're all quite old. Are you sure you want to go crazy with Dazhuang and get beaten? Remember, if the Yamen officers whip you with your build, you might not be able to handle it. Go Chi's mother seemed to be thinking of their safety, but Dazhuang and others saw it as her being afraid of reporting to the officials and deliberately saying such things. The officials would never beat us. If we report you, they won't punish us. They'll reward us instead. You should think carefully. Once the authorities get involved, you will lose all the money you've earned. Dazhuang warned Go's mother and even made a move to leave and report the matter. At this moment, the village chief ran out and held De Zhuang back. De Zhuang, these are all villagers. As the saying goes, it's hard to write two characters for Go, and we are all family. There's no need to report to the authorities. Go's wife probably doesn't know that extracting sand and stones requires official documents, which is why this happened. Let's just remind them to get the proper paperwork for the extraction. There's no need for this fuss. Of course, Go's wife, De Zhuang, and the others are only trying to help. You don't need to be angry. Yes, extracting sand and stones does require official documents. Usually for personal use, it's not a problem, but now you're using these materials for business, which is not allowed. Arda and country has clear rules about this. It's my fault I didn't think of this before. If it weren't for De Zhuang's reminder, I would have forgotten. But it's okay. I will go with you to the government office to handle the paperwork. With me, the village chief, here, I believe they won't make things difficult just because you're reapplying. The village chief's words sound like he's really doing this for Go's family. Whether he's persuading De Zhuang or saying he'll accompany Go's mother to get the paperwork, he's acting very helpful. If Go's family just arrived in Gojia village, they might have been fooled by the village chief's kind attitude. But Go's family has been here for a while and has dealt with this village chief more than once. Given his usual laziness, it's unlikely he would voluntarily take on this responsibility today unless he had some other reason. Thinking of this, Go felt that secretly handling the paperwork earlier was a smart decision. Thanks to Director Xiao giving her the Darn laws, otherwise today's situation could have become serious. Village chief, there's no need for you to go through all this trouble. My wife said we don't cause trouble or fear trouble. If they want to report to the authorities, let them. No matter who is right or wrong, if we back down today, anyone can bully us in the future. Our business will never go well. Right, wife? Originally, Shui Nyang didn't have a chance to speak, but with the sudden appearance of the village chief, she and Go's wife hadn't been taught how to deal with him. Now Shui Nyang was a bit unsure. Fortunately, Go's wife quickly gave Shui Nyang a look, signaling her to step forward. Water Girl stepped forward, and Go Chi gently whispered to Go's mother to stay calm. Go's mother only becomes strong when it involves Go Chi. Otherwise, she is quite weak. Luckily, Go Chi was holding her arm, which helped calm her anxious heart a little. Oh, dear, you're so stubborn. I won't interfere anymore. Let's leave everything to the officials. We'll see how you escape then, said the village chief, surprised that Go's mother didn't speak up for herself and instead let a servant step forward. He felt disrespected and didn't take the village chief seriously. He had initially wanted to be a good person, but since they didn't appreciate it, he decided to let Da Zhuang directly report to the authorities. He even hoped to have the filtering tank factory turned into public property of Go Village, so he, as the village chief, would have the most say in the factory. The village chief's plans were idealistic. He had discussed this plan with Da Zhuang and even promised to give him a managerial position if everything went well. Seeing the village chief look so helpless, Da Zhuang and his men prepared to head to Weicheng with a mocking smile. Currently, only Go's father and Uncle Go had ox carts from Go Village to Weicheng. Even if they wanted to report to the authorities, they couldn't take the ox carts. However, it seemed they had prepared in advance. Da Zhuang had somehow borrowed a mule, which pulled the cart with the older men, while the younger ones followed on foot. Chi-Chi, they really went to report to the officials. Are we really safe? The village chief seemed so confident. It looks like this mining permit must be very important. If we catch up with them and get to the government office before they do, can we handle the paperwork for the mining permit? After Go's mother and others left, they anxiously asked Go Chi. She had just overheard Go Chi and Water Girl, but now she wondered, if the village chief was telling the truth, would they really get into trouble? Madam, don't worry. Miss Go has read the Great Peace Laws thoroughly. Whatever they think of, she must have already considered. Water Girl comforted Go's mother. She, like Go's mother, didn't know that Go Chi had already taken care of the necessary paperwork. But from her understanding of Go Chi, she would believe her unconditionally. Thinking about it doesn't help now. We need real skills. If only we had known what procedures to handle, We wouldn't have rushed into building this factory so blindly. And we spent so much money. It's all my fault. Why didn't I think to learn more before starting the factory? Go's mother was still upset, naturally blaming herself for everything. Even though Go Chi was the one who suggested building the factory, she still felt responsible. At this moment, she seemed to realize that Go Chi was just a young child. Go Chang, who had been watching nearby, also became worried. He had found a good job, and if he lost it because of the employer's own reasons, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, his parents had given up their previous jobs to come here. They thought it was close to home and long-lasting, but now it didn't seem as good as they had imagined. Mother, don't worry. You should know that making a false report could get you into trouble, but if they come to us themselves, it's not our fault. Since they've left, let's go back home and continue our work. Brother Chong, don't stop working at the factory. I believe we'll get a big order soon. When that happens, we need enough supplies. Tell them they only need to worry about whether they can finish the work. Other things don't matter. Go Chi still hadn't said she had completed the procedures, but her words seemed to reassure Go Chang. He actually stopped worrying and, when asked about the factory, he helped Go Chi comfort everyone and share the news of a potential big order. Yeah, we just do our part. Whether Chi Chi's family or the officials handle the filter tanks, we believe they will be made. We'll work hard. Even if the boss changes, our wages won't be less. Go Chang's father said this, though if Go Chi heard it, she might feel uncomfortable. But to others it sounded reasonable, so whether Go Chi's family had the official documents for mining didn't really matter to the workers. Instead of worrying blindly, they should work harder. Although the factory workers resumed their work, the earlier events still affected them. Go Chang kept wandering around the factory, so even if they wanted to talk about it, they couldn't find a good chance. As for Go Chi's side, after taking Go Mother and the others home, they continued to be busy, but aside from a few servants, Go Mother and her eldest aunt had no mind for anything else. Mother, everyone says there's no need to worry. The procedures Lord Song arranged for us. Did you forget? After Go Chi returned home, she told her mother and others about completing the formalities. Did you finish it? I didn't know, her mother said, feeling that Go Chi was trying to comfort her. If she had really completed the process, she would definitely know. Most importantly, Go Chi was at home every day, or at the mountain study hall when not at home. There was no time for her to handle any mining procedures. Yes, mother, did you forget? Didn't I go alone with Uncle Kong and to see Master Song? After we returned, we started talking about building the factory. It was at that time that I brought back the mining permit. Hearing this, her mother remembered that Go Chi had indeed gone to Weicheng with Kong, but at that time, they had only discussed the cooperation with Song Yuza, and there was no mention of any mining permits. You didn't say you completed the mining procedures. I thought. Her mother hesitated, genuinely unable to recall if Go Chi had mentioned it, but she was also worried that Go Chi might have said it and simply forgotten. Did I say that? Maybe I was just so happy about working with Master Song that I forgot, Go Chi explained carelessly. In fact, she was deliberately hiding the truth. She was worried someone might use this to cause trouble for them. To lure out these people, she intentionally didn't say anything. Even Kong-in, who was with her, didn't know the details. Her mother, who wasn't there at all, was completely unaware. When her mother heard Go Chi say she should be happy and had forgotten, she felt helpless. That day, she was very happy when she heard Go Chi talk about cooperating with Song Yuza. She even couldn't sleep for several days, dreaming of money flashing before her eyes. It's good if it's done. If they report to the authorities, they'll only get scolded. Poor the elders, they're so old, and still have to be taken by Dazhuang to be scolded. Her mother spoke with sympathy, but inside, she didn't feel any compassion. She even thought it would be better if those elders were punished. At first, Annie was worried too. But after hearing Go Chi say the procedures were completed, she and her mother both made dismissive faces and pretended to care about the elders who might get scolded for false reporting. Why do you care about them? Disrespectful old people. Look at how they behave. Especially that village chief. It's a pity he didn't come this time. I would have taken his position away. Annie had never liked the village chief and had always wanted to take his position. But things are not so simple. Today, the village chief was mainly acting as a mediator. Even if Dazhuang and his group caused trouble this time, it was likely arranged by the village chief. Still, we shouldn't punish them just because of this incident. However, today's events left a mark on Go Chi's mind. She thought she should carefully investigate the village chief's background. In the evening, Go father and the eldest uncle returned, both looking strange. What happened? Go mother and aunt wanted to talk about today's events, but seeing their expressions, they first asked about Go father. Today, I saw Dazhuang leading a group of people from the village to Weiqing. I don't know what they went for, but I heard later that they were beaten by the officials. And this time, unlike last time when Dazhuang was beaten and brought back, the officials just threw them out of the government office. We thought about bringing them back, but some of the older ones were so badly beaten they fainted. We figured they would stay in Weiqing to recover, so we didn't get involved in their beating. We just went back as usual. Go father said this with a bit of guilt. Although he didn't get along with Dazhuang, the elders were still from the same village, and he felt they should help. You're just kind-hearted. The people in the village don't have a good reputation. And our Lord Song is always fair and strict. Since they were beaten, it means they made a mistake. If you go to help, it's like questioning Lord Song's judgment. We have a good relationship with Lord Song, so there's no need to offend him over these people. The eldest uncle had told Go father this several times. Because of his warnings, Go father didn't foolishly help Dazhuang and others. Fortunately, my older brother reminded him. That kind of person, Dazhuang, can even falsely accuse Chi. Anyone close to him isn't good. Today, they were beaten to frame our family. Go mother was very angry after hearing Go father's story. But she knew Go father's nature, so despite her anger, she first explained what had happened today. Go father realized he almost helped the wrong people today and felt very guilty. Father, in the end, they didn't get help from us either. It's okay, it's all right. Moreover, Lord Song has already punished them, so I believe they will remember this lesson. Go Chi tugged at her father's sleeve to comfort him. Of course, Go's mother saw her husband's guilty look and didn't say anything further. The family talked about what happened today. After scolding Dazhuang and others, they stopped discussing it and prepared to have dinner. They believed that although the matter involved their family, it didn't really affect them at all. That night, they slept peacefully, even better than Go Chang and the others who worked in the factory. Meanwhile, Go Chang and his friends were actually discussing whether to leave the factory that evening. Go Chang insisted on staying, but his parents thought they shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. They believed they should find a different job. However, they had only been working for a few days, and their wages were paid monthly. So, even if they decided to leave, they would wait until the end of the month. You're just too impatient. I think since it's not even a month, we should wait and see what happens. Besides, Uncle Dazhuang and the others went to Weiqing today, and they haven't come back yet. I believe they are probably being held by Lord Song. Just like Chi-Chi's mother said, they reported a false case. Although Go Chang agreed with his father, he still felt they shouldn't leave when something happened at Go Chi's house. Go Chang seemed to convince his parents, mainly because Dazhuang and the others still hadn't returned. So many villagers were watching. Those who entered Go Chi's family factory naturally worried about them, and where there's worry, there are also those waiting to see a joke. However, these people who want to see a joke probably won't see Go Chi's family's misfortune but will instead see Dazhuang and his friends' trouble. The next day, Dazhuang and his friends still hadn't come back and no news was received. They felt embarrassed to ask Go's father or Uncle Go to pass the message. Finally, someone went to Weiqing to buy supplies and learned about Dazhuang's situation there. They were all in the clinic, but because everyone was passing the blame and believed they shouldn't pay the medical bills, no one wanted to pay. In the end, they decided the clinic should bear the cost and let them off the hook, avoiding paying the medical fees. The clinic wouldn't tolerate them and said they couldn't leave without paying. If they insisted on leaving, they would report them to the authorities. These people were angry at the idea of reporting because that was why they got beaten in the first place. But they knew that if they went to the government office again, they would be the ones punished. So now they felt torn inside. wanting to avoid paying but also afraid of getting beaten again. Maybe they were lucky, or maybe the villagers from Goja village in Weiqing that day were unlucky. He was just passing by, but Dazhuang, who had sharp eyes, saw him. Dazhuang stopped him and even called him brother in a friendly way based on their age. This gave the people at the clinic hope, and they quickly tried to keep the man there. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and told them he was just a neighbor of Dazhuang's family, not a relative. If the clinic really wanted money, they could let him go and send someone to inform Dazhuang's family to pay. The clinic looked at him, but didn't believe Dazhuang called him brother, yet they thought he probably knew where Dazhuang's family lived. After some discussion, they decided to send an apprentice with him to Goja village to notify his family to come pay. Now everyone in the village knew that Dazhuang and his friends had been beaten, and badly too. It must be because of the false report that Chi-Chi's mother told about, someone said.
Exactly.
I've heard their family is connected to Master Song. That factory with the filtering tank was actually involved with him. A factory run by Master Song personally wouldn't lack the proper permit. Haha, they're just foolish. I guess they thought that since Master Song didn't come when the factory started, the rumors about his involvement were false.
Ha ha ha, probably.
They got what they deserved. Even if the rumors were false, they shouldn't have gone looking for trouble directly. If I were in their place and no one had provoked me, I wouldn't foolishly go and pick a fight. When the villagers of Goja village learned that Dazhuang had been beaten again, they all mocked him. Only the village chief felt very complicated inside. He had suggested this plan, but now Dazhuang was beaten because of it. When Dazhuang and his friends returned, they might come after him. He needed to find a way to stay out of this mess. Most importantly, he had to make sure that Guki's family didn't realize he was secretly behind everything. But he didn't know that when he appeared that day, Go-Chi had already sensed that he must have been involved in something there. Those who caused trouble at the filter tank factory were gradually picked up by their families, except for Dazhuang. The reason was that Daejian was completely unwilling to pay for his medical expenses. As for those who were picked up, except for a few young people, the elderly had been lying in bed for quite some time. One of them was already near death when he was brought back. Luckily, he was treated in time, or he might have lost his life due to reckless actions. Because of this serious situation, the families of these people gathered at the village chief's house demanding an explanation after learning that Dazhuang had been instructed by the village chief.
Why is it always me?
Dazhuang isn't here now, so I can't confront him directly. But you should know I am the village chief. How could I not know if the factory had the proper permits? Dazhuang probably said that to make you believe him, but it was his own idea. If you don't believe me, just wait for Dazhuang to come back and ask him. The village chief's words sounded convincing, given his position. Many people believed that if there was something they didn't know, the village chief probably knew about it. Haha, village chief, don't just blame Dazhuang because he's not here. If it weren't for you, Dazhuang wouldn't have been so sure that the factory didn't have the proper permits. Besides, whether it's Dazhuang or anyone else, how could they know about the permit requirements for sand mining without someone telling them? Just ask around and see if anyone knows. The village chief's words could persuade those who didn't know the facts, but they couldn't fool those who had been involved. If the village chief honestly admitted his role and paid compensation, perhaps this matter could be settled. But instead, he completely shifted the blame onto Dazhuang, who wasn't even present. That was going too far. Of course, they weren't upset because of Dazhuang. They knew he wouldn't pay them money. Yeah, I don't even know what kind of mining permit is needed. I don't know either. Dazhuang can't even read half a word, so how would he know? Someone must have told him. I think that's why he was so confident that day. Maybe the village chief promised him something. Yes, I remember the village chief appeared at that time. From what he said, it's clear he didn't know that Kiki's family had obtained the mining permit. That's what I think too. Onlookers started talking loudly, quickly exposing the village chief's lie. But as they spoke, their voices grew quieter because they realized this involved the village chief. They still had to live in Goja village, so they couldn't afford to offend him over something that didn't concern them directly. Even though they now understood the situation, they found a way to challenge the village chief through those who came to see him. This made the village chief lose face, but he still refused to pay them. In the end, he even acted like a village leader, warning that if they caused trouble again, they shouldn't stay in Gojia village. Although this didn't seem very intimidating to Go Chi, surprisingly, these people didn't pursue the matter further and left quietly. Go Chi couldn't understand why, so he had to ask his mother. Unfortunately, she didn't know either, and she only used the phrase hard to leave one's homeland to explain. But Go Chi didn't think that was a real reason. There must be some other reason behind it. Go Chi had always felt something was strange about Gojia village. Whether it was the inactive village chief or the villagers who could be easily threatened by his words, it all seemed odd. He initially planned to ask Dafu and the others, but he forgot about it later. Now that he remembers, he needs to ask properly. Recently, Dafu has been out with a spice merchant. Last time, he said he was going, but some things didn't work out. Now the merchant is heading to restock, so Dafu has gone with him. Since Dafu isn't here, Go Chi can only ask Erfu. Among the people they know well, only these two brothers have been staying in Gojia village for a long time. Is Kiki asking how the village chief became the village chief? Erfa naturally knows what's been happening at the filtration tank factory lately, but he didn't expect Go Chi to directly ask about the village chief himself. Yes, the village chief is usually kind to people, but he doesn't seem capable of handling big matters. If they were choosing a village chief, he probably wouldn't be the best choice, Go Chi asked straightforwardly, clearly indicating that he thinks the village chief's abilities are lacking. Erfu also knew that the village chief's abilities were not enough. Of course, he also knew how the village chief became the chief. This was a secret among the villagers, and technically, it shouldn't be told. But after thinking for a while, Erfa decided it was okay to tell Guki. After all, Guki and the others were considered part of the village, even if they hadn't lived there before. It was the previous generation that was the village chief before. That person was very capable and ruthless. However, his ruthlessness was directed only at people like Dazhuang. Because of his control, the whole village seemed to be doing well. Later, when a new village chief was chosen, the current village chief helped his son, who also became the village chief. No one knew exactly how he did it, but most people voted for the current chief during the election. Erfa said that their family followed the crowd and voted for the village chief because many others did. Maybe many people in the village did the same, but there were also rumors that they were threatened. Erfa didn't know what kind of threats they were talking about. Because of these rumors, many people tried not to provoke the village chief. Also, since the village chief was usually kind and friendly, people gradually stopped caring about how he became the chief. As long as he didn't threaten them personally, it was fine. For their own safety, these threats became a secret in the village. No one talked about it, as if the rumors didn't exist at all. Erfa told Guki all this, sounding like he said a lot but actually didn't reveal much. Guki paid more attention to the threats. Since such rumors existed, they might be true. But he didn't know who the previous village chief had threatened or what he used as a threat. Since the threat could pass from one chief to the next, there must be some paper or object involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be convincing as a threat. Guki wondered if Erfu had the ability to sneak into the village chief's house and see if he could steal these items. But he didn't really tell Erfu to do that. Besides, whether the threats were real or not, Guki thought that the people who were threatened would also realize that if they were still being threatened now, the items used as threats were probably hidden somewhere secret. They might not even be at the village chief's house. So, maybe it's better not to steal anything. Furthermore, it was not easy to help Dafu and Erfa turn away from their bad habits, so they shouldn't go back to stealing just out of curiosity. Although Go Chi didn't get a completely clear answer from Erfu, she was just asking around for now and hadn't decided whether to confront the village chief. It's good to have a general idea. Of course, she knew that once she asked, even if it was Erfu, Dafu would also find out and investigate the village chief's situation thoroughly. But such a secret from many years ago isn't easy to uncover. Plus, Tianyo's ability to gather information isn't very strong yet, and he hasn't learned how to dig deep for news, so she couldn't rush. In other words, since the village chief hasn't yet fallen out with them, she just needs to stay alert to him. As for Dazhuang and the others after this incident, even if they want to cause trouble for their family or the factory, they will think carefully. Actually, this punishment Dajwang and the others received isn't a bad thing for Go Chi. It has made many small rivals hesitate to challenge their family's filter tank factory. It also reassures the workers in the factory. Some workers who wanted to leave have given up that idea and are now working harder. Their enthusiasm has increased, and Go Chang manages the factory more smoothly. Seeing that Go Chang is now fully capable, Go Chi no longer pays close attention to the factory, as she has many other things to do. For example, Lai Yongyi sent her a letter saying that he had already found a shop and was even starting renovations. The reason for writing was to keep this secret from others. Of course, she didn't need him to write. Erfu had already told her about Lai Yongyi's progress. His letter was very detailed. The shop they found is livable, so Lai Yongyi hopes to bring his family there. Go Chi has no objection to this, since they won't appear in the shop. Lai Yongyi living nearby makes it easier for people to think the shop belongs to him. When Lai Yongyi was asked to find a shop, Go Chi guessed he would look for one that could also serve as a residence, so she wasn't surprised. However, Lai Yongyi mentioned that the shop used to be a food business and even had its own cellar. He asked if they wanted to turn the cellar into a cold storage. This way, their ice storage could hold more, so they wouldn't need someone to make ice every day. Guichi was happy to hear there was a cellar. That was definitely good. With a cellar, whether Yu Zhu or Yu Gui went to make ice, they could produce more, which was very convenient. Of course, he also arranged for someone to build the ice-making equipment as Guichi suggested. He believed that when the shop opened, all these things would be ready. Guichi's reply to Lai Yongyi was full of praise, and he also gave advice on how to improve the cellar, especially warning about sterilization. The shop was all ready, with only simple renovations needed, so setting it up was quick. Yu Gui was the first to go make ice. She dressed very carefully, even wearing a veil so no one could see her face. The ice-making process took place in a special room that Lai Yongyi prepared secretly, without others knowing. Their only job was to prepare clean water. Once the ice was made, they stored it in the cellar. The day before opening, Yu Gui filled the room with ice, waiting for the grand opening. On the day the ice drink shop opened, Lai Yongyi invited a dragon and lion dance troupe to perform at the door. This was to let everyone know a new ice drink shop had opened. The main product was ice-based drinks. Originally, they planned to sell some pastries too, but they decided that pastries didn't go well with ice drinks, so they would only sell ice drinks this summer. Haha, I saw the shop was being renovated and thought it would be a new restaurant. Why did they open an ice drink shop instead? Can ice drinks only be made in summer? That means they only make money one season. What about the other seasons? Who cares what they do in other seasons? Since it's an ice drink shop, we should see if they really have ice. In the hot summer, being able to eat some ice is really refreshing. Summer ice must be expensive, probably not affordable for most of us. So, since today is the opening, there must be special discounts. Let's go check it out. Many people came to watch, attracted by the word ice, including many students from Mount Halfway Academy. Today, Mount Halfway Academy was on holiday, so many came to Wei City to support Lai Yongyi. Most of them had tried the drinks or knew Guichi well, so they understood what ice drinks were. Today is the grand opening. Usually, the shaved ice at Go Chi's place feels expensive, but today it's much cheaper. I decided to bite the bullet and buy a bowl to cool off. Brother Yongyi, did you learn how to make this shaved ice from Chi? It tastes pretty much the same, someone asked Lai Yongyi, since his shop's products are almost identical to Go Chi's ice drink stand. Yes, Miss Go is kind-hearted, Lai Yongyi replied without denying that he learned from Chi. He used the phrase kind-hearted, which sounds sincere, but this answer leaves much to the imagination. Many people think Go Chi secretly sold her ice drink recipe to Lai Yongyi. Of course, no one considers that Lai Yongyi is actually working for Go Chi. His place is a proper shop, while Go Chi's is just a small stall. This also relates to the fact that Go Chi's family doesn't seem very wealthy. Anyway, after this person's question, Go Chi was successfully seen as just a kind girl who sold her secret recipe, rather than the owner of the shop. Go Chi didn't go to Weiqing today. She was just waiting for Tian Nyo and the others to bring back news. In the afternoon, Tian Nyo sent a young girl back in a cart pulled by Go Chi's father's ox. Go Chi had seen this girl before but didn't know her name, which didn't matter. When she saw Go Chi, she excitedly told her everything that happened in Weiqing today. She described in detail how busy Lai Yongyi's ice drink shop was. She talked about the dragon and lion dance team, how many people came and went, how many bought shaved ice, how many took ice pops, and even how some bought whole blocks of ice. The first day of business was really successful. Go Chi listened happily. Although the girl didn't understand why Go Chi was so interested in this new shop, she secretly remembered Go Chi's concern. When she returned, she planned to tell Tianyo to set up a watch at the shop's entrance to keep an eye on it. After finishing talking about the ice drink shop, the girl mentioned other things like important people arriving at the government office and that Song Yuza personally came out to greet them. When Go Chi heard that important people were coming and that Song Yuza personally went to meet them, she felt excited inside. But she kept a calm and composed appearance in front of the girl. Of course, Go Chi gave her 3 silver coins for this valuable information. The girl left after having a meal at Go Chi's house. Originally, Go Chi wanted her to stay at home for one night, but she said she had other tasks that evening, which happened to be near Gojia village. That's why Tianyo sent her here. Although Go Chi didn't know what the task was, she didn't keep anyone else. Even though Tianyo and his people were working for her, Go Chi didn't know their specific plans. She only wanted to be sure of the final outcome. So she didn't ask the young girl about her purpose for coming here. After sending the girl away, Go Chi prepared to rest. Since important people had come from the government office, whether or not they were the ones she imagined, she had to notify Go Chang and others to be more careful recently. The next day, Go Chi directly called Go Chang and told him that people from the court might come. She didn't say what Go Chang should do, since he was now in charge, so she left it for him to figure out. When Go Chi heard that officials from the court might come, she felt very nervous. But even though she was nervous, it made her more determined. Back at the factory, she called the managers of different departments and started giving them instructions. Qiangzi, don't worry. This is how we usually do things, so we're not afraid of court officials coming. But yes, we do need to do a big cleanup for hygiene reasons. We'll arrange that today. Even if someone does come, they'll see the place is clean and feel better. By the way, didn't Chi say she wanted to plant some flowers and plants in the factory? Take this chance to do it. Facing only hard things every day, it's good to see some bright and colorful things to lift our spirits. A group of people chattered excitedly, seeming to have arranged everything for the court officials' visit. Now, they just had to wait for Song Yuza to bring the officials. But they waited and waited, and no one came. Go Chang started to worry that they might not come after all. However, Go Chi was not worried at all. She received daily updates from Song Yuza about the person from the court. Strangely, this person usually didn't let Song Yuza accompany him and wandered around different places every day. First in Weiqing, then gradually spreading outward, recently reaching the villages where people had fallen ill after drinking river water. Tianyo's people said they asked about the situation in the villages and inquired about Song Yuza's performance. This made Go Chi think that this person might be there to evaluate Song Yuza. Of course, she wouldn't relax her vigilance just because of that. After examining Song Yuza, it is clear that he cannot avoid the filter jar, especially now that he has reached those villages. Soon, he will likely arrive at Gojia village. Today, Go Chi was leisurely walking with her big dog and family at the village entrance when she saw a few strangers get off a carriage not far from the village. The carriage had no sign or mark, so it was impossible to tell whose it was. 3 strangers stepped down from the carriage. They wore simple cloth clothes, but Go Chi sensed that they were not ordinary people. It was obvious that they had different backgrounds. The man leading them looked about 50 years old. After getting off the carriage, the 3 had already seen Go Chi, but they didn't pay much attention to such a young girl. Go Chi could clearly see the differences in their statuses. However, once they entered the village, they deliberately hid these differences. The middle-aged man no longer walked between the other 2 and started chatting happily with them. It seemed that although they were different ages, they were good friends who shared similar interests. The villagers saw them too, but weren't surprised. Strangers coming to Gojia village were usually here to buy filter jars or to study at the Half Mountain Academy. Before the filter jar factory was built, villagers often saw strangers passing by. So today, seeing three ordinary people like this was nothing unusual. After exchanging glances, the three strangers approached villagers to ask about the situation. "You're here to buy filter jars?"
Just go that way.
"Not far, and you'll see the filter jar factory," said Granny Zhao. She liked sitting near the village entrance, giving directions to visitors. She claimed she was just bored, but everyone knew she was trying to flatter Go Chi's family to prevent rumors from spreading about them to outsiders, which helped stop troublemakers from causing problems.
Thank you, Granny.
"We're just worried that, since we're from outside, people might cheat us or give us bad jars." "How could that happen?" "Those jars are inspected by the local official. After passing inspection, they get a certificate. If they don't meet standards, they're not allowed to leave the factory. Even though you're outsiders, you can trust these filter jars. They're definitely good quality." Zhao Posi's words made everyone feel as if the jar was truly their own family's product. Among the three, one asked Zhao Posi if she really had any connection to the filter jar factory.
How could that be?
"My wife doesn't have that kind of skill, but my little grandson works at the factory. He was among the first to join, and I believe it won't be long before he becomes a manager like Chong." "You don't know. Working at that factory, no matter your background, as long as you're good at your job, you can become a manager. Even if you don't get the chance to be a manager, your wages will go up. It's really a good opportunity." Zhao Posi kept praising the filter jar factory, endlessly talking as if everything about it was perfect, with no flaws at all. This constant praise made the three people feel it might not be entirely true. Even though Zhao Posi wanted to continue praising, they had already left, so she could only stay silent. Go Chi had been following behind the three people. When they started asking about the factory, she had already sent a message to Go Chong through to Go, who was carrying a red stone they had agreed upon earlier. Go Chong, who couldn't read, understood from the red stone that Go Chi might be referring to someone from the court. Although the message was prepared in advance, Go Chong was still nervous now. He looked around the factory to make sure he hadn't missed anything. When he saw three people arriving at the factory gate, and Go Chi just watching from afar, he knew they were probably officials from the court, even if their clothing didn't reveal it. "Are you on duty today? I heard you took leave a few days ago." Go Chong pretended not to notice the visitors and was just chatting casually with the gatekeeper. "Yes, some family matters came up, so I took leave." "Are those matters settled? If not, there's no rush to come back to work." Go Chong continued, pretending he hadn't seen the visitors. "Yes, everything is done." "Thanks for your concern, Manager Chong," the gatekeeper replied, puzzled by Go Chong's strange questions and why he was lingering so long at the gate. They are from the same village. Even if Go Chong didn't ask, the gatekeeper wouldn't be unaware of his family affairs. But now, since he was asked, he could only interpret it as Go Chong's concern. However, such sudden concern often makes people feel awkward, so he hoped Go Chong would leave soon or that someone would come along to break the awkward silence. At this moment, the gatekeeper saw three people standing at the factory entrance, looking inside. He carefully tidied his clothes, greeted Go Chong seriously, and then went to ask about the visitors. "Are you here to buy some jars?" Since they came to a jar factory, this question was natural. "Yes. We are from out of town and we might buy quite a few, so we'd like to take a look inside." "Is that possible?" One of the three, acting as a spokesperson, explained their purpose with a pre-planned excuse. Hearing that they might make a big purchase, the gatekeeper thought it was a good opportunity, but since he was just a gatekeeper, he didn't dare to let them in without permission. "Please wait a moment. Our manager is nearby. I'll ask him if it's okay for you to visit." Usually, visits weren't allowed because the factory had some technical secrets and he didn't want to be responsible if someone learned too much. Afterward, the gatekeeper explained the situation to Go Chong, who was feeling quite nervous. But since Go Chong was the main manager here, he still had to treat these big customers politely. "Hello, I am the manager here. I heard you're interested in buying our filters?" Go Chong kept calm and didn't rush to invite them inside. "Yes, but we don't know much about these filters, so we'd like to see them." The gatekeeper mentioned that visitors aren't usually allowed. Visiting might be a bit difficult. "Normally, we don't let people in," Go Chong said, not eager to let them tour the factory just because they asked. Go Chang believed in following the rules. Usually, his words had a small loophole that someone quickly caught. Yes, if there's a partnership, we might allow the other side to visit so they can better understand our filters. Of course, only a small part of the process, since the core technology needs to stay secret. Go Chang was familiar with these procedures. After a brief chat, he seemed less nervous and started treating the visitors as ordinary customers. Although he usually didn't handle customer visits himself, he was now calm enough to entertain these three pretending to be customers. When the visitors heard that only partners could visit, they didn't reveal their identities immediately, but instead expressed a genuine interest in cooperation. Since they're from out of town, they want to buy a large number of filtering tanks to sell elsewhere. They believe there is no problem with this plan. Of course, Go Chang also seems to genuinely believe their story. He pretends to think for a moment, then invites the group into the filter tank factory. Go Chang invites the group into the factory but doesn't rush to show them around. Instead, he leads them to a special room used for entertaining guests. The person in charge of this room sees Go Chang bringing visitors and quickly prepares tea and snacks without waiting for his instructions. The three of them don't insist on a tour right away. They sit down and continue discussing business with Go Chang. The person speaking isn't the man in his 50s, nor the other two. The two men seem to be real businessmen, always talking about profits when they discuss with Go Chang. Because of these two, Go Chang starts to wonder if he has mistaken their identities. But then he thinks, even if he has, these are big clients, and it's fine to treat them well. So, he seriously begins to discuss business with the two men. All right, the price and transportation are settled. Now, can we go for a tour? Just as everything is agreed upon except the final quantity, the other side suggests a visit. Go Chang naturally won't refuse. He takes them to familiar places such as the quarry, sand pit, and washing areas for stones and sand. Do these stones need to be washed before use? Asks the man in his 50s, who rarely speaks. Yes, all the gravel and sand must be washed multiple times and disinfected at high temperatures before use. Since it's for drinking water filtration, hygiene is very important, Go Chang explains. These words are actually what Go Chi usually tells him. When he first heard them, he thought they were impressive. He often talks like this with factory workers, so now he naturally repeats them to the visitors. High-temperature disinfection? Is that similar to the method your local officials promote, drinking boiled water? The man in his 50s, who rarely speaks, asks this question. Almost in simpler words, after high temperatures, the small insects in the sand and stones are all boiled and destroyed. This way, there won't be any bad things left in the sand and stones, making the water purification process more effective. If Guichi were here, she might laugh at Guiqiang's explanation, but it is this explanation that helps listeners understand many things. So, he was very satisfied with the production of this filtration tank. After the visit, Guiqiang took the others back to the reception room. When they arrived, the person in charge of the reception room poured them more tea. How about it? Can we decide on the number of tanks needed for the first batch? After everyone sat down, Guiqiang noticed they kept talking about the filtration tanks, but didn't mention how many they needed. So, he took the initiative to ask. Unfortunately, they weren't just here to buy tanks. After Guiqiang asked, they exchanged glances, and one of them responded. Actually, we are not only the three of us. We also need to discuss with others how many tanks we will buy. Of course, you can rest assured. We definitely want to buy. To make you feel at ease, we will leave a deposit of 50 taels here. Once we go back and decide how many we need, we will come back. Their words conflicted a bit with what they initially said, almost making Guiqiang think they were scammers. But when they showed the 50 taels of silver, Guiqiang felt a little relieved. Guichi watched the three people leave Gua family's village. After they got into their hidden carriage outside the village, she headed to the tank factory. At this time, Guiqiang was already waiting for Guichi. When she arrived, he told her everything about what happened after the three people arrived at the factory. Merchants? Is the final decision made by that man around 50 years old? Guichi felt something was off when Guiqiang said they were merchants. She believed she couldn't be wrong.
No, he seems to be a steward or something.
He only asked questions about the filtration tanks. When discussing cooperation, he didn't say a word. Guiqiang didn't understand why Guiqi was asking about someone he thought was unimportant. Brother Chong, you've been tricked. I saw them get into the carriage outside the village just now. Both of them were very respectful to that man. Guiqi smiled, but seeing Guiqiang look a bit upset, she quickly comforted him. Brother Chong, there's no need to worry about not recognizing the noble person. Since they deliberately wore plain clothes and hid their identity, even if you did notice, you should pretend you didn't. Is that so? As long as there's nothing wrong, that's fine. Go Chong looked at Go Chi, trying to see if she was just comforting herself. There's nothing wrong. Anyway, whether they are merchants or officials from the court, we are not afraid of them watching. You thought they were real merchants, but they might think they hid their identities very well. Go Chi said this, and Go Chong felt a bit embarrassed, but once he was sure he hadn't caused any trouble, he felt relieved. As for those 3 people, Go Chi was right. The visitors were indeed from the court. Although only 3 came, after they left some distance from Go's village, a group of people was waiting here. They were all guards protecting the noble person. Once the noble person returned safely, the group slowly headed to their next destination. Go Chi kept passing messages through the young beggars, so she knew where the officials were at all times, until she learned that they had returned to Song Yuza's office. Then Go Chi received a letter from Song Yuza, saying that the court officials would come the next day to inspect the filter factory, and she should prepare well. Go Chi almost laughed when she received the letter. It seemed her partner was a bit unreliable. When the court officials disguised themselves, he didn't send a message to remind her, but luckily she was clever and had already prepared. Although she could be confident in defending herself against a surprise attack, it's always better to be prepared. This time, Song Yuza specifically sent a reminder, so Go Chi decided to act even more carefully. First, she informed Go Chong, then asked him to notify the village head. Although Go Chi didn't like calling him the village head, he was still the village leader. Since the officials from the court were coming officially, it wouldn't look good if she didn't call him. When Go Chong heard that the officials were coming officially, he became even more nervous than before. While rules can follow formal procedures, this was their first time officially hosting court officials, so they were extra cautious. The village head didn't act petty at this moment, but kept giving Go Chong advice. He also helped check the items Go Chong prepared several times. Even the belts worn by the workers in the factory were checked by the village head to make sure everything was proper and tidy. Only after confirming there were no issues did he relax. The next day, Mr. Go did not go to catch the carriage himself. Instead, he asked Go Kongan to handle it. Because today, officials from the court were coming to his family's filter tank factory. Although he had never been involved in management before, as the head of the family, he couldn't miss such an important occasion. The family dressed in new clothes, all prepared by Go Chi after learning that Song Yuza had reported the filter tanks. With the excited voices of the children in the village, Go Chi knew that Song Yuza had arrived with court officials. Mr. Go and his people had already been waiting at the factory gate. Besides Go Chi's family, Go Chong and the managers and workers of the filter tank factory were also waiting at the entrance. When 2 carriages stopped at the gate, people came out to greet the passengers. One was Song Yuza, who was well known in the village, and the other was an older man in his 50s from the group that had come earlier. He was dressed in official robes, looking very dignified, and his presence was much more imposing than Song Yuza's. When he appeared before everyone, the village chief and the villagers prepared to kneel. To show his kindness, the official waved his hand, stopping everyone from kneeling and making them stand back up. This is Lord Sun. Song Yuza did not mention his official title, but everyone could tell from his attitude that he was of a higher rank than Song Yuza. Then Song Yuza introduced the village chief and Mr. Go to Lord Sunday. Lord Sun naturally had nothing to say about the village chief, but he did speak to Mr.
Go.
Although he knew before arriving that Mr. Go had not been involved in discovering or building the filter tanks, he praised him as if he had. This made Mr. Go feel a bit embarrassed, since he hadn't actually done anything. Fortunately, Lord Sun didn't keep praising him endlessly, as there were still procedures to follow. For example, awarding Mr. Go. Originally, this award didn't require the court to send someone specifically, since Song Yuza was enough, but because they also needed to discuss orders, the court sent officials. Since the filter tank was a new invention, it needed to be examined before confirming whether it was truly suitable for nationwide promotion, as Song Yuza claimed. After receiving his reward, Mr. Go didn't know what to do next, as he wasn't familiar with negotiating orders. Fortunately, Go Chi and Song Yuza both said there was no need to discuss orders, which reassured him greatly. Yesterday, Song Yuza's letter was actually already told to Go Chi. Lord Sun already knew there was some connection between the filter tank factory and him, so the order was arranged earlier. Today was just a formality, and it was enough to give him the reward. After the ceremony, there was nothing else to do, so Song Yuza naturally left with Lord Sunday. This made Go Chi feel a bit disappointed. She had prepared so much, but Lord Sun only came for a formality and then left. However, having the ceremony was good because it meant their filter tank factory officially caught the attention of the people of Dan Kingdom. More orders would come soon, since Dian is such a big country. After seeing Lord Sun off, Go Chi took Yugue and the others home to store the rewards. As for Go Father and Go Mother, they naturally wanted to celebrate with the factory workers. Go Chi suggested this. Although they couldn't have a big feast, they could give bonuses so the workers could share in the happiness. The bonuses weren't much, only 20 coins per person, but it still made the workers happy to celebrate with Go Chi's family. At first, the workers were just happy for their employer, but after receiving the bonuses, they were truly excited. Especially people like Go Chong, whose families all worked at the factory, were even happier. With money, they felt more motivated, and their work enthusiasm increased significantly. This was exactly what Go Chi wanted to see. Although Go Mother felt a bit distressed about giving out so much money at once, she was happy today and didn't mind so much. After distributing all the money, Go Father and Go Mother went home. They kept thinking about the imperial rewards. They already knew about the cloth and other obvious items, and they also knew there was a land deed, but they didn't know the location, which made them very anxious. When they got home, Go Chi had already stored the cloth and other physical items, but the land deed was placed on the table. Where is this land deed from? Lord Sun said he gave 20 acres, all adjacent. Go Mother hurriedly picked up the deed to examine it carefully. She first looked at the number because there were several pieces, so there were multiple deeds, but that didn't stop her from counting. After confirming there were indeed 20 acres, she then paid attention to the location. When she looked closer, she was stunned. Turns out, all of it belonged to Gojia village. This left her feeling a bit confused. They work every day in Gojia village, but no one has heard of the government seizing anyone's land. However, the land deed cannot be forged, so holding the deed, they plan to go and see what these plots of land are really like. Based on the location marked on the first deed, Go's father looked at the entire area and was speechless. It's not that the land is bad, the court said it was good land, so it must be good land. Go's father was speechless because, in fact, this land belonged to their family. It was one of the plots left to the third son when the family was divided. Father, are you sure this is Grandpa's old land? Go Chi asked. She didn't think Go's father would be mistaken, but she also didn't believe the old lady would sell the land. If she wanted to sell the land, she believed Tinia would have told her. But Tinia didn't give any news, which meant the old lady hadn't sold the land. Since the deed was obtained through the government, it couldn't be forged. But how did the government get this land? Of course I'm sure. I used to come and collect rent, so I know exactly where our land is. This land is definitely ours, no mistake. Go's father was very confident, but this certainty made him feel a strange, inexplicable feeling inside. Isn't it good? Mother didn't give us land, but heaven seems to have taken care of it and sent it to us this way. Maybe it's Grandpa watching over us from heaven, since he wasn't biased like Mother. Go's mother comforted Go's father, though she also felt a strange feeling about the land. Father, Mother, this land was given to us by the government. No matter who owned it before, now it belongs to us. And the officials said that the rent for this year also belongs to us. We should tell the tenants early, so they don't pay the rent to the wrong people. Go-chi didn't care who owned the land before. Since it was theirs now, she saved the money from buying land. As for Go's father and mother feeling awkward, money wasn't the most important thing. It was better to let go of that awkward feeling early on. Although Go-chi advised Go's father and mother to let go of their awkward feelings, they could only temporarily stop thinking about it, as they still had many other plots to see. But when they went to look at other land, they found that the 20 acres given by the government was all land divided among the family, and it was land allocated to Go's third brother. How could this happen? 20 acres. Yes, 20 acres. How could mother sell this 20 acres of land to the government? Father is now sitting on the edge of the field, looking very surprised, because this happened so suddenly. And now, those 20 acres of land are officially theirs. Child's father, don't be so surprised. Like Chi-Chi said, since the land has been given to us, it's ours now. We should start preparing to collect rent. As for how the land ended up in Mother's hands, we can ask about it when we get the chance. Mother wants to comfort Father, but Chi-Chi disagrees because she thinks of another possibility. Old Third has a habit of gambling, and these land deeds might have been lost through his gambling. If the deeds accidentally ended up in their hands, they must not let the old lady find out. Otherwise, she might make Father return the deeds to Old Third, which would be quite funny. So, no matter how curious they are about how the deeds came from the old lady, they cannot ask. Chi-Chi quickly dismisses Mother's suggestion. Can't we ask? Mother didn't realize Chi-Chi had thought of this, and she looked at Chi-Chi with curiosity when she first suggested it. After Chi-Chi explained her idea to Father and Mother, they agreed that it's best not to let the old lady know. But if they don't find out the truth, Father will feel uncomfortable inside. In the end, Chi-Chi says she will ask Song Yuza for details. Father then urges Chi-Chi to hurry and ask, or he'll feel uneasy. So, Chi-Chi immediately writes a letter to Song Yuza after returning home. When Old Kongan returns at noon, he takes the letter to Wei City. When Song Yuza and Magistrate Sun arrive at the government office in the afternoon, they receive Chi-Chi's letter and exchange curious glances. Did the child you saw today know how to read? Magistrate Sun is most curious about this, and he's not very concerned about the letter's content. Not only does she know how to read, but she's also read many leisure books. She knows more than I do about some things, Song Yuza says as he tells Magistrate Sun about Chi-Chi, while opening the letter to see why she was so eager to write.
Huh?
Is it really such a coincidence? After reading the letter, Song Yuza finds Chi-Chi's story too coincidental. When he learned about the 20 acres of land for Chi-Chi's family, he specifically went to the government office to check the land records of Chi-Chi's village. I didn't expect that many plots of Gosher village's land had been confiscated, so I was able to choose 20 acres from these land deeds for Go-Chi. What a coincidence that I just happened to select these 20 acres. How is that a coincidence? Lord Sun looked at Song Yuza after reading the letter and was surprised. He asked curiously. Song Yuza explained the situation of the land to Lord Sunday naturally. Lord Sun also thought it was a coincidence and expressed sympathy for Go-Chi's family. Check to see how these 20 acres were confiscated. If there are any issues, just exchange them for another 20 acres. If they still want these 20 acres, help them handle the rest of the matter. Since it was a reward from the court, we must avoid any problems. Lord Sun reminded Song Yuza, as he was the one handling this matter. He didn't want any trouble to arise. To find out how these 20 acres ended up in the government's hands, Song Yuza quickly received an answer. The land deed was obtained from stolen money, but not directly from Old Man Go, rather from a casino owner. Of course, calling it stolen money is a bit complicated. Everyone understands the situation without needing details. He only needed to tell Go-Chi that her uncle gambled away the land deed. This result was actually what Go-Chi guessed, but now she wanted to know if her third uncle's loss of the land deed was known by the old lady. If she knew, it would be easier. Her family could just wait until the old lady came to collect rent. If she didn't know, and the old lady came to collect rent herself this year, it would be problematic. She didn't want any contact with the old lady, so she needed to find out the truth. She arranged for Go Kongan to ask the current tenants about the land, but without revealing that the land had changed hands. Go Kongan was told to check on the tenants periodically. He could go directly to their homes, but that would seem too obvious. Better to pretend he was gathering firewood from the mountain and happened to meet them. Fertilizing? Go Kongan saw someone working in the field and sat on the edge of the field, pretending to be tired from carrying firewood. Yes, adding fertilizer helps the crops grow better. You're coming back from chopping firewood? The tenant recognized Go Kongan and knew he was Go Chi's servant. Yeah, I cut quite a bit today. Sitting down to rest, and it's good to meet you. Keeps me from sitting here alone and feeling bored. Go Kongan, while speaking, casually rubbed his shoulders as if he was tired from carrying firewood earlier. You make pancakes, but you're just useless. However, the second master's family is a good household. Sometimes, it's okay for you to rest. Before, we liked when the second master came to collect rent. He never deducted from us, unlike the third master, who is very calculating. It's a pity now that the families have split. This land belongs to the third master, so in the future, only he will come to collect rent. The tenant farmer complained a bit, but knew there was nothing he could do. They had no money to buy land, so they had to rent others' fields, which meant paying rent. Isn't the rent fixed? How does the third master deduct from you? Go Kongan asked curiously, pretending to be interested. He already knew the tenants didn't know about the land transfer, so his questions were just casual chat. Asking otherwise would seem strange. The scales we brought are faulty. Everyone knows that, but no one can do anything. If we resist, there will be no land to farm next year. They can find farmers anytime, but it's harder for us to find land. So even if we know we'll be deducted, we can only swallow our anger and accept it. Every year, we hope for a good harvest, or we'll just be waiting to starve. The tenants sighed deeply. This year, things were slightly better because Uncle Go had given them some small benefits to get news about the Go Chi family. But these benefits were so small that Uncle Go might have taken some of them back with extra tricks on the scales. So, whether they received these benefits or not was just a matter of words. If it weren't for wanting to keep farming the land, they wouldn't even tell Uncle Go about the Go Chi family situation. That's true. Tampering with the scales is common, but as tenants, we really can't say anything. If you find a good master who deducts less, you might have a better year next year. But if the master is bad, the grain left might not even be enough for your family's food next year. Go Kongan echoed the tenants' words, pretending to share their feelings, though he had never actually farmed properly himself. The poor get poorer, and the rich get richer. Actually, it's not always like that. It depends on luck and, of course, on having the eye to spot opportunities. You see, my family, I heard that when the old master's family divided, they were so poor they had to things at the shop. Now, not only are they wealthy, but they even own land. Oh, by the way, the government once granted the old master 20 acres of land, but I don't know where it is. Should I go back and ask for you? Maybe next year, the old master will rent out that land. Go Kongan kindly wants to help, but he is mainly trying to confirm whether the tenant truly doesn't know that the land has changed ownership now. Really? But where is the second master's land? If it's not in Gojia village, I probably can't farm it even if I want to, said the tenant happily when he heard Go Kongan was willing to ask about Go Chi's land. But then he thought again and became worried that the land might not be in Gojia village, and he felt a bit regretful. That's true. I'll go ask about it, Go Kongan said seriously, indicating he was willing to help the tenant. Of course, he had already learned about the tenant's situation and felt it was time to go back. So, he said he had rested enough and didn't want to chat with the tenant anymore. Thank you very much. The tenant also expressed gratitude because Go Kongan was willing to help, though he privately thought the chances were small. When Go Kongan returned home, he told Go Chi about his conversation with the tenant. Naturally, Go Chi then knew that the tenants didn't know the land had changed hands. That's not good news, as it means collecting rent will be more troublesome. Although Song Yuza said they could exchange land, the places offered were not in Gojia village, which is too far from her home. Even though the land is rented out to others to farm, she wants to keep some land for herself to grow different crops. Especially when Dafu returns, if she can find some spices, she plans to grow some herself, so she won't have to look everywhere when she needs spices. So, she still hopes to have land in Gojia village. The young lady doesn't need to worry too much. She just doesn't want to clash with the old lady when collecting rent. Actually, as long as we don't do the collection ourselves, it's fine. Let Uncle Dafu or Uncle Air Dafu handle it. If they think they're close enough to us, then let Yomiga do it. If not, we can ask Tian Nyo and others to arrange for someone to collect the rent. With the cooperation of the people arranged by Lord Song, the first year's rent collection should go smoothly. After the first year, the old lady will realize that these 20 acres no longer belong to her, and naturally, she won't come to collect rent the second year. Of course, if Gojia village still has land belonging to the third master and others, there's still a chance they might encounter it again. Go Gue mentioned this, when Yu Zhu suddenly interrupted. Third master can gamble the land, and there might be another 20 acres besides the 20 acres he already has. Let's find out if we can buy all of it ourselves. Yu Zhu's suggestion seemed rough, but was actually a good idea. However, it depended on whether Uncle Third really lost all the remaining land in the gamble. That's a good plan. Let's check. If he really lost it, let Lai Yongi find out the price. Since we want to buy land anyway, it might be a bit expensive now, but asking first isn't bad. What if the price is right? Go Chi agreed with Yu Zhu's idea and gave the order. Our family owns so much land, we can't buy it all back. And we should discuss buying so much land with the master and madam first. Although Go Gue listened to Go Chi, she didn't want Go Chi to waste money because of Yu Zhu's reckless ideas, so she reminded her. No need. We'll first understand the situation. We might not buy it right now. Go Chi knew Go Gue wasn't challenging her, but was just reminding her. Still, she believed she should follow her own plan. She wanted to do things her way. Since she knew the old lady would make her uncomfortable, she needed to resolve that first. After some investigation, they found out that some land had indeed been lost again. But it wasn't as much as Go Chi thought, only 5 acres. Even though it's just 5 acres, she still decided to ask about the price. When Lai Yongyi received the task, he went straight to inquire about the price. Since he wasn't buying from the official government, the gambling house wouldn't offer a good price. The land still had crops growing, so the casino offered a high price. Lai Yongyi didn't bother to bargain and simply left. However, his action caught Go San's attention, and he suddenly had an idea. When Lai Yongyi left the casino, Go Sen also followed him out. Sir, please wait a moment, Go Sen called out to Lai Yongyi. Who are you? Lai Yongyi naturally knew he was Go San, but they hadn't met formally, so he pretended not to recognize him. My surname is Go. I am from Gojia village. I just heard you want to buy land from Gojia village. Is that true? Go San directly asked what he wanted to know. He hadn't heard everything clearly earlier, so now he wanted to clarify. Yes, but the price offered is too high. I want to wait until after the autumn harvest to ask again. Lai Yongyi did not deny this. The casino's prices are always high, but I also have land in Gojia village. If you really want to buy land there, I can sell it to you at 80 taels of silver per acre. My land is also farmed, and during the harvest you can collect rent. It's a good deal. Much cheaper than the casino. Go Sanyu offered the land deed for only 3 or 2 silver coins at most. He knew he was losing money, but he still mortgaged a lot to gamble. Now, he found someone interested in buying land, and the price for buying and mortgaging is very different. So, he thought he could ask for a higher price from this person. 80 taels? That's a bit expensive. I'll wait until after the harvest. My family isn't in a rush anyway. My mother just wants to buy land in Gojia village. It doesn't matter if we buy this year or next. Lai Yongyi was actually tempted by the 80 taels, but since he wasn't the one buying the land, he couldn't simply agree to pay that much. It's not expensive, and there are crops on it, Go Sanyu said, getting anxious when Lai Yongyi hesitated. His urgency made Lai Yongyi think that maybe the price of the land could still be negotiated. You're saying that, but I'm not in a hurry. I can buy after your crops are harvested. My budget for an acre of land is at most 5 taels of silver, so 80 taels already exceeds my limit. The 5 taels Lai Yongyi offered was actually quite low, but after the harvest, this price was quite common. However, this price was still different from Go Sonyu's expectations, and he hesitated. Lai Yongyi saw his hesitation and didn't push further. I have other matters to attend to. I can't raise the price anymore. If you think it's suitable, come find me at the ice drink shop, Lai Yongyi said, preparing to leave. Go Sonyu watched Lai Yongyi's back as he walked away, feeling conflicted inside. He wanted to gamble. Although just asking the old lady could get him money, she was giving less, and recently, she wouldn't even give him 1 or 2 silver coins. He couldn't even afford a small knife with dozens of copper coins. Because of this, he had mortgaged many pieces of land to the casino. Unfortunately, in the process of winning and losing, he became blinded by greed and lost a lot. Now he needed more money to turn things around. This is a good opportunity. The owner of the cold drink shop just happened to want land from Gojia village, and he still has quite a bit. He can sell some first to get money to turn things around. However, the price is too low, which makes him feel a bit sad, so he's really conflicted. Lai Yongyi immediately wrote a letter to Go Chi after hearing about the cold drink shop. Luckily, Yuju was making ice today, so he asked her to bring the letter back. When Go Chi saw the letter, she pursed her lips. She was actually a bit shocked when she heard the price of 2 taels of silver per acre. Not because the price was high, but because she thought it was too low. She usually used the price of oxen to judge other things, but she kept forgetting that oxen were a luxury in this era. That's why she thought paying the same price for an acre of land and a cow was very cheap. So, she could accept the price of 8 taels per acre that Uncle Go mentioned. She also thought that whatever Uncle Go wanted to sell, Lai Yongyi could just take as much as he wanted. The money the cold drink shop was earning should be enough to buy the land, or if not, she could help out. Still, she hoped the price could be a bit lower, ideally around 5 taels per acre as Lai Yongyi suggested. That way, she might be able to buy all of Uncle Go's land. Of course, this was just a thought. She believed Uncle Go wouldn't be in such a rush to sell all his land. But she underestimated Uncle Go's need for money. As soon as Lai Yongyi received Go Chi's reply, Uncle Go was already hanging around outside the cold drink shop. It was early morning. Although the shop would open, no one would be eating ice at this time, so there were no customers inside. The shop boys were just sitting together, chatting and preparing juice and fruit pieces. Why is that person always hanging around at our door? Is he craving ice so early in the morning? One of the shop boys saw Uncle Go and asked curiously. Maybe he's waiting for someone. If he wants ice, he might have come in, but he's probably just waiting here because he sees no one at the door, said another. The other shop boys didn't think Uncle Go was there to buy ice, they just thought he happened to be standing there. Only Lai Yongyi, who saw Uncle Go outside, smiled. He still had Go Chi's letter, which mentioned that Uncle Go might not be in such a rush. But reality was different from what Go Chi thought. After putting the letter away and locking it in a cabinet, he went out to meet Uncle Go. Brother Go, are you here to see me? Lai Yongyi asked with a smile, knowing the answer already. Boss Lai, I thought you weren't here. It seems your shop hasn't opened yet, so I didn't want to enter without permission. Uncle Go's hesitation looked polite, but his eyes showed his true feelings. Usually, there's no business in the morning. My small shop sells special items, so customers usually come in the afternoon. Lai Yongyi said this as he led Uncle Go into the shop. When the shop assistants saw the boss personally invite someone in, they thought it was an important guest. They looked at Lai Yongyi, waiting to see if he would ask them to prepare drinks. But Lai Yongyi didn't even ask for water, so they didn't dare to ask questions. They just continued their work quietly, guessing who the visitor might be. Of course, they didn't guess much, because Lai Yongyi was already talking to Uncle Go about the land. Brother Go, have you decided to sell the land today? Yes, I want to sell it. But Boss Lai, could you please offer a higher price? 5 taels is too little. Uncle Go made one last effort. Lai Yongyi saw his struggle. Although Go Chi said he was willing to accept 5 or 8 taels, if 5 taels was enough, why pay more? He had to shake his head regretfully, saying 5 taels was the highest he could offer. Yesterday, I heard that last year, some land in Gojia village sold for 4 taels. I think 5 taels is already a bit of a loss for me. After the harvest in autumn, I might be able to buy land for 4 taels, or even less. Lai Yongyi's words weren't lies. He had heard of someone buying land for 4 taels before. But such things are rare, so he used this to lower the price. I know the land. It's not as good as mine. My land yields good harvests every year. The tenants have managed it well because they've been working on my land for a long time. 5 taels is definitely a good deal for Boss Lai. Uncle Go stopped discussing the price, worried that Lai Yongyi might refuse to buy the land. He knew Lai Yongyi wasn't in a hurry. But, seeing Uncle Go getting more anxious, Lai Yongyi stayed calm. What else is there to say? Boss Lai, my land is not only good, but it also has crops on it now. The rent collected after the autumn harvest will be more than 1 or 2 taels. If you buy my land now, you'll make more profit than buying it after the harvest for 4 taels. I also urgently need money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold 5 taels of silver so easily. Uncle Go spoke sincerely, which seemed to touch Lai Yongyi, and finally Lai Yongyi nodded in agreement. He asked Uncle Go how much land he was willing to sell to see if he could buy it all. Uncle Go had already thought this through. He had a deed for 5 acres of land, so he decided to sell that first. Once he turned things around, he wouldn't need to sell more land. When Lai Yongyi heard it was 5 acres, he remembered Go Chi saying he could buy as much as he wanted, so he frowned. What's wrong, Boss Lai? Is this land too big? No problem, we can go to the government office to divide the land. Whatever you want, boss. Seeing Lai Yongyi frown, Uncle Go thought Lai Yongyi didn't want the 5 acres. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he quickly agreed to sell whatever amount Lai Yongyi wanted. No, 5 acres is fine. More doesn't matter. It's just to give the old man peace of mind. Whatever amount, it's okay. Let's go and handle the paperwork. Lai Yongyi's words made Uncle Go see a hidden buyer. Of course, Lai Yongyi said this on purpose, since Go Chi said he could buy as much as he wanted. After the paperwork was done, Uncle Go happily took the money and went to the casino. When the casino staff saw he came with money today, they played their tricks again. Soon he lost all the money from selling the land. He left the casino feeling embarrassed. Just then, someone who had been gambling with him patted his shoulder with a look of regret. I saw you had good luck earlier. I thought you would win. You got too anxious at the end. You should have played steadily. With your luck today, you could have won 100 or 80 taels of silver. Such a pity, such a pity. Yes, such a pity. He had almost won. He thought he would take a big risk because of his good luck, but he lost on that last bet. He should have kept winning little by little to recover his losses. No, how long should he keep winning little by little? He should take the big chance when his luck is good. This time it was just bad luck. Tomorrow he would try again. He believed he could win back his money tomorrow. Uncle Go thought this in his heart, but he never considered whether he would still have money to gamble tomorrow. The next day, when he went back to the casino, he had no money, so they naturally wouldn't let him play. As usual, to gamble, he had to either pay with money or something. Of course, while being firm, the casino staff also tried to tempt him, making him feel eager to try again. Holding back the strong urge to play, he went home to get a land deed and found Lai Yongyi again. This time, Lai Yongyi bought his land deed at the price of 5 taels. Uncle Sand, who now had money, seemed to have learned his lesson. At first, he only used small amounts to test his luck. If he kept losing, he would hold back and come back tomorrow. Not to mention, the money from selling land allowed her to enjoy herself for several days. But it was only a few days. Soon, he found Lai Yongyi again, who was no longer willing to buy land. The reason was that he had bought enough. If it was still at 5 taels per acre, he wasn't interested anymore. At this point, Uncle San lowered the price himself to 4 taels per acre, as long as it was higher than what the casino offered. Seeing him lower the price voluntarily, Lai Yongyi showed little interest and reluctantly bought Uncle San's land deed. After several rounds like this, Go Chi had accumulated about 60 acres of land. Autumn was gradually arriving, and the rice in the fields was heavy with grains. The harvest was about to begin. "Father, how much land did our grandfather leave us?" Go-Chi still hadn't told her father that she had almost bought all of Uncle San's land. More than 100 acres, at least. It's quite a lot. But your Uncle San lost some of his land. I don't know how much. I hope we still have 5 or 6 10 acres left. Her father remembered how his father's estate was used as gambling stakes by Uncle San, which made him feel uncomfortable. Although he now had about 20 acres, it was no longer considered the family's inheritance. Yes, autumn is here. We should contact Lord Song to help us collect the rent for these 20 acres, Go-Mother said. Recently, she was worried. With the harvest approaching, she was afraid that the old lady would find out they had 20 acres. No need. I've hired someone to help. Lord Song will probably send someone too. Go-Chi thought it was better not to trouble Song Yuza with this household matter, even though he said he would help with the harvest. But that was said in summer. It's been so long, who knows if Song Yuza still remembers. Rather than wait for Song Yuza, she preferred to handle it her own way, more secure and safe. Hired someone? Won't your grandmother find out? Go-Mother was uneasy hearing about hiring help, but her fear of the old lady was greater than her worry about spending money. No, their land is next to ours, so we just took it casually. Even if the old woman sees it, she can't contact our family. Once we harvest the grain, we will send it to Yanqing. That house there is perfect for storing grain. Not only can the grandmother not find out, but she also can't follow us to Yanqing. Go-Chi explained her plans, which reassured Go's mother quite a bit. All right, we won't go to collect the rent. Go's father was worried about seeing the old woman's expression when she finds out the land was lost to the third son. But we need to go. We already have 1 acre of land, and Uncle's family also has an acre. We need to tell our tenants whether they can plant next year. I want to plant scallions because our scallion pancakes make good money. The scallions on the mountain are almost dug up, and we don't know if they'll grow next year. Instead of gambling on whether they will grow, it's better if we plant our own. Go-Chi wanted to go see what was happening, and if they were there, the old woman would really think the land had nothing to do with them. So, no matter what, they had to go during the harvest. Harvesting takes more than 1 day, so they should go on the day the old woman's family is there. As for Lai Yongyi, he can come whenever he wants. Since he is responsible for collecting a lot of grain now, it's best if he comes early. Lai Yongyi prepared vehicles and workers, mostly temporary laborers. During harvest time, many temporary workers are available. When he appeared in the fields that the old woman and others used to tend, the tenants realized the land had a new owner. No, we didn't know the land had been sold. We can't just give you the rent for these fields. What if you're lying? If we pay you rent and the real owner comes to collect, we won't have anything to show. Yes, we haven't heard that the land was sold. The tenants couldn't read, so even if Lai Yongyi showed them the land deed, they wouldn't trust it. This year's harvest was good, and even if they paid rent, they still had plenty of stored grain, so they were extra cautious. All right, have someone who can read come and check the land deed. If not, we can ask the officials to come. That way, you can be sure. Who would have thought that this person sold the land to me without telling the tenants? Lai Yongyi felt helpless but was prepared for this situation, so he wasn't worried about not collecting the rent. First came the village chief, who naturally knew who owned this land before. But after looking at the land deed that Lai Yongyi brought out, the bright red seal was real, not fake. It was clear these deeds were genuine. Village chief, is this deed real? Please don't trick us. Last time, Go Lao-san and the others came to the village. They didn't say they sold the land. The villagers still felt uncertain, so Lai Yongyi said he was willing to wait for the officials to come. Indeed, someone went to ask Go's father and others to invite officials from Weiqing. When Go's father went to the government office, Song Yuza remembered the harvest season and arranged for 2 people to watch over the Go village during this time. They planned to harvest all the land before returning, which surprised the villagers of Go village. Of course, they didn't know that 20 acres of this disputed land was a gift from the government to Go Chi's family. With officials present, Lai Yongyi was able to collect rent smoothly the next day. He used a fair scale that hadn't been tampered with, making the tenants happy. This made those tenants who hadn't yet had their land sold by Uncle Go-san feel envious. After 2 days of collecting rent, Uncle Go-san and the others also came to collect theirs. In previous years, the old lady wouldn't come herself, but this year she planned to come in person. She wanted Go's father and elder uncle to see how much grain their land produced, so her 2 sons would regret it. But when she arrived, she found that part of her land had already been rented out. Are you crazy? Don't you know whose land this is? Why are you handing over the grain to this person? The old lady didn't get angry at Lai Yongyi because she didn't know his identity, but she was angry at the tenant she knew. Madam, this land is no longer yours, don't you know? They have the deed. The land we farm is theirs, so naturally, we should pay rent to them. Yes, madam. You also sold the land without telling us. Luckily, this gentleman didn't mind, or we'd think we're farming someone else's land and still thinking of the old master. Exactly. We almost offended the new owner. What if there's no land to farm next year? What should we do? Madam, what you're doing is very unfair. Now, since they were no longer tenants of the old lady, they weren't afraid anymore and even argued back. How can this land not be mine? This land has belonged to my family for many decades, so how did it suddenly stop being ours? I think you all are crazy. And about the land deed. Does he have it? Do we not have one? Old third, bring out the land deed. The old woman was very firm. She believed this land was hers and didn't notice Go third's nervous glances. Go third went to get the land deed box. Usually, tenants don't check the deed when paying rent, but since it's proper to do so, he was reminded by the old woman even if he tried to forget. Now, he could only tremblingly hold the box and hand it to her. The old woman opened the box and saw that the land deed inside seemed to be fewer. But she was in a hurry to show the deeds to the tenants, so she didn't pay much attention and waved the deeds in front of them. See? These are all the land deeds. You've been tricked by him. Luckily, we arrived just in time. Quickly, take back the rent you paid him and give it to us. Madam, you're just bullying us because we can't read. But that's okay. Recently, 2 officers from the government are nearby handling cases. We can ask them to help verify which land belongs to whom. This way, it can also prevent mixed-up rent payments. The tenants saw that the old woman also had land deeds, which made them nervous. Luckily, they remembered the 2 officers sent by Song Yuza, so they quickly sent someone to call the officers, hoping to end the arrogant old woman's bullying. Seeing that the tenants still didn't believe her, the old woman was furious, but she believed that once the officers arrived, the tenants would be obedient. The 2 officers sent by Song Yuza had been waiting at the old woman's house. Now that they finally arrived, their work here would soon be finished. When they appeared in the crowd, they first exchanged greetings with Lai Yongyi, then began asking the tenants about their current situation. Actually, the person who called them had already told them everything, but they still wanted to ask in front of everyone. While talking about this, they didn't look at the old woman, but she was eager to take control. However, with the officer's stern looks, she had to behave herself. Go third had already moved to the edge of the crowd, planning to run away. Why are you standing so far away? Come over here. The old woman saw Go third far from her and called him over. Old man Go had no choice but to sheepishly return to the old woman's side. However, he was still looking for a way to escape. Sir officials, this is our land deed. Please take a look and tell them that this land actually belongs to us, the old woman said after the officials finished asking questions. She handed her land deed to the officer. The officer examined it and confirmed that the deed was genuine, which made the old woman very proud. Then he checked the marked locations on the deed to verify their positions. These locations did not match the land the old woman was arguing about. They were completely different plots. Of course, at that moment, the old woman didn't notice anything was wrong because the locations the officer was checking originally belonged to her family. But after a short look, the officers finished examining all the deeds and said that the land the old woman was arguing about was not included in these deeds. Not there? How is that possible? These lands have always been ours. How could we not have the deed? The old woman said, unwilling to believe it. Old man Go, have you taken all the deeds? She didn't believe it, but the officers couldn't lie. They counted the deeds and found that many were missing. So she asked Old Man Go if he had taken all the deeds. They are all in the box, Old Man Go whispered, but the old woman still heard him. She looked at the box where the deeds were kept, and it was already empty. How is that possible? Our deeds are missing? Ah, it's you. You stole my land deeds. The old woman suddenly looked at Lai Yongyi and accused him of stealing the deeds. Steal? Madam, framing someone will get you in trouble. I bought this land with real money, with proper paperwork. How could I have stolen it? Right, Brother Go? Lai Yongyi was not angry about the old woman's accusations. His paperwork was complete, and both buyer and seller were present, so it was impossible for her to succeed in framing him. Of course, he wouldn't bear the blame alone, especially since this had nothing to do with him. The land wasn't forced to be sold by Old Man Go either. Old Man Go? What's going on? After Lai Yongyi called out to Old Man Go, the old woman realized they knew each other. She could tell from Lai Yongyi's words that something was off, but she didn't want to believe the land was sold by Old Man Go. Since Lai Yongyi called Old Man Go, she decided it was better for Old Man Go to explain himself. Old Man Go knew he couldn't hide the fact that he secretly sold the land when Lai Yongyi called him. He lowered his head and quietly admitted, "Yes, I sold it." "Did you really sell it? Why did you sell the land? This was your father's land." The old woman raised her cane, but seeing the submissive look on Old Third's face, she hesitated to hit him. She waved her hand empty and then lowered the cane. This didn't make her feel better. She could only hit the ground hard with her cane, making a small hole, showing how angry she was. "Father, isn't that grandmother? Did grandmother think there was too much land at home and ask Uncle San to sell some? Since there is so much land, why did we only get 1 acre when we divided the land?" Go Chi stood among the crowd, watching the lively scene. She thought this was a good time to add some fuel to the fire and make the old woman's anger even stronger. Chi. Go's father didn't answer Go Chi's words. He just glared at her and prepared to turn away, ignoring the commotion. Go Chi didn't follow him. Instead, she wanted to keep watching. Since a big dog was with her, she believed the old woman wouldn't have a chance to lose her temper and do anything to her. Plus, there were officials present now. Hearing Go Chi's words, the old woman felt even angrier at Old Third. Back then, she almost wanted to leave all her land to him. If not for the village head stopping her, she might have thought 1 acre wasn't enough for Go's father and Go's eldest uncle. But even so, Old Third didn't cherish what he had. He secretly sold the land, and a lot of it, wasting her hard work. That wasn't even the worst part. Since he sold the land, she was furious. She didn't care about the sale. She could buy it back later. What made her angrier was that Old Third secretly sold the land without telling her. She lost face because of it, and Go's second brother saw everything. She guessed he was probably laughing at her now. Him. Why was he laughing? He should have stepped in to help her. After all, she was his mother. But he didn't say a word, and just left. That's not what a son should do. She felt like she had raised him for nothing. If she had known, she wouldn't have given him that 1 acre. Now he wouldn't even see her embarrass herself. The old woman's thoughts were strange. Clearly, Old Third was the problem, but in her wild imagination, she suddenly blamed Go's father instead. Although she was still angry now, Go's father had already left. She looked at Go Chi, clearly wanting to vent her anger on him. Unfortunately, the dogs around Go Chi sat still, just watching her with eyes that seemed to warn her that if she moved, they might attack her all at once. "All right, since the ownership of this land is clear, you all should continue paying rent and collecting rent as usual. For those who want to cause trouble, be careful. Before making a fuss, think about whether the knives at our waists are just decorations." After saying this, the 2 officers did not leave. Instead, they sat down in the shade at Lao Yongyi's invitation, drinking cold drinks. Even though it was autumn, the weather was still hot, and cold drinks helped cool down. Of course, the ice drinks in Go Jia village were provided by Go Chi. When Lao Yongyi went to Go Chi's house to get ice, he paid in front of many people. No one knew that this money was just like passing it from one hand to the other. They wanted to appear as two unrelated people, so they handled these details well. Even though everyone knew they actually knew each other, they only saw them as business acquaintances. Naturally, no one would suspect that Lao Yongyi was actually working for Go Chi. The collection of rent was supervised throughout by the two officers, so even if the old lady wanted to cause trouble, she had no chance. She honestly collected the rent and didn't dare deduct anything this year, especially with the officers present. Even if the tenants raised their voices slightly, the officers would stand up to see what was happening. Under these circumstances, the old lady could only be honest and collect the rent quietly. This year, the tenants were the happiest about paying rent. Because Go's land was smaller this year, it was quick to collect. In just a few moments, she finished, but she saw that there was much less grain than usual. Normally, there would be several carts full, but now many were empty. The old lady was angry. She was even angrier when she saw Lao Yongyi had already taken away several more carts. But with the officers present, she couldn't do anything and could only sheepishly take her third son back home. When they returned to Wei City, the third aunt was surprised to see the empty carts. Why are there so few this year? Was the harvest poor? Don't pretend you don't know. You know why it's so little. The old lady wouldn't scold her most beloved son. She had been holding back her anger all this time, and now, seeing her daughter-in-law, she naturally wanted to vent her frustration. What does that mean, daughter? The old woman didn't understand where this sudden anger was coming from and looked curiously at Uncle San. But Uncle San didn't dare speak now, since he had also secretly sold land without telling his wife. What do you mean? Don't you understand? A good man like you has been spoiled by your bad habits. Now you ask me what I mean? The old woman raised her cane high and struck down hard this time. Since she wasn't hitting Go Lao San, she didn't hold back and kept swinging her cane. Husband, say something. What's wrong with mother? Uncle San was hurt by the hit, but knowing how much the old woman loved Lao San, he didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he hoped Lao San would help explain. But Go Lao San was now too afraid to speak. He knew what the old woman was angry about and was worried her cane might hit him again. Why should he say anything? He already sold the land just because you told him to. What else can he say? The old woman said, swinging her cane at Uncle San again.
What? Sold land?
Which land? Aunt San was even more confused when she heard about selling land. Not only was she being hit for no reason, but she also couldn't understand why. Stop pretending. You know he sold the land, right? You're so selfish, wasting our family's money. What good does it do you? It seemed the old woman was tired of hitting and was now just scolding, not swinging her cane anymore. Mother, I really don't know. Husband, what is mother talking about? What land did you sell? Go Family Village's land? Aunt San guessed what was happening, but found it hard to believe. However, when she saw Lao San nod slightly, she realized she had to believe even if she didn't want to. And the money? Aunt San's first thought was about the money. If they sold the land, there should be money, right? But she had never seen Uncle San bring any money home. Yes, the money, the old woman remembered after Aunt San mentioned it. She also hadn't seen the money from selling the land. We lost it. Lost it all, Go Lao San said quietly, avoiding eye contact with the old woman and Aunt San. His voice was very soft. But even so, they heard him clearly. You lost it. You went gambling again. You got beaten last time, and now you're doing it again? The old woman was so angry she was trembling, but she didn't want to hit Lao San. The old woman was very upset. She needed to vent her anger, so she swung her cane again, and this time, her scolding turned from Lao San to Aunt San. You are his wife. You don't know that he went out to gamble. What else could you know? The old woman kept hitting, and after the second time, third aunt learned to be smart and kept hiding. This hiding made the old woman angrier, and she wanted to chase and hit her, but she accidentally fell. Falling is no small matter for an elderly person, so she couldn't get up. She hurriedly called a doctor, and the matter of selling land seemed to pass like that. The doctor was actually a scammer. He wasn't very skilled at treating falls, but he could make things worse, just a bit slower to recover. After the old woman was injured, third aunt didn't come to see her, and third uncle naturally wouldn't come either, afraid of being scolded. Fortunately, there were servants in the old woman's yard who could take care of her. News about the old woman's injury reached Go Chi the next day. First, there was news from Tianyo, and second, from old third Go. His obvious goal was to get Go father to pay for the medicine, but Go father said it wasn't his decision. Go mother and Go Chi didn't agree. On the other side, the eldest uncle's family also didn't want to spend money because of their wife. In the end, both brothers chose to listen to their wives and pretended they never heard about the old woman's injury. Lai Yongyi collected the rent, and most of the grain was taken to Yanqing. After this rent collection, people in Gojia village knew that the land had changed owners. After some sighs, it became just a joke that was occasionally talked about. No one linked this to Go Chi's family, which was exactly what Go Chi wanted. Go Chi's family was like nothing had changed. Everyone still had their own tasks to do. The weather is getting colder. Does that mean we can't make cold drinks anymore? Go mother asked as she watched Yugua and the others prepare fruit for the afternoon cold drink stand. At night now, it was already cool, and it wouldn't be long before winter arrived. Miss said we can still sell for about half a month. She's already thinking about what to do in winter. Yugua and Go mother talked about Go Chi's plans. Let's not set up the stall in winter. It's too cold. Go mother thought Go Chi, Yugua, and Yuju didn't need to set up stalls. Playing with ice in summer was fine, but making money in winter wasn't easy.
Don't worry, madam.
Miss will definitely consider all these things, they replied. Cinnamon was persuading Mother Go, since they mainly listened to Go Chi. Although Mother Go would pass on her opinions to Go Chi, if Go Chi decided to set up a stall later, they would definitely go along with it. As for Go Chi herself, she was actually thinking not about selling at a stall in winter, but about what to sell at Lai Yongyi's shop during the winter. The peak season for cold drinks is naturally summer and autumn, but business doesn't stop in winter. So, it's good to come up with some winter-friendly products. When it comes to warm foods, Go Chi first thought of hot pot. However, their seasonings are incomplete, and they haven't found the essential spicy chili yet, so making hot pot now isn't very realistic. She then started recalling TV shows and novels she had watched before. In those stories, she always found inspiration, and her ideas never failed her. There are many options in TV scenes, and Go Chi hasn't decided which one to choose yet, or which items to focus on. Since winter is still some time away, she isn't in a hurry. She also wanted to wait for DeFu to see what he would bring back this time. DeFu had been gone for quite a while. A few days ago, Erfu said he received a letter and should be returning soon. So, Go Chi thought it was best to wait a little longer. When DeFu returned, he arrived pulling an ox cart. He bought the cart himself. He had no choice. Not buying it wasn't an option. He brought back many things this time, and it was impossible to carry everything by himself. Why did you buy so much? What are all these things? Mother Go saw the large bags and packages on Erfu's ox cart. Though she wasn't in a rush to open them, she was curious and asked, "There are many things. I wrote them all in a small notebook, or I'd forget everything," DeFu said with a smile, then, along with Go Kongan, started unloading the items from the cart. Go Chi, seeing so many things, naturally felt curious too. She asked Yugua to bring a bag over, so she could take a quick look. Yugua wasn't sure which bag to pick, so she chose one at random. It was quite heavy. It felt like there were round, lumpy objects inside. She opened the bag, and inside were all sorts of mud eggs of different sizes. "Uncle DeFu, what did you buy?" "Mud eggs?" Yushu looked at the mud eggs with a look of dislike. "Mud eggs? Mud eggs?" Mother Go and Go Chi both looked at her with curiosity. Mother Go was shocked, thinking that DeFu might have been scammed and actually bought mud eggs. Go Chi's thoughts were different. She wondered if this mud egg might actually be a potato. She quickly asked Yu Zhu to bring her one, then scraped off the mud from its surface, revealing a yellowish skin inside.
Uncle DeFu is amazing.
He actually found this, Go Chi said happily. She hadn't eaten potatoes in a long time. She used to love them the most. I think this looks like a potato, like Chi-Chi said, but I'm not sure. The seller called it a ground egg. I thought the name might just be different, so I bought a bag of them. But someone told me these might be poisonous. I don't know if that's true. When Uncle De Fu mentioned poison, Go Chi's mother immediately wanted to throw the thing away. It's okay. Only people who don't know how to prepare it would eat the poisonous parts. This is very tasty, Go Chi said firmly, not giving her mother a chance to discard it. She had just found this bag and didn't want her mother to throw it away. Chi-Chi, this might be poisonous. We shouldn't eat it. There are plenty of safe foods, no need to risk eating something poisonous, her mother tried to persuade her. Don't worry. The part Uncle De Fu bought back is safe to eat. But be careful when preparing it. If you see green or sprouted parts, don't eat those. It's also easy to grow. It can be planted in ordinary sandy soil, and the yield is high, Go Chi explained, already selecting potatoes to let Yu Zhu roast a few to taste. Seeing Go Chi so relaxed, her mother still felt a bit worried, but agreed to let her try a few first. After washing the selected potatoes, Yu Zhu buried them under the stove ash, as Go Chi instructed. Go Chi's stove was always hot because they made pancakes often. After burying the potatoes in the ash, Yu Zhu came out and saw what De Fu had brought back. She just happened to see Go Chi and the others opening another bag, filled with bright red, round lumps. They looked delicious, but she wasn't sure if they were edible. As a foodie, Yu Zhu couldn't resist such tempting food. She hurried back to Go Chi and asked curiously if she knew what they were. These are tomatoes.
You can eat them raw.
Wash two and cut them up for everyone to try, Go Chi said casually, handing 2 tomatoes to Yu Zhu for her to prepare. Chi-Chi, is this really the tomato you mentioned? The seller calls it wolf tomato, and it's not as big as you said. De Fu felt relieved when Go Chi said this was a tomato. After all, many of the things he bought had different names than Go Chi described. If Go Chi hadn't described their appearance, he wouldn't dare to think about it too much. Of course, even if the items weren't exactly what Go Chi wanted, he would still buy them back. Go Chi said she wasn't limited to just these things, so it didn't matter if he bought the wrong ones. Yes, wolf tomato is another name for it. It's also called tomato, or sometimes tomato fruit. The same goes for the potato earlier, which is also called potato tuber. Different places have different names, but they are the same thing. All these names are actually written in books. When you have free time, you should read more. You might find other interesting things. Go Chi said this to make everyone think she learned these facts from books. At this moment, Yu Zhu finished cutting the tomato into pieces. The slices looked juicy and tender, making everyone eager to taste them. The sweet and sour flavor is different from regular fruit, and the texture is both soft and crispy. It's amazing that such contradictory textures can exist in one fruit. Shui Nyang was the first to share her opinion. Yes, I've never tasted this kind of flavor before. It feels a bit strange, but also very tasty. Huanyang seemed to really like the taste of this tomato. After eating a piece, she even wanted more, but as a servant, she didn't dare to keep eating. If you like it, eat more. There are many ways to enjoy it. You can fry eggs with it, make soup, stew dishes, or even use it as seasoning, Go Chi said while handing the plate of tomatoes back to Yu Zhu for Huanyang to continue eating. Isn't this a fruit? How can it be used in cooking? Gomu joined the conversation after eating several pieces. Her first curiosity was about how something that looked like a fruit could be used in cooking. It's not really a fruit, it's a vegetable, and it can be eaten raw. You can eat it directly, slice it, sprinkle sugar on it, and freeze it in the ice cellar. It has a special flavor. As for cooking, there are many ways. You can make it into a sauce to go with the potatoes we just mentioned. That would be a perfect match. There's so many options, and we will definitely get to try them all. Plus, this is a ripe fruit that can be planted. I don't know if we can grow it here, but we should give it a try. Go Chi did not continue eating the tomatoes. It wasn't because she disliked them, but because she saw something else. It was also a round, dirt-covered object, clearly dug out from the ground. Onion? Go Chi looked at the purple root pieces and naturally recognized them as onions. The name was the same as the one Dafu knew. However, Go Chi personally didn't like onions, so she made sure to tell Dafu that the item they must find did not include this. But she guessed Dafu was curious about this new thing, so he brought it back. Is this also a type of green onion? Can it be used to make scallion pancakes? Yuzhu, hearing the word green onion, immediately thought of food. The taste is a bit different. This can also remove the fishy smell and is good for stir-frying meat, Gochi explained. But be careful when cooking with it, as its juice can make your eyes tear up. Gochi didn't go into detail about how to cook onions, since she didn't like them herself. Even though she saw this new item, she only mentioned it briefly. Whether she would actually cook with it was uncertain. Yuzhu noticed Gochi didn't seem very interested in the onions. She thought it probably wasn't very tasty. Although she was curious about how onions taste, she didn't show any desire to try them at this moment. Then she opened the other pockets Dafu had brought back, mostly filled with seasonings Gochi wanted. Isn't this medicinal herb? Why did you buy so much? Gochi's mother opened a pocket filled with star anise. Chi-Chi said it could be used as seasoning, so I bought it. I bought a lot at once because it was cheaper, Dafu hurried to explain. It's much cheaper than buying from the pharmacy. That's also medicinal herb, cinnamon, who had just opened another pocket, said. Inside was something that looked like bark. She didn't recognize it, but she had seen similar things in the pharmacy. Do you know what this medicinal herb is called? Gochi saw Cinnamon opening the pocket and felt it was a coincidence. It was so lucky that Cinnamon opened this one. I don't know the names of medicinal herbs, Cinnamon replied, feeling that Gochi was making things difficult for her. You might not know other herbs, but you must recognize this one because it is also called cinnamon, Gochi said with a smile, teasing Cinnamon playfully to see if she would get upset. Same name as me? No, just give me a name based on the name of the medicinal herb. Yuan Gui quickly understood the origin of her name, but looking at her ugly bark, she felt that her image in the lady's mind seemed a bit unkind. Which one? This is the medicinal herb for my sister's name. What about me? Did Uncle Da Fu buy a medicinal herb called Yuzhu? Is my name also a medicinal herb? Before Yuan Gui could continue feeling sad about herself, Yuzhu started to wonder if her name was also related to a medicinal herb. Yes, it is. Da Fu found a small bag containing Yuzhu among some packages. Before opening it, Yuzhu could already guess the shape of what was inside by feeling the bag. But the shape didn't look very nice, so she hesitated whether to open the bag. However, curiosity won over her hesitation, and she opened the bag containing Yuzhu. Inside was a dried root of an unknown plant. Since it was dried, it looked wrinkled and not as pretty as Yuan Gui's bark. Uncle Da Fu, is this really Yuzhu?
How?
How is it? Yuzhu really didn't want to describe the condition of the herb that shared her name. Herbs are processed, so they usually don't look very good. But this can be used to make porridge, and when combined with longan, lotus seeds, and other ingredients, it makes a delicious medicinal dish. Gochi saw Yuzhu's wrinkled face almost as sad as the herb itself, so she tried to cheer her up by suggesting it could be eaten. Really? It can be used to make porridge? That's great. When Yuzhu heard it could be eaten, she didn't care much about how it looked. She loved eating, and since this herb called Yuzhu could be made into food, it suited her very well. Miss, what about mine? Yuan Gui, hearing that her sister's herb could be used as food, became curious about what her own herb could be used for. Yours is a very good seasoning. It can make food taste much better. It looks plain, but it's essential. Gochi hadn't planned to say the latter part, but she thought she could praise Yuan Gui by comparing her to her herb. Yuan Gui, who initially disliked her herb, started to smile after hearing Gochi's words. She even began to like the herb that shared her name. The twins each took a piece of their respective herbs and placed them in small pouches at their waists, seeming to want to carry that scent with them. They didn't pay much attention to Gochi's little thoughts. When they chose the name, they just casually thought of using medicinal herbs to match her goji berry. Now, she still needs to see what Da Fu has brought back. He went out to find spices, but so far, besides the medicinal herbs that could be used as spices, he hasn't seen anything else. The chili she was eager to find didn't appear, but luckily she saw cumin, which made her a little happy. Didn't see the chili, and no one seems to know about this plant, but maybe we call it something different. I've left a pattern for others to help investigate. If there's any news, they'll let me know. Da Fu knew Gochi wanted chili, but couldn't find it. To make her a bit happier, he took out a small pocket-sized bag from his chest. He even carried it behind Go-Mu's back, showing how valuable the contents were. What is this? Go-Chi opened the bag and recognized it as pepper. At that time, pepper was a luxury item. So much so that some places used it as money. Although Dafu only brought back a small pocket, it was worth a lot. Go-Chi didn't say the name because she was afraid Go-Mu would get upset if she knew it was pepper. Dafu saw she recognized it, so he nodded, confirming it was what she thought. That's a lot. It must have cost quite a bit, Go-Chi asked curiously, wanting to know how exaggerated the current price of pepper was. It didn't actually cost me anything, but this kind of pepper probably only happens once. Maybe the other side is now regretting meeting me and coming to provoke me, Dafu said, then told Go-Chi about how he encountered the pepper. Dafu was looking for chili at the time because few people had seen or heard of it, so he wasn't in a rush, just asking passers-by occasionally. But this casual act caught someone's attention. He also bought many strange things, which made people think he was easy to deceive. Someone then found him at his inn, first tricking him with what looked like chili to lure him out. Unfortunately, Dafu was looking for chili peppers, but he still saw through his plan. However, Dafu was not afraid and even wanted to see what this person was really trying to do. When they arrived, Dafu first smelled a strong fragrance. Since he used to be a thief on rooftops, he was very familiar with such scents. After recognizing the fragrance, he ate a calming pill he had prepared over many years and pretended to be enchanted, wanting to see what this person was up to. This person started to reach into his pocket, but his movements were clumsy. After a long time, he only found a small bag of loose silver coins. Really? So poor? Seeing Dafu's bag, this person was speechless and even wondered if he had chosen the wrong target. Whether you're rich or poor, you still targeted me, Dafu said, no longer pretending to be dizzy. He grabbed the person's hand and, taking advantage of his surprise, tied both of his hands and hung him from the ceiling beam. Dafu is not someone who likes to hurt others, but he wouldn't be too kind to such a person. He hung the person up, with his hands raised above his head. Just when the person thought he would be completely lifted off the ground, Dafu stopped. He didn't lift him fully, his feet could still touch the ground, but only his toes, like standing on tiptoe. This uncomfortable feeling made the person start begging for mercy. But Dafu didn't seem to listen to his pleas, so he grabbed a piece of cloth and muffled the person's mouth. The noise stopped, and Dafu had time to have a proper talk with him. Are you a scammer or a thief? Or, are you planning to steal my money and then kill me? That would make you neither a scammer nor a thief. How many people have you harmed with this trick? Is this your home? Judging by the situation here, it probably is. You're quite clever, bringing someone into your home. No fear that they might escape and turn the tables on you. What's in that cabinet? Oh, there are quite a few things. The style and fabric of these items are different, so they probably belong to different people. It looks like you've been doing this for a long time. This is interesting. I like it. When you first took out these items, you didn't even need to pretend to look for chili peppers. I'll take these, considering it your price for tricking me. Dafu didn't wait for the other person to answer and simply put the items into his own pocket. After all, the person's mouth was currently sealed, so he couldn't say anything. He then wandered around the room for a while, but there was nothing else worth taking, so he ignored the fact that the person was still hanging and left directly. What happened to that person ultimately wasn't Dafu's concern. He just remembered this place. If he came here again next time, he might come back to check on it. After hearing Dafu's report, Go-Chi wasn't worried about what would happen to that person. Instead, he was thinking about whether it was safe for Dafu to go out alone each time. Find some time to select a few children from Tiannyo and train them well. If possible, it would be best to hire some bodyguards when going out. This time, you were careful and avoided trouble, but what about next time? It's safer to have more people together. Hiring people isn't as good as training them myself. Since it's getting cold, I probably won't go out much. I plan to pick some promising kids and teach them the basics. If I find a good master, I'll ask them to become apprentices. Dafu agreed with Go-Chi, but he was thinking that this time the people he selected couldn't just be allowed to sign contracts. Even if they didn't pick from Tiannyo's group of children, They had to choose those who could sign binding agreements. Of course, he couldn't tell Go Chi this now. Having been with Go Chi for so long, DeFu knew him well. He knew Go Chi didn't like signing contracts. Otherwise, he and Heir Fu wouldn't just have simple employment contracts. But now Go Chi said he needed to train people, and although he wanted them to work with him, DeFu understood that as Go Chi's business grew larger, they would need to prepare guards and bodyguards. The people he trained himself would be more useful than those bought from outside, so during this period when he wasn't going out, he should first select the right candidates. Yes, and if possible, teach them to read and write too. Enlightenment can be done by you and Heir Fu, but for those willing to learn, we can set up a private school. I'll ask the students at Banshan Academy if anyone is interested in becoming a teacher. Anyway, let's start with basic education. Go Chi spoke simply. This wasn't really a formal plan, just an idea. He believed DeFu would arrange everything himself. The final result would satisfy him and wouldn't require much worry. All right, there's no rush with these matters. You just came back, so take a few days to rest properly. Gookie finished unloading the items from the ox cart, so she didn't continue chatting with DeFu and instead asked him to go back and rest. The remaining tasks were left to the people inside the house. DeFu opened each of the items he brought back and sorted them with Gookie. Different things were stored in different warehouses. For example, fruits and vegetables were kept in the cellar for better preservation. What is this? It looks like a rag and has a fishy smell, Yuzhu said, holding a bundle that looked like a torn cloth. Since DeFu had already left, she could only ask Gookie.
Huh?
Uncle DeFu was heading west, so how did he bring back this thing? Gookie opened the rag, which now looked more like a cloth, but she could see it was green. Huh. It looks like a leaf. But what kind of plant does this leaf belong to? It's so big, Yuzhu said, realizing it wasn't just a rag but a leaf from a plant. This is kelp, also called konbu. It's from the sea and tastes very good, Gookie said, rolling the kelp back up and telling Yuzhu to keep it in a dry place.
The sea?
Isn't that in the east? How could something from the sea be found in the west? Yuzhu was curious. She was tempted to taste the kelp because of its smell, but she held back, wondering why there was seaweed in the west. Maybe there's also a sea in the west. Ardahan Kingdom's west might not have one, but beyond Dayan, there could be seas, Gookie said, not knowing the actual geography since she didn't have a world map. She knew the continent was surrounded by the sea, so finding seaweed in the west might mean there is sea there too, just outside the kingdom's control. Can seaweed grow so big? That leaf is taller than me. How tall must the whole tree be? Yuzhu continued to be curious. I've never seen fresh kelp before, but according to books, one piece of kelp is like a whole plant. But whether that's true or not, we'll have to see for ourselves when we go to the seaside, Gookie said. She had only read that kelp was a type of algae and wasn't sure if a single piece was a complete plant, so she used words like seems to explain to Yuzhu. Such a strange thing. Yuzhu doesn't understand why the plant only has one leaf, but there are still many things to move into the storage room. So she first follows Go Chi's instructions to place the underwater item in a dry spot, then checks the next bag. Having more people makes things easier. Once Go Chi confirms where to put things, someone will organize them and also stick Go Chi's labels on the correct spots. Although Yuzhu and the others can't read yet, after putting on these labels, it will be much easier to find things later. After tidying everything up, Go Chi holds the registration book and looks thoughtful. DeFu really brought back a lot this time. Except for the chili peppers, she found many spices. Besides star anise and cinnamon, there's cumin, fennel, and even a bag of pepper by chance. With these spices, Go Chi feels confident she can open a restaurant with a full range of flavors and aromas. Besides the spices, there are also many seeds. Go Chi can't recognize all of them, but luckily her sharp eyes help. If she looks carefully at unfamiliar seeds, she can learn detailed information about them. She knows that most of what DeFu brought back are vegetable seeds, and she immediately recognizes corn. What makes her happiest is that DeFu also brought back several small pods that look like bean pods. But these aren't beans, they are rapeseed, the seeds used to make rapeseed oil. Go Chi remembers once arguing with friends about which plant produces rapeseed oil. After some research, She learned that the plant is called European rapeseed, and just from the name, she knew it wasn't native to her country. Since it's not from her country, she didn't plan to look for rapeseed seeds when she came here. Europe is too far away. But who would have thought that something she didn't plan to find would be brought back by De Fu after his Western trip? Although De Fu traveled for a long time, she doubts he went all the way to Europe. So now she can only assume that the land map of this world might be very different from what she remembers. But whether it's completely different or not, now that she has rapeseed seeds, her family can grow their own oil, no longer relying on animal fats. This is a step toward healthier eating. Gookie carefully kept the seeds that Yu Zhu and the others had brought back. Although she wanted to try planting off-season crops, this was her first time planting anything, so she decided not to experiment with the large amount of seeds they had brought back. Since she had no planting experience and was challenging the off-season, she needed to find crops suitable for growing in this land. She used the rice she recently harvested to start seedlings. Mother Go kept nagging her for a long time. Even though they had never farmed properly before, they knew that this was not a good season for planting. Once winter arrived, these seedlings would likely freeze and die, resulting in no harvest. But Gookie insisted on trying, so despite her father and mother's objections, they could only let her do as she wished. Although it was her first time planting, Gookie found that her eyes seemed to give hints about the entire planting process when she looked at the seeds. During seedling cultivation, her eyes even indicated whether the seedlings were successful. If there were any problems, her eyes would suggest how to fix them. Because of this, her actions during seedling cultivation followed the hints, and surprisingly, her success rate was higher than that of experienced farmers. Once the seedlings were ready, Gookie asked Go Kongan to contact a tenant farmer and see if they were willing to try planting 1 acre of rice off-season. Go Kongan approached several farmers, but they all worried that planting off-season would result in no harvest, meaning they wouldn't be able to pay rent. None of them agreed.
See?
These tenants have farmed all their lives. Everyone knows that growing crops off-season is impossible. They wouldn't dare agree because if there's no harvest, I wouldn't want to give them the land next year either. They're not willing to take the risk on such a hopeless attempt. Mother Go couldn't help but lecture Gookie again. Although she knew her words wouldn't change anything, her explanation helped Gookie understand why no one agreed to rent that acre of land. It's okay. Tell them that they won't have to pay rent for planting off-season. If they harvest more than 100 jin of rice, they can keep the extra. If they harvest less than 100 jin, then they can keep it all. And regardless of the harvest, they can continue to rent our land next year. Gookie's conditions were quite attractive. Since she was only experimenting with 1 acre, a harvest of 100 jin was a good yield, much more than usual. Of course, she never thought about having no harvest at all. After all, she had a special skill, and if any step was wrong, she could correct it in time. She only planted 1 acre of land because it was just a trial. Although she trusted her skill, she didn't trust herself to follow the steps perfectly, so she thought it was better to experiment for a year. She didn't expect that with such tempting conditions, only one family would be willing to farm the land. This family was known to be poor in the village. It was clear they agreed partly because of a gamble. They were betting on 100 jin of grain and also betting that even if they couldn't grow anything, the Gui family would still be willing to rent part of the land to them next year. After accepting this task from Guiqi, their family hurriedly plowed the land she chose. They provided cattle, so plowing was faster than usual. To be safe, they even fertilized and pest controlled the land before planting. Finally, under the curious gazes of the villagers, they poured river water into the field. The field was ready. Only transplanting rice remained. This was a task the tenant farmers were used to, so it was not difficult for them. However, whenever they worked, some people would come to watch, thinking they were wasting effort and seeds by fooling around with Guiqi's family. The tenants didn't mind. Since Guiqi's family asked them to plant, and they didn't have to be responsible, they just followed Guiqi's instructions. Guiqi watched the seedlings being planted little by little. Every day, her route of activity included one more point. She would come to see the field every day, not just to observe but to carefully look with her own eyes. If there was a problem, she could fix it immediately. Today, in this peaceful rice field, she saw a tiny black spot. She walked over and found it was an insect. Without hesitation, she immediately dealt with it. Insects tend to appear in groups, so today she was supposed to go to the Half Mountain Academy to read, but now she had to focus on catching insects in the field. The tenant heard someone say Guichi was catching insects and hurried over to help. They had experience catching insects before and felt quite skilled. But when working with Guichi, they always felt their experience was nothing compared to hers. She was so young. Where could she have gained such experience? Still, even someone without experience could catch insects much faster than they could. There were no mistakes in identifying the insects. Each time she reached out, she was sure to catch one. "Miss, how do you find the bugs?" "I can't see any at all," said Yuzhu, who was following Go-Chi today. Naturally, she wanted to help catch the bugs, but she hadn't caught a single one from the start until now. Not to mention how many Go-Chi had caught. Even the later workers had caught more than her. Be careful. These bugs are tricky and hide under the leaves. If you're not careful, you won't see them. Since Go-Chi's handwriting was small, she could see the bugs easily. Yuzhu also paid more attention, and she was sure she could catch some. The worker who was talking to Yuzhu noticed that Go-Chi was very focused on catching bugs, but didn't realize Yuzhu was talking to her. So he shared his experience with Yuzhu. "Ah, I see. I'll look carefully again," Yuzhu said, ignoring who was answering her. Since she had learned from the experience, she decided to try again. Maybe it was because someone gave her advice, or maybe Yuzhu was just paying more attention this time. Either way, she really caught a bug this time. With that first catch, she gained confidence and caught more bugs. Soon, Yuzhu caught quite a few, though her waist was aching from the effort. She looked up at Go-Chi and saw she was also showing signs of back pain. "Miss, let's go back and rest. We might not finish catching all these bugs soon. Once we're rested, we can come back and continue," Yuzhu said as she took the bugs Go-Chi had wrapped in leaves and placed them with her own. Then she gently rubbed Go-Chi's back. Even though adults say children don't have back pain, if they are tired, they will still feel it. "Yes, Chi-Chi, you should go home and rest. I'll handle the rest. We're used to this and we should finish soon." The worker also advised Go-Chi to go home and rest, so she wouldn't tire herself out. Go-Chi looked at the field and saw fewer dark spots, so she felt a little relieved and prepared to go home. She knew she would come back tomorrow. If she didn't finish catching all the bugs, she could try again then.